Chapter 101. Lunatic. With his final words, the palms gushed out a tricolored mist. In a mere blink, it rotated around him like a tornado, obscuring his form. Zhuo Fan gave a cold laugh inside. Those from Pill King Hall are focused on practicing poison, and just like Mary Woods, who focus on speed, their bodies aren't tempered at all. Their bodies were weak, and to cover it up, he hid in the mist at a safe distance. Too bad your trick won't work on me. His eyes flashed and Zhuo Fan charged, planning on wringing the punk's neck in one move. But he stopped soon after as he looked at the mist. He realized something. Damn, it's a trap. He came here to exact revenge for Xiao Dandan, but in fact he's been egged on to come here and probe me. If not, Drifting Flowers Edifice's men would have come to settle their disciples' matter. Why would they let this kid steal the limelight? Zhuo Fan breathed in, and his eyes returned to the usually calm and calculative look. Iris Overseer is unclear on who I am and tricked this kid into testing me. I can assume there are a few profound heaven experts already watching. Humph, not a bad plan. Zhuo Fan laughed coldly inside as he withdrew, no longer having the desire to kill in his eyes. Under these circumstances, he must not win no matter what. Ha ha ha, punk, weren't you cocky of your speed? Come on then. Yan Fu's egotistical voice came from inside the mist. Zhuo Fan tapped his chin with a faint smile. Ha ha ha, think I'm stupid. You come out if you dare. I don't believe you'll stay there for a lifetime. When you're out of Yuan Kai, I will put you in your place. Humph, you're sadly mistaken if you think the rainbow cloud palm is only used for defense. I will let you experience the perfect martial art. Whoosh. 3 tendrils of mist moved from the tornado like hands, going after Zhuo Fan, their speed no less than his. Zhuo Fan ducked and dodged through the gaps in the attacks, but the tendrils suddenly turned and came from his back. Ha ha ha, now you see, punk. Pill King Hall's rainbow cloud palm isn't just for defense. No matter what you do, you will still die. Yan Fu was cackling smugly while Zhuo Fan was dodging with contempt. Poison users were strong and weak at the same time. Before the poison was dispelled, the user would be invincible. But after, he was the weakest person ever. He'd be even weaker than a cultivator at the same stage. Among the 10 ancient emperors, not one relied on poison as their main path. The Pill King Hall was so stuck up, because of this technique, because there hadn't been anyone who could counter it. Humph, once I deal with your palm technique, the Pill King Hall will be kicked out of the 7 houses. See how you'll cry then. As for now, humph, I'll endure. Zhuo Fan gnashed his teeth, but his silence only worked to bolster Yan Fu's haughty attitude, thinking he was scared. Punk, don't think you can mess with 7 noble houses just because you're a bit stronger than average. You might not care about the rest of them, but let me tell you, when provoking Pill King Hall, all that you'll receive is death. The hell, when did I go and do that? Didn't you pick on me on purpose? Gasping, Zhuo Fan clenched his fists. This punk is too damn patronizing. I might fake defeat, but not before I let him have a small taste. At this thought, Zhuo Fan stopped his running as if tired. Yan Fu was thrilled, sending the red, yellow, and green tendrils of poisonous mist right for him. But Zhuo Fan squinted, and with a loud bang, he charged through the 3 tendrils of poison and into the mist like an artillery shell. Yan Fu could foresee what Zhuo Fan was planning to do and became startled. He was preparing to move out of the way, but he was late to react, and Zhuo Fan was already before him, his hand clutching at his neck. Son of a bitch, if poison is so great, then you and I will die together then. Poison seeped into his body, and Zhuo Fan's face alternated between red, yellow, and green. His mouth and nose were bleeding constantly, but he couldn't care less, kicking Yan Fu in the chest. Bones cracked with a crisp sound, and Yan Fu spat blood. His eyes were filled with fright. He couldn't believe there was a man who didn't fear poison and charge in with such determination. Most people would have hesitated in face of a poison mist. But who knew Zhuo Fan to be the exception? His method was that of staunch determination, choosing death for both of them. Was Yan Fu about to meet his end? Lunatic, you're truly insane. Yan Fu was going hysterical watching dark blood flow freely from Zhuo Fan's face. Grinning, Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with a crazed look. He, I am crazy. Since I'm going to die, I'm going to take you down first and avenge myself. Zhuo Fan kicked Yan Fu's chest 3 more times, breaking all his ribs. Yan Fu was itching to cry his heart out from all the pain, but this was just the start. Before he could make a sound, Zhuo Fan grabbed his skull and slapped him a dozen or so times. The sharp sounds echoed on the street as Yan Fu's teeth were flung with each slap. His eyes were wet but had no energy to even cry. The immense pain stabbed into his heart, and all he could do was whimper. Xiao Dandan and the Dong siblings who came out of the tavern stared in shock. Xiao Dandan even covered her mouth, unable to believe what she saw. In reality, Yan Fu's injuries were superficial, hardly enough to kill him, while Zhuo Fan had poison coursing through him and his life was seeping fast out of his body. It wouldn't be long before he'd succumb to it and die. However, from the two's interaction, it looked more like Zhuo Fan was the winner and was dealing heavy killing blows, while Yan Fu was akin to a loser kowtowing for forgiveness. This can't be. Xiao Dandan watched with mixed feelings as Zhuo Fan was nearing ever closer to death, yet stronger than ever. He was clearly dying yet in his final moments. He was the strongest in the world. She never saw a man like this, not once. Her heart was suddenly seized by regret, actually hoping Zhuo Fan would live on. Yet, she was clear that once poisoned by Pill King Hall, no one could survive, the rest of the 7 houses included. This was the terror instilled by the Pill King Hall. Didn't you say your Pill King Hall's martial arts are perfect? Didn't you want to kill me? Humph, we will both go down today, and all that's left is to see who is going to have a quicker death. Zhuo Fan yanked Yan Fu by the hair, his body trembling from the poison reaching his organs. He didn't have much time, yet his smile was as crazed as before, slamming Yan Fu into the ground. Even if Yan Fu survived this ordeal, it would leave him with permanent scarring. Stop! A gale knocked Zhuo Fan flying as a green-robed elderly drifted to Yan Fu. He gave him a pill, checked his wounds, then sighed. His poisonous eyes then snapped to Zhuo Fan, glinting with murderous intent. 1,000 meters out on a tall building stood 2 figures. One was middle-aged with a split mustache, the other was a red-haired elderly. The two watched Zhuo Fan with a sigh. They say that some are so stubborn they can't see they're going to die. This kid's desperate and suicidal act is Pill King Hall's bane. If the rest of the houses did the same, would vicious Pill King dare run rampant again? 5th Elder laughed in lament. This kid's character is something I like. Nodding, Lin Zishan said, I know now why Tianyu lost. It would have been a miracle if he won when meeting such a lunatic, one that is so strong too. When meeting an unbeatable opponent, one must not make an enemy out of him or the result would be devastating. Most people's first thought is to run to save their lives, and by the time they react, it would be too late. This is why Pill King Hall is still held in fear. 5th Elder nodded and flew away, leaving his words behind. It's a pity. With this man's strong body under my guidance, his future would have been bright. With Pill King Hall's poison in him, it is ruined. 5th Elder. Lin Zishan shouted from behind. Is he not? Zhuo Fan? Startled, 5th Elder turned to look at him and shook his head. Zhuo Fan is as treacherous as a fox, cunning as a wolf, dangerous as a snake, and savage like a tiger. Not only does this kid not look like him, he is all brawn and no brain. Even if they both do not fear death, they are totally different. Lin Zishan, listen well. Zhuo Fan is 100 times more dreadful? His eyes shivering, 5th Elder vanished. Lin Zishan was left with a hard expression. Hell Valley's 5th Elder was the pillar of Hell Valley, the strongest. His words must be real if even he was afraid of the kid chapter 102. Bodhi Jade Sap. Big Brother Song. Dong Xiaoan cried out as she witnessed Zhuo Fan collapsing. She wanted to go to him, but Dong Tianba pulled her hand. Dong Tianba was watching the elder in green with a serious face. Zhuo Fan reduced Yan Fu to such a state, and helping him would only incur the elder's wrath. It may not be righteous, but as long as you'd escape an encounter with the 7 houses alive, everything else was just details. Hey, wench, take care of my disciple? Vicious Pill King turned to Xiao Dandan, his eyes flashing green. She shivered from fear as she pointed at herself. Why you mean me? Cut the crap. My disciple ended up like this for your sake. Who else should be looking after him if not you? Yan Song spoke in an irreproachable manner. Xiao Dandan was forced to obey despite her wishes. Yan Fu's mangled body stirred endless disgust in her. Who told him to stick his head out for me? Not me. He dragged me here to mess with Song Yu, and now that he got hurt, I have to look after him. Picking up on her loathing, Yan Song spoke in a threatening tone. Wench, my disciple got hurt for your sake, and you're just going to ignore him. Shivering, Xiao Dandan shook her head again and again. No, I wouldn't dare. Humph, you'd better. My disciple took a liking to you, so you better not let him down, or I will make you beg for the sweet release of death. Snorting, Yan Song left his precious disciple in Xiao Dandan's care, then walked to Zhuo Fan. The latter was on the ground, seemingly having stopped breathing, but his mind was hard at work paying attention to all that was happening. Also, he wasn't as poisoned as he had let on. He just canceled out Yan Fu's 3 poisons with the use of demon transformation art and put on this act to dupe the crowd. Feeling Yan Song's naked killing intent with every step, Zhuo Fan's fist tightened. I'm already poisoned to death, and a senior like you still wants to finish the job. If push came to shove, his only choice was to expose his real identity. Despite having a 5th-grade demonic treasure body, an all-out strike from a profound heaven expert would leave him with a heavy wound. At the very least, his inner organs would be damaged. Zhuo Fan was ready to react at a moment's notice and strike down the insufferable Vicious Pill King. Suddenly, lighting crackled along his thunder ring, left him startled. That guy can't be here, right? Yet familiar laughter echoed as a person flashed 100 meters from Zhuo Fan. Ha ha ha, and here I thought the magnificent and grand Vicious Pill King was amazing, while instead he delights in picking on the weak. It was none other than Sword Markwise Abode's Zai Tianyang, the one who went through life and death alongside Zhuo Fan. Next to him was the same elder from before, 8th Elder Jian Suifeng. Well damn, you picked the perfect timing to show up. Zhuo Fan was in glee, sneaking the thunder ring into another storage ring while no one was looking. The crackling of lighting vanished, but Zai Tianyang didn't care as he continued to stare at Yan Song with arrogance. Twerp, did you come to butt into my affairs? Yan Song snapped his eyes to him, exploding in killing intent. Jian Suifeng rested his hand on Zai Tianyang's shoulder. Tianyang, this doesn't concern us. 8th Elder, Drifting Flower City isn't Pill King Hall's turf. Why should we be scared of him? Zai Tianyang grinned, sticking out his chin. Jian Suifeng shook his head. Ever since the Battle of Blue Expanse City between Yu Giki and Zhuo Fan, Zai Tianyang had become a busybody. He just couldn't stand by and watch injustice playing before him. This quirk wasn't that bad, but it didn't do any good either. The elder didn't stop him in normal cases. But right now, he had gone too far. To dare to butt in the 7 houses' affairs, this had left the Sword Markwise Abode's elders in a panic. He could not fathom the consequences. That Zhuo Fan was all by his lonesome self, messing with whoever that crossed him as he wished. But Tianyang represented Sword Markwise Abode. Just what did the elders teach him? Furthermore, did he have to go against the Vicious Pill King out of all of them? Jian Suifeng gave a wistful smile as he apologized in Zai Tianyang's stead. Ha ha ha, Elder Yan Song, I am Sword Markwise Abode's 8th Elder, Jian Suifeng. Please don't mind the words of an ignorant youth. No wonder he dares act so presumptuous. He's from Sword Markwise Abode. Yan Song's eyes drifted over the two, then shook his head at the breathless Zhuo Fan. Whatever, I'll let Sword Markwise Abode have this one, and won't punish this punk myself. He inhaled my disciple's poison anyway, and won't have long to live. Yan Song emphasized the word disciple, pointing out the fact his disciple was the one that would kill this kid. It was a message to them. It has nothing to do with me. I'm not picking on the weak, so don't you freakin' start spreading false rumors and ruining my name, Sword Markwise Abode. Jian Suifeng was clear on his hidden meaning and nodded. Ha ha ha, Elder Yan Song has a fine disciple. How could any common person be his match? This kid dared to mess with him, so death is what he deserves. Yan Fu nodded in satisfaction. At least you're tactful. He then flashed before Xiao Dandan and took her and his disciple away. His disciple won, but it was a wretched win. If he lingered any more, the sword Marquise abode might figure out his disciple killed his opponent with poison while getting beaten like a punching bag. He'd have no face left then. There weren't many who knew this, to begin with. Only Drifting Flowers Tower, Merry Woods, and Hell Valley, but the fewer that did, the better this was all to avoid making a disgrace of himself. When the old man left, Jian Suifeng took a deep breath. Though Jian Suifeng, who was filled with hatred, gnashed his teeth while looking at Zhuo Fan slowly dying. Bastard, he flaunts his power at every chance and disgraces all the 7 houses. All right already. Do you think you're that monster, Zhuo Fan, that you can do anything you want? After cuffing Zai Tianyong over the head, Jian Suifeng shook his head. Tianyong, do you have any idea how dangerous that was? Unlike Yugiki, who likes to play games and scheme instead of acting on impulses, Vicious Pill King would strike at anything that earns his displeasure with impunity. Even against the other houses, no one can do anything to stop him. Zai Tianyong bit his lip and sighed powerlessly. You must be the sword Marquise abode's young master. Zai Tianyong turned to see Dong Xiaowen kneeling at his feet. Brother Song Yu has been poisoned by Pill King Hall. Please save him. Zai Tianyong eyes Zhuo Fan, then Jian Suifeng. 8th Elder, can we save him? Ha! You think there's anyone in this world that can cure Pill King Hall's poison? If there was, it wouldn't have grown into such a fearful figure. Jian Suifeng shook his head. Tianyong, don't mess with other people's problems. Zai Tianyong watched Dong Xiaowen hopeless. Forgive me, miss, I cannot help him. And left with Jian Suifeng. Dong Xiaowen cried as she turned to her brother. Dong Tianba sighed. At the end of it all, dear little brother Song met his doom because of us. We will return his body to Nitrain City and bury him there. The Song clan will be then declared our kin. Dong Xiaowen sniffed and nodded. Wait! A sudden voice stopped them. Chuchu appeared. He's been poisoned by Rainbow Cloud Palm. If you touch him, you will also suffer. What? The two backed off a few steps. Dong Xiaowen watched Chuchu mournful. What can we do? We can't just leave Big Brother Song's body here. Leave him to me. I will heal him. Chuchu bound Zhuo Fan in a ribbon and vanished, leaving the Dong siblings in shock. The sword Marquise abode of the 7 noble houses couldn't do anything. Yet a hick woman could. The two couldn't make heads or tails of it, but Zhuo Fan was the most in shock. He observed the 3 poisons in his body combining and ever-changing, amplifying its toxicity. Was there any other method that could remove it besides the demon transformation art? Maybe. His guess got him in high spirits. 15 minutes later in the slums, Chuchu laid Zhuo Fan on the earthen bed and her hand flashed with a bottle. The instant she uncorked it, the scent wafted everywhere in the room. Only Zhuo Fan was startled, yet, despite his eyes being close, they still trembled. This was what he was after from the start, the heavenly treasure, Bodhi Jade Sap. A green drop landed on Zhuo Fan's lip, sliding in his mouth. In that instant, Zhuo Fan felt a boundless vitality soaring ever higher in his body, wrapping every inch of his body. He was so happy, but the sorrow in his heart dwarfed it. Sister, it would have been better if you dripped it on my egg. Chapter 103. Incredible. A green light spread throughout his body, into every damaged fiber left behind by the poison. In 6 hours, his face no longer looked ill. Zhuo Fan felt the medicine did its job and faked a faint breath, as though he had just recovered. He was muttering all the while to make his weakened state believable. Chuchu nodded slightly and helped Zhuo Fan to sit on the heated bed. She took a seat behind him, releasing a silver glow from her hands as she rested them on his back. Shivering from the sharp cold, Zhuo Fan sensed a frigid yin seeping into his body and flowing through his meridians to clear any leftover poison. His body had little poison to begin with, and the poisoning he showed on the surface was already cleared up thanks to the Bodhi Jade Sap. If this process continued, the cat would be out of the bag. No one would fear Pill King Hall if their poison was so easily removed. Furthermore, with how knowledgeable Chachu seemed regarding Pill King Hall's poison, if a drop of Bodhi Jade sap was enough to cure him, she wouldn't have followed through with the healing. Zhuo Fan was frowning at this point. No, I cannot let that happen. I can't have her realize the truth, or I'll be exposed. So Zhuo Fan used the demon transformation art to remove the yin energy. Chachu was startled, thinking the poison countered her efforts, so she added more strength. Zhuo Fan tweaked his cultivation method to match her rate of pushing Yuan Kai into his body until, at some point, Chachu sensed her Yuan Kai moved uninhibited through his body. However, a light scowl adorned her face. I cannot believe the Pill King Hall's poison has reached such heights. The poison from a mere youth made me expend so much energy to dispel it. Zhuo Fan secretly laughed, creaking his eyelids open and putting on the weak and sick act. Where am I? Zhuo Fan turned his head around, puzzled, but he cried in joy at the sight of Chachu. Sister Chachu, you're finally back. I thought you're angry with me and would never talk to me again. Chachu was slightly moved. It was unimaginable for this boy to be so happy about seeing her. Instead of being relieved, he was still alive. This was clear proof he placed her far higher in his heart than his own well-being. Feeling warm inside, Chachu raised an eyebrow as she smiled. Of course I'm angry. You, a body cultivator, trashed Yan Fu to such a state, and you still dare fake weakness before me. Speak, what is your aim? He, I don't have one. Just that when I saw you for the first time, you showed such a fierce attitude towards me. But I know you are a good person, taking me in despite your troubles. That is why I want to get close to you, understand you, and become your friend. Chachu gave him a long look and a smile slipped on her face. Humph, yeah, right, who'd believe you? I saw your fight with Yan Fu. You were so vicious in your attacks, using filthy language too. It was the opposite of what a refined young master would do when looking for consolation. Zhuo Fan darted his eyes left and right as he sighed in his heart. Chachu is wise to figure out a man's true nature after just one battle. What she said is true. Why would a ruthless demonic cultivator act all kind if not for his self-interest in growing stronger? He always felt that only the weak would rely on factions, while the strong stood alone. It was the same for spiritual beasts. Packs existed only of low-level spiritual beasts, while 5th and 6th level beasts were solitary. Because once you had strength, you did not need one to look for shelter. But how was he supposed to answer Chachu? Mulling in his heart for a while, Zhuo Fan noticed Chachu's stare on him. It was then an inspiration struck, and he secretly smiled. Brother Dong, thanks again for your girl-chasing skills. Ha, Sister Chachu, you really want me to say it? With silly laughter, Zhuo Fan scratched his head shyly. Chachu's heart was growing in suspicion. Her eyes became piercing. Tell me, is your aim in getting close to me something unspeakable? It's not that important, just that I like you. Zhuo Fan scratched his nose, blushing. Sister Chachu, you're right. I'm not that forward when making friends with anyone, except beauties. Zhuo Fan's bottomless eyes stared at Chachu with emotion. She was so stunned that a rosy tint spread on her cheeks. Why, you don't even know how I look, so why do you know I'm beautiful? Chachu was starting to feel nervous as she stammered. Zhuo Fan secretly relaxed. The initiative is back in my field. Thanks, Brother Dong. Thank you for your skirt-chasing experience. Zhuo Fan was happy inside, but his face was giddy. Sister Chachu, I already told you, your eyes are mesmerizing. The moment I laid eyes on them, I knew you were beautiful. Sophistry? Eyes have nothing to do with how one looks. Chachu turned her head, afraid of meeting Zhuo Fan's gaze. Zhuo Fan let out a short laugh and pressed his advantage. Who said that? Mother said the prettier the eyes, the beautiful the woman. Your mother is speaking nonsense. Really? Then let's see. Zhuo Fan reached for Chachu's cloth covering her face. She was startled for a moment before fleeing scared. Don't, I am hideous. I don't want to scare you. If you try that again, I will be angry. Chachu turned into the scared rabbit hunted by the fierce tiger, running to a corner in the room and blushing in panic. As for her threat, it held no power. In fact, it was more dignified than her usual cold and unfeeling manner. Zhuo Fan was stunned. "Sister, I won't hit you. What are you so afraid of?" Chachu seemed to have recovered her usual self after hearing him speak. She shook her head. "Don't joke around like this again. Regardless of your reason for getting close to me, I will soon leave this place. It's likely that we will never meet each other again." "What? Leave?" Zhuo Fan was alarmed. He finally found this Bodhi jade sap and now she wanted to leave. "Where do I go looking for heavenly medicine then?" "Where?" Zhuo Fan blurted. "I won't tell you even if you ask." Chachu turned and left. "This will be the last time we see each other." Her steps were growing ever fainter. Zhuo Fan's eyes now flashed with a trace of resolution. He would have to fight for the Bodhi jade sap if he still wanted it. But the opponent was a profound heaven expert. A noisy fight might break out and more experts would come. At that point, his fate was sealed. Killing intent flashed in his eyes and feigned reluctance in his voice. "Sister Chachu, don't leave. I don't want to be away from you, ah." Zhuo Fan pretended to be weak as he got up, only to collapse forward. Even flung from a 100-meter-tall cliff wouldn't put a dent in him with his bone-tempering cultivation in normal cases. But women were women. Chachu's heart turned soft and was by his side to support him. But Zhuo Fan let out an evil smirk as he clawed at Chachu. He'd force her to hand over the Bodhi jade sap. If not, he was going to pry it from her cold, dead body. Zhuo Fan wasn't kind, striking down even his so-called friends if it came to it. Since she was a profound heaven expert, she slanted her head the moment she heard the sound from the swift attack and avoided Zhuo Fan's move. The claw passed by her neck, taking with it the cloth over her face and exposing a delicate and smooth skin. Since the first attack didn't work, he wanted to continue, but Chachu's expression left him dumbfounded. Incredible? That was the only thought in his mind. Chachu's features made her the most perfect, most outstanding beauty he had ever seen. This was even if he were to include his past life. So much so he couldn't even conceive the thought such a being existed. She is indeed a fairy. Zhuo Fan forgot even his objective. Chachu was also lost, not having detected Zhuo Fan's killing intent. His slack-jawed expression made her blush as tears pooled in her pure eyes. Bam! A crisp slap made intimate contact with Zhuo Fan's face, throwing him into the wall. She picked up the rough cloth on the ground and covered her face before leaving, with the clear teardrops still stained on the floor. What's going on? Zhuo Fan rubbed his inflamed cheek, finding it impossible to forget her visage. Who knew the world could birth such beauty? "I thought what I used before was flattery, but it turned out to be true. Pretty eyes are always on pretty women, and she is the most amazing in the world." Zhuo Fan sighed with palpitation and sorrow. Suddenly, something occurred to him and rushed outside, but there was no sign of Chachu or any trace of her Yuan Kai. Only sister, at least leave the Bodhi jade sap behind. Zhuo Fan was crying inside. Now I'm back to square one. Blast it all to hell. What was I doing gawking instead of attacking? Am I a lecher that can't move when he sees a beautiful woman? Zhuo Fan cursed himself as he sighed again and again. Chapter 104. Second layer of bone tempering stage. 3 days later, the Dong siblings were asking around as they made their way through the slums. "Bro Song, where are you?" Dong Tianba took his sister to a rundown house where he noticed Zhuo Fan's figure through a hole in the roof. He was sitting on the bed with his eyes closed in meditation. "Bro, I finally found you. It's good that you're all right." Dong Tianba ran to him but bumped into an invisible wall and was flung into the dirt. Opening his eyes, Zhuo Fan exhaled as he stood up. With all the effort he put into cultivating these past few days, he reached the second layer of bone tempering stage. He had Yan Fu's 3 poisons to thank for that. Poison was also a tonic. Zhuo Fan refined them and also absorbed Chachu's Yin Yuan Kai, resulting in a 1-month early breakthrough. This advancement strengthened his body and speed by 10%. Now, the average profound heaven experts were nothing, and he could even clash with those body cultivators in the profound heaven stage. With a wave of his hand, he released the defensive array and walked out with a smile. "Bro, a second-rate clan such as you coming to visit my humble home truly brings light into this wretched house. Please stop pretending. Dong Tianba patted the dust from his clothes. What's with this house? Why couldn't I enter and felt like I got slapped instead? Ha ha ha, you think anyone can just waltz in? Zhuo Fan laughed. These 3 days I was cultivating in seclusion and set up a defensive array so no one would bother me. What, you know freaking arrays? Dong Tianba jumped, his 2 eyes staring at Zhuo Fan in shock. Bro, if I haven't indulged in vices with you for so long, I'd think you're a different person. We haven't seen each other for a few years, and not only has your strength soared, but you're also knowledgeable in arrays as well as having refining skills. Dong Xiaowen stared with her pretty eyes at Zhuo Fan in worship. Laughing out loud, Zhuo Fan hurried to explain. Brother Dong, don't tease me. I used to be so frivolous in my youth, but young Miss Dong and your grandfather woke me up. Let bygones be bygones. Big brother Song it all my fault. Dong Xiaowen's rebuking glance seemed to be sending a message. Though, in fact, it was filled with love. Dong Tianba smacked his lips. Little brother's glorious success leaves me ashamed. I'll work hard and one day reach new heights just like you. Ha ha ha, cultivation is based firstly on talent, second on luck, and third on diligence. If anyone could have become strong after just hard work, the world would have been filled with experts. Zhuo Fan gave a bitter laugh. Dong Tianba's talent will only allow him to reach profound heaven's stage at best. Without a lucky break, he would never advance beyond that, but Zhuo Fan didn't want to curb his enthusiasm. Oh, Brother Song, where's Lady Chuchu? Dong Tianba looked around. She said she'll save you and had actually done it. She is such a strange person. Why is it that I don't see her around? It's a long story. Zhuo Fan sighed, having recalled the Bodhi Jade sap and was filled with lament. I had the perfect chance and blew it, but regretting it now is pointless. If the heavens would grace me with another chance, I will definitely strike when I need to. Zhuo Fan was filled with resolve while Dong Tianba misunderstood. She left. Zhuo Fan nodded with a sigh. Bro, you have become so infatuated. Dong Tianba patted his shoulder. It's all right. Lovers will one day reunite. Just make sure to not let her go next time. Zhuo Fan didn't get the chance to explain as Dong Xiaowen glared at her brother. Dong Tianba noticed it and changed his tone. That Lady Chuchu must have left because she has another lover. Forget about her. The world is teeming with flowers, so you don't need to stop at the first one you find. Perhaps the one before you might be even better. Dong Xiaowen was bashful. Zhuo Fan watched the siblings act while blinking dumbstruck. Do I look like a man intoxicated by emotions? My only regret is missing my chance to get the Bodhi Jade sap. Though Zhuo Fan didn't clear the misunderstanding, he continued to speak. Brother Dong, did you come here to make sure I am still alive and kicking, or is there something else? Dong Tianba recalled the reason for his visit and face-palmed. Brother Song, thanks for reminding me, I totally forgot. I came to make sure you're all right and for the safety of both our clans to take you somewhere. Dong Tianba then pulled Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan was baffled but followed after noticing how serious he was. Since he lost all trails on Bodhi Jade sap, it was better to go with Dong Tianba and ask around. The trio arrived before a tall building. The plaque on it left Zhuo Fan secretly giving a chuckle. Meanwhile, he had a vulgar grin on his face. He, Brother Dong, you just said you're going to work hard, but how come you brought me to this place? What place? Dong Tianba was clueless. With a wretched smile, Zhuo Fan pointed at the plaque. Brother Dong, don't play the fool. You're much more cultured than me. Look, it says bro MPH. Dong Tianba clamped his mouth shut as he cursed. Quiet, this is Drifting Flower City, a place ruled by women. You think there are such places here? Then, Zhuo Fan blinked at the plaque. Dong Tianba looked where he was pointing and almost cried. Brother, please look closer. It's the Iris edifice. After a long look, Zhuo Fan noticed right then when the wind blew the red silk away and revealed the whole plaque. Star Reader, play on words. The first character for brothel is the same for Iris. This was the Iris edifice, the top of the 15 buildings under Drifting Flowers edifice. And the Iris overseer, too, was none other than Kin Caking? Ha ha ha, so it's the Iris edifice. I thought such a place was uncultured, and didn't bother remembering the matron's name and called it brothel. You're still saying it? Dong Tianba glared at him and sighed in relief once he found no one paid attention to them. Uttering the word brothel in Drifting Flowers Edifice's domain was suicide. Dong Xiaowen pouted. Humph! All men are the same. Let me warn you, both of you are forbidden from going into such places again. Zhuo Fan laughed dryly. If you want to bother someone, nag at your brother. Why are you lumping me together with him? We're not related, and I am a free spirit. Brother Dong, why did you drag me here? Zhuo Fan ignored Dong Xiaowen. The frown further emphasized the seriousness on Dong Tianba's face. Brother, I have thought long and hard these past days, and realized our misfortune came from offending Peony Edifice's Xiao Dandan. Among the 15 overseers, Iris Overseer is the most amiable and the easiest to speak with. I want to ask her to help dissuade this grudge. If not, even if we shave our heads and hide in a monastery, we'll meet our end sooner or later. Zhuo Fan snorted but secretly nodded. If that Iris Overseer had any intention of helping us, Xiao Dandan would have been kept on a tight leash. She did all this in an attempt to expose my identity. This was fine anyway, since Zhuo Fan wanted to know the Iris Overseer in person, to figure out how deep her suspicion went. And whether or not his battle with Yan Fu worked to consolidate these guesses, Zhuo Fan nodded. Bro, you're so thorough. The Iris Overseer is definitely a place the two of us must pay a visit. Since Bro agrees, then let's go. Dong Tianba laughed and produced a red invitation to the two Kai condensation young ladies standing guard. Dong Tianba bowed 90 degrees as he offered it. Please announce that Dong Tianba and Dong Xiaowen, along with the Song Clan's Song Yu, have come to visit Iris Overseer. Humph, you think it's that easy for second- and third-rate clans to waltz in? The girl snorted. Dong Tianba was beet red in anger, but his bow didn't flinch under the contemptuous stare of the girl. Dong Xiaowen chewed her lip and sighed. She felt sorry for her brother, but there was no other way. This was the reception all clans outside the 7 houses got. Zhuo Fan wasn't known for his patience, entering while Dong Xiaowen was distracted. Ladies, do you know Xiao Dandan? One of them looked at Zhuo Fan. She is our senior sister. What, you know her? She's from Peony Edifice, while this is Iris Edifice. We won't announce your arrival even for her sake. Ha ha ha, that's not my intention at all. But have you heard? She was stripped naked by a man in the middle of the street, leaving her in nothing but her underwear. The two's eyelids twitched as they nodded. He, that man was none other than me. Zhuo Fan let out a wicked smile. Do you believe me when I say that if you do not announce our arrival, I will peel your clothes off in broad daylight? The two recoiled. How dare you? This is Iris Edifice. Is there a difference? Zhuo Fan stared them right in the eye. His killing intent spiked, and a soul ripple swept the two. The ladies shivered. Fear had gripped their hearts. Wait here. I will go make the announcement. Unable to withstand his cold gaze, one lady ran inside, leaving the other shivering. Dong Tianba sighed. Ever since he met Song Yu again, Dong Tianba felt he was a different person. Not only in strength, but also in character, not putting even the 7 houses in his eyes. This was why he brought his sister along, to keep an eye out on this brother of his. But not only did she overlook his actions, the latter was now looking for trouble. Only, he came here to look for asylum. And you've come asking for help with that attitude. It'd be lucky if they don't slaughter your entire clan. Not only was Zhuo Fan indifferent, but he also had a proud look plastered on his face. Bro, towards these small-time snobs, fear is the best solution. He. Bro, you. Dong Tianba sighed. He could only hope Iris Floorkeeper was open-minded enough to overlook this. Chapter 105, Bodhi Root. The Dong siblings waited nervously while Zhuo Fan looked calmer than ever. The lady soon returned and spoke in a frightened tone. The Overseer shall see you. Oh, great. Thank you. Dong Tianba bowed, then rushed inside, dragging his sister. Zhuo Fan swaggered in the slowest and most languid way, smirking at the ladies and giving them the middle finger as he passed. The ladies stepped back in fright, and only gained some semblance of reassurance when he was gone. Hey, did you also report how vulgar that punk is? The other lady asked. The first one was sullen. Sister, I did, repeatedly. Then why is the overseer letting them in? She should have sent someone to put him in his place. The other lady was on the verge of crying. Sister, don't say it, it's useless. Do you know what the overseer said when I mentioned his obscene behavior? What? 4 words, don't provoke the lunatic? What? The other lady was scared now, her eyes wide as saucers. She didn't know Zhuo Fan's identity, but their overseer actually went as far as to recommend not offending him. Is he from the 7 houses? That can't be. The invitation clearly states Dong and Song clans. The Dong clan is a second-rate clan, and the Song a third-rate clan. It doesn't make sense to let him go unrestrained. This was the thinking of people who had yet to witness the sheer brutality and savagery of the infamous Zhuo Fan. A madman wasn't scary, but a pig-headed madman was. Zhuo Fan dolled up as Song Yu when he came to Drifting Flower City, but his demeanor was as frivolous and whimsical as ever. In any case, the trouble would fall on the Song clan. So he was free to be brasher than ever. With this incentive, he plunged the Merry Woods disciple into a world of hurt, spicing up the show by humiliating the Peony Edifice's disciple, and then trashing of Pill King Hall's disciple as the curtains fell. He showed no leniency to any of them, despite them hailing from the 7 houses. Yet, with all the trouble piling up on his head, he wasn't in the least bit interested regarding the danger he was bringing the Song clan. Even Iris Overseer was not willing to mess with such a lunatic, who had no mind of the repercussions. It was fine if he didn't care about his life, but others close to him? This was a fact made obvious when he clobbered Yan Fu. Qin Caking thus warned the disciple to avoid something she would clearly regret. The two, though, were unaware of the whole story, so they thought Zhuo Fan was someone of immense power with a deep background that affected even their overseer. Zhuo Fan had long foreseen such a possibility. The one truly frightening people were those stubborn and hard-headed people that were willing to forsake even their lives. In the eyes of those who watched his battle with Yan Fu, he was a man who had died once. And this only worked to boost his egotistical behavior instead of putting a damp on it, further removing many troubles. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong, along with self-preservation, was a law adhered by all, be it strong or weak. Even the 7 houses had to think twice when messing with this stubborn mule, even if they thought he was beneath them. With a dastardly grin on his face, Zhuo Fan cackled in his heart. He was met with no obstruction as he walked with the pair of siblings to Iris Overseer's receiving room. She was already sitting there and watched in awe Zhuo Fan strutting in. "Please, sit." "I wouldn't dare." Dong Tianba dragged his sister into a bow while Zhuo Fan slumped into a chair. "Much obliged." Dong Tianba was scared witless, on the verge of crying, blasted all to hell. "You're in someone else's house. If you piss her off, it won't be just the Song clan that gets buried. I pleaded with you all this time to behave. If I knew you this impudent, I would have never had brought you." Dong Tianba lamented in his mind as he rushed to make amends. "Please ignore him, floor keeper. My brother is rash and uncivilized. Please don't blame him." "Ha ha ha, young Master Song is true to himself. Why would I ever blame him? Also, you two can dispense the courtesy and sit," Qin Caking said with a smile. Dong Tianba wiped his forehead and pulled his sister into a seat, while not forgetting to send Zhuo Fan a glare. Zhuo Fan ignored it, of course, since he didn't even see it. Dong Tianba sighed, his feature tenses as if at a funeral. Qin Caking giggled, her eyes drifting over them. "Young Master Dong, this isn't the underworld. Relax. Try to be like young Master Song." Dong Tianba right then noticed Zhuo Fan taking a bite out of a random fruit he picked off the table. Dong Tianba's eyelids were twitching. He's too comfortable. "This isn't your home, you know." But he only kept it to himself when he saw Qin Caking's calm state. They said Iris Overseer was an amiable person, but he didn't think it was to this extent. "She's so friendly that it should be easy to handle our problem." Dong Tianba bowed once again and spoke in a grave tone. "Overseer, the 3 of us have come with a request." "Do speak." Qin Caking smiled. "Overseer, a few days ago we offended Miss Zio Dandan, and this had us in a fright these past 2 days. This might be presumptuous of me, but I want to ask the Overseer to mediate, to remove this grudge between us." The Song and Dong clans will forever be in your gratitude. I understand this matter, and Dandan was the one going overboard. I will be sure to straighten her. Qin Keqing nodded, then smiled at Zhuo Fan. However, I can't help but feel intrigued about something. They say young Master Song was hit by Pil King Hall's Yan Fu's rainbow cloud palm because of Dandan. How is he back on his feet after only a few days? Pil King Hall's poison isn't so easily removed. Dong Tianba froze but for a moment, then glanced at Zhuo Fan. Chuchu was Zhuo Fan's friend, and it was up to him if he wanted to reveal her involvement. If he made a careless comment and invited disaster later, his dear little brother would blame him for the rest of his life. Zhuo Fan nodded satisfied. Dong Tianba was a black sheep of the family, but he had a redeeming feature, his loyal heart. As for Chuchu, Zhuo Fan was also thinking of asking around for her. Qin Keqing was an overseer and ought to know of the profound heaven-expert Chuchu's Bodhi Jade sap. He was brief and blunt. I met a woman covering her face who dispelled the poison swiftly. A woman covering her face? Qin Keqing was caught by surprise. Yes, I met her in the slums, a woman that calls herself Chuchu. The people there call her the Scourge Woman. Zhuo Fan fixed his eyes on Qin Keqing, noticing suspicion in her eyes. It was then that a sudden realization seemed to overcome her, but she quickly hid it. Ha ha ha, young Master Song is fortunate to have such an encounter. Your future will be boundless. Zhuo Fan squinted. I can only hope. From the two's casual talk, Chuchu wasn't such a sore topic. Dong Tianba was scared she had some conflict with Drifting Flowers edifice that would affect today's talks. His hand flashed, and a coral as large as a man appeared, glowing a faint red. This item was so rare that even Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. It was useless to cultivators, but its value came from its rarity. It was worth more than 100,000 spirit stones. Dong Tianba bowed again. Then please accept this for your troubles, overseer. I accept your kindness, but take back with you. I will handle Dandan all the same. Qin Keqing didn't even glance at the coral. Dong Tianba bowed again in panic. This is but a token of my appreciation. Please take it, or I wouldn't be able to find peace. Bullshit. Riches are given in exchange for favors. If you don't take it, how do I know you'll do it? If you overlook this once we leave, that damn girl will burn our clans to the ground. And you might not even know it. No, you will most likely have forgotten us by then. At least taking my gift ought to remind you of our plight each time you look at it. No, Dong Tianba cursed inside. Qin Keqing understood him and shook her head as she took the item. Only then did Dong Tianba smile in relief. Qin Keqing clapped tryst and a disciple brought wine. Guests from afar, you gave me an immense gift. These 3 bottles of 100 Flowers wine is our Drifting Flowers edifice's specialty that helps in one's cultivation. Please accept my gift. We can't possibly refuse Floor Keeper's generous hospitality. Dong Tianba laughed as he poured himself a cup. Zhuo Fan and Dong Xiaowen toasted and drank. What great wine! Dong Tianba praised but plopped on the table unconscious the next second. The same went for Dong Xiaowen, while Zhuo Fan was the only one sober. Raising an eyebrow, he smiled. Overseer, is there something you want to say to me? Qin Keqing gave him a praising look and nodded. You're smart. I need you to do something for me. Do it well, and the two of you can leave the Drifting Flowers city in safety. Fail, and your clans will shortly follow you into the grave. Is that a threat? Zhuo Fan perked the corner of his mouth into a wicked grin. Qin Keqing shook her head. No, a fact. I know you're a brash and fearless man, but didn't you come here to settle the matter with Dandan? If you don't do this for me, I won't help you either. And with that last temper, your 2 clans will have no future. Zhuo Fan squinted. Let's hear it. And if I can't do it, I'm guessing you're going to destroy us anyway. Zhuo Fan's carefree tone seemed to say he didn't care, but Qin Keqing found this extremely odd. Who in this world didn't care about their clan's fate? Madman, a true lunatic. This man can't be controlled. Qin Keqing secretly sighed while her face remained impassive. I'm not asking the impossible. I only want you to steal something from me. What? Zhuo Fan yawned. Our edifice lord's treasure, the Bodhi root? Come again? The Bodhi root? Qin Keqing iterated. His eyes wide, Zhuo Fan's heart was in exultation. Only Bodhi root gathered earth essence and turned it into life essence in the form of Bodhi jade sap. Who'd have seen this coming? He just lost his trail on the Bodhi jade sap, and now he has clues about a Bodhi root. Bloody hell. This is providence, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan cackled inside, his eyes glinting with interest. Chapter 106. Scouting Drifting Flowers Edifice. As an overseer, a valuable member of Drifting Flowers Edifice. Why are you doing this? Despite how thrilled he was, it was best to cover all bases and know the situation in detail. Qin Keqing's eyes showed a deep gaze as her tone grew colder. That does not concern you. All you have to do is to get it. But Drifting Flowers Edifice is packed with guards. How am I? Qin Keqing cut him off. You need not concern yourself with this. I made preparations. After she spoke, Qin Keqing placed a map in his hand. Zhuo Fan looked at the multitude of colorful lines and symbols blended in an intricate mesh. It is easy to remember. Contains the Drifting Flowers Edifice's terrain along with the patrol routes and when they change shifts. With your skill, as long as you're smart, it won't be hard getting in and out. Squinting, Zhuo Fan put away the map in deep thought. This was the perfect chance to get his hands on the Bodhi route, but was suspicious that this might be a trap. Qin Keqing may have already known his identity and set up an ambush there. If he was against profound heaven experts, not even his wings could save him, though it is highly unlikely for this to happen. If he didn't have the Iris Overseer's help, entering Drifting Flowers Edifice would be difficult. Have you come to a decision? Iris Overseer stared at his face, her heart nervous. Young Master Song, I'm sorry if I have to resort to unbecoming language when I say this. But if you don't do it and leak it instead, I will gouge out your eyes, retch out your tongue, and tear your arms and legs from your body. Ah, and what choice does that leave me? Zhuo Fan snickered. Although, Iris Overseer, I have to admit, that is a bit vicious of you to do. Tearing my limbs from my body, retching my tongue out, and gouging my eyes is worse than dying. Knowing he agreed to her request, the Iris Overseer's heart eased. I am not one who takes killing lightly. But as you've seen the map and still chose not to agree, all those actions are to prevent you from leaking the secret, be it through writing or otherwise. Rolling his eyes, Zhuo Fan's mouth twitched. Then why must you take my feet? Is my feet useful in writing? I don't know. With what an oddity young Master Song is, who knows what you're truly capable of? Qin Keqing gave a silly smile hidden behind her veil. Although her features were obscured, her beauty couldn't be hidden. Zhuo Fan sighed. She is quite the looker, but her heart is so poisonous. This was something he could understand. This world was one where might was right, and men ruled. A woman had to be vicious enough, poisonous enough to stand tall in this world. With how naive and gullible that pure Zhu Ningxiang was, if it weren't for her encounter with the demon Zhuo Fan, she would have been Hell Valley's cauldron by now. Zhuo Fan started to recall the carefree life the three led in the All-Beast mountain range. Those were the best and shortest days of both his lives. Young Master Song, you will go tonight. So soon? Zhuo Fan stared at Qin Keqing. He was impatient of getting Bodhi root, but not that much. Who knew the Iris Overseer was in even more of a rush? Young Master Song, there's something you may not know. Qin Keqing sighed. The Bodhi root is something the Edifice Lord protects herself. Only when the month of full moon does she go in seclusion, leaving the Bodhi root in the treasure pavilion's care. We are running out of time as she is soon to come out. Tianyu's #1 beauty, Chu Qingcheng? Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. What's her cultivation? Her stare was fixed on Zhuo Fan. Until she was certain he didn't show any odd reaction, she responded, despite being doubtful. She is my junior sister, and should be in the 3rd layer of profound heaven stage. That much should be possible to fight off. Zhuo Fan analyzed, then nodded. Then I will go tonight. Qin Keqing was overjoyed and released a scent to the Dong siblings to wake them up. Since they were out for the duration of the talk, Qin Keqing explained they fainted after drinking such a potent wine, but that it wouldn't happen again in the future. This concluded the meeting, and Qin Keqing saw them out. Dong Tianba was more than happy to leave now that his aim was achieved. As they passed by the entrance, the two ladies were still in fear, holding their tongues in check. But once the trio was gone, Zhuo Fan threw a pill into the air. A flash of red flew out of him and swallowed the energy-concealing pill, then went into Ainz Edifice. He was curious to know what Ainz Overseer's true game was. Blood Infant moved like a specter, entering the drawing room without anyone's notice, where Ainz Overseer was still sitting. A cough suddenly came and a person appeared behind Qin Caking. Zhuo Fan cried out, "Vicious Pill King Yansong! Why is he here? Why are you doing this?" Yansong touched her shoulder and squeezed, making Qin Caking grimace and her face flash green. Qin Caking gnashed her teeth as she broke out in fine sweat. "Elder Yan, I am Ainz Overseer. If I don't do this, I can no longer keep my position." Once the fool gets the item, his life would have run its course and no one will know of my involvement. "Humph, you're still thinking of escaping liability even when you execute my plans. If anything goes wrong with the brat and ruins my plan, I will have you answer for it." Yansong clutched at Qin Caking harder, throwing her on the ground. She could only let him do what he wanted as tears of humiliation streaked her cheeks. Yansong ridiculed, "Of the 15 overseers, I control more than half. Drifting Flowers Edifice will soon come under Pill King Hall and the first of 7 houses to be swallowed. Do you think exposing this will help you? As long as I'm here, act like the Ainz Overseer you are, not for Drifting Flowers Tower, but for my Pill King Hall. You heard the brat. There's someone in this city that can remove your poison. If your poison is cured, how will you threaten the other overseers?" Yansong gave her a contemptuous and evil smile. "Were you always waiting for the arrival of such a man that will save Drifting Flowers Edifice from this crisis? Ha ha ha, what wishful thinking. My rainbow cloud palm is made up of 7 savage poisons, and no one can remove it. The brat was only lucky to be hit by my disciple's 3 poison palm. If it was mine instead, not even the most renowned alchemist could save his wretched life." Qin Caking bit her lip, a trail of blood flowing down and tears glistened in her eyes from the resentment she carried. Snorting, Yansong kicked her. "Bitch, get rid of him once he comes back. Or you and your sisters will wait in silence for death without me, ha ha ha. A woman will always be a woman, reliant on a man. You must be delusional for fighting against the world of man." Yansong laughed as he left. Zhuo Fan surmised she must be feeling hatred, anger, and deep-seated powerlessness, though it had nothing to do with him. So he willed Blood Infant to return. Now that light has been shone on the matter, he could go all out. He'll get the Bod High route and skip town. As for the Song and Dong clan, thanks for taking the fall. Zhuo Fan snickered secretly, looking at the Dong siblings without any remorse. They had elders to get them out of any situation. I owe you guys nothing after all, so be grateful for helping me out, okay? The Dong siblings reciprocated his warm smile with another of their own. Though appearances could be deceiving, where even a smile hid countless dangers, in the dead of night, silence ruled. The street was empty, but there were some who were moving around a large building, the patrol. 3 words were gracefully placed on the building. Drifting Flowers Edifice. Zhuo Fan flashed in the darkness, wearing black clothes from head to toe. He made use of the patrol's changing shifts and snuck inside. Through a series of odd twists and turns, he arrived at a pond. Looking back, Zhuo Fan sighed and took the map out with a smile. With Qin Caking's help, I wouldn't have known of all these arrays. There are freaking 10 of them. I just passed 1 and still have 9 to go. Zhuo Fan sighed and stepped back into the darkness. He was adept in arrays, but it would be very easy to get trapped in them without prior investigation. But knowing the map and the disciples' routes, he had it in the bag. Only I guess people have this saying, attacks you can avoid day and night, but thieves are hard to counter. When I get back to the Luo clan, I will have to make proper arrangements so that this won't ever happen to me. Zhuo Fan had such an easy time with the arrays. He even indulged in flights of fancy. Soon, the 10 arrays were cleared. The objective was almost in sight. Treasure Pavilion, Bod High Route, Chapter 107. Drifting flowers whisper under the cover of the Inkai black night. Zhuo Fan advanced like a cat through the sentries and arrived at the inner courtyard. But for some reason he stopped, brows furrowed. Taking the map out again, Zhuo Fan flitted his gaze from the map to the layout again and again. Someone changed it. The inner courtyard had a fifth-grade array, shifting defensive array. It affected every corner of the courtyard and messed with the layout. Going by the map's explanation, the Drifting Flowers edifice shifted once a month for protection. So much so that not even the disciples knew of the new layout. But Qin Caking was an overseer and knew the basis behind the shift, pointing the crucial locations out on the map. Now that he was here, Zhuo Fan saw there had been another shift, with those locations were no longer valid. He was now forced to search everywhere for the treasure pavilion. Curses, things only get worse. Zhuo Fan sighed as he stepped lightly, while also letting Blood Infant out to help move things along. Whoosh tilde Blood Infant flashed through empty rooms after empty rooms until feeling a sudden, powerful force. Zhuo Fan squinted, profound heaven expert, and made Blood Infant vanish. In a sparse room with a bed, a table, and a chair, a yellow lamp burned faintly on the table. Zhuo Fan recognized the old man meditating on the bed as being Zai Tianyang's eighth elder, Jian Suifeng. The door creaked and Zai Tianyang entered covered in sweat, gasping for breath as he slumped in the chair. Jian Suifeng opened his eyes and watched Zai Tianyang, pleased. "Tianyang, you've been working hard as of late. It won't be long before you surpass your elder brother." "Humph, my dad always says elder brother is a genius that comes by once a millennium. Not even a radiant stage cultivator can beat him, so how can I compare?" Zai Tianyang was filled with fighting spirit. "I am content as long as I can surpass that punk." Jian Suifeng smiled. "You mean that freak Zhuo Fan?" "Yes." Zai Tianyang's eyes flashed with sorrow. "Eighth elder, my only regret in life is that I was powerless in Blue Expanse City because I didn't train harder. I let Ninger down when she needed me most. I hope the next time will be me who will protect her, not Zhuo Fan." Jian Suifeng sighed. "Tianyang, you are too talented and the Abode Lord won't let you marry a second-rate clan's daughter. I know that, just." Zai Tianyang chuckled in the end. "If there's one good thing that damn punk taught me, it is that might makes right. There's nothing in this world you cannot do. You all kept saying how treacherous Yugiki was, but didn't he find his end in Zhuo Fan's hands? With enough strength, I will be deciding my bride, and Dad can do nothing to stop me." Laughing, Zai Tianyang left the room. "Tianyang, where are you going?" "Training." Zai Tianyang was firm in his decision, his eyes proud. "Of the flowing space's 9 forms, I only know 4. I will be practicing the 5th. What, you know the 4th? Jian Suifeng watched the leaving Zai Tianyang with pride. Watching Zhuo Fan's battle must have motivated him. If he keeps this up, it won't be long before he's in the profound heaven stage, ha ha ha. Blood Infant slunk back out. Zhuo Fan shook his head. "Didn't think Zai Tianyang took me as a rival. This is good. With his power, I can rest easy knowing he can protect Ninger." Zhuo Fan moved Blood Infant to another room. But it was just another empty room. From the map, Treasure Pavilion was always shifted close to the Edifice Lord's chambers. It wasn't near this empty one. But then, where can her room be? "Sister Dandan, give me a kiss, just one." "Young Master Yan, please don't. AI, your fiancé, Lin Tianyu, is already ruined by that brat. He can't make you happy, so let me." He suddenly heard 2 voices and moved Blood Infant inside the room, hoping to eavesdrop on some clues. But Zhuo Fan was shocked when Blood Infant entered. "I beat the crap out of this disciple, but he is now mostly recovered. Pill King Hall's #1 alchemist sure deserves his fame, healing his protege to such an extent in a mere 3 days. Only a 7th-grade alchemist could do that. As the disciple recovered, so did his lust. He was now on the bed holding Zio Dandan's hand without letting her go. His mind had to be in the gutter. "Humph, perverted couple, none of you are worth a dime. I don't have time to waste on you." Zhuo Fan snorted inside. Yan Fu suddenly pulled Zio Dandan into bed and loomed over her. He, fair lady, stay with me tonight." "No, young Master Yan." The ladies of Drifting Flowers Edifice give themselves to their husbands only on their wedding night. What Drifting Flowers Edifice? It will all belong to Pill King Hall sooner or later anyway. Yan Fu's eyes became malevolent as he eyed Xiao Dandan with suspicion. Are you still pining for that impotent fiancé of yours? And no, Xiao Dandan cried. Then what are you waiting for? Let us enjoy ourselves. Yan Fu started to roam his hands around as Xiao Dandan's gave off powerless protests. Young Master Yan, don't. I need to pay my respects to my master each evening. Pay respects. Wasn't her master Peony Overseer? That meant following her would lead him closer to Treasure Pavilion. Zhuo Fan stopped in his tracks, and his heart burst with rage when he saw Yan Fu about to take advantage of Xiao Dandan. Got him it. Get the F***CK down, bastard. Don't ruin my plans, she still needs to visit her master. Blood Infant entered Yan Fu in a flash. Yan Fu just loosened his waistband but then felt a sharp pain in his stomach. With a waning face, he plopped on the floor. Xiao Dandan was still shivering even after he collapsed. She put him on the bed and covered him with the quilt, then left after wiping her tears. Perhaps because of the fear she was in, she did not question why Yan Fu had blanked out and left. Zhuo Fan snickered as he sent Blood Infant on her trail. Yan Fu was no one important. He didn't want to earn Vicious Pill King's rage because of the brat. So he only allowed the Blood Infant to suck up enough of Yan Fu's blood to knock him out. Following Xiao Dandan, Zhuo Fan soon arrived at a large building. The lamps were lit, and the fragrance of women drifted for over 100 meters. Blood Infant followed Xiao Dandan, who rushed to the door where she knocked. Zhuo Fan was startled and sent Blood Infant inside. He found not only a woman but also a man. She was very bold, and despite her veil, her chest was covered by a thin cloth while leaving her back bare open. Her promiscuous eyes landed on the man. He was a middle-aged man with a split mustache that stared hotly at the woman's chest. How is this a seven-noble house? It'd be better changing its name to brothel. Why is it that everywhere I go, I end up seeing these things? Zhuo Fan shook his head and sighed, but he was still a man and couldn't help but sneak another peek. Elder Lin, do you love me? The woman giggled. Bobbing his head, the man was drooling. I love you with all my being, Peony Overseer. I, Lin Zishan, love you dearly and even die for you. I only hope that Overseer would allow me a glimpse of your delicate features. He reached for her veil, but Peony Overseer dodged with a giggle. Elder Lin, you must first make me yours before taking my veil. I will most certainly make you mine. Lin Zishan was overcome with lust, as if he never saw a woman in his life. Peony Overseer rolled her eyes. Then do you agree to my marriage condition? Lin Zishan frowned and his face fell. Peony, don't make it difficult for me. All of 7 houses know how dreadful Vicious Pill King is. Asking me to face him is the same as wanting my life. Humph, Lin Zishan, where has all that love you proclaimed gone? Didn't you say you'd die for me? I am willing to die for you, but not a worthless death. All men are cheaters. Get lost. Peony Overseer's anger flared and roared, tears welling in her eyes. Lin Zishan shook his head, leaving slowly. When he got to the door, he sighed. Peony, I know Drifting Flowers Edifice's situation and what you're thinking. But Drifting Flowers Edifice is hopeless. No one is willing to offend the Pill King Hall for you. If you have no safe place to turn to, look for me in Merry Woods. Lin Zishan left slowly, leaving Peony Overseer in tears. Chapter 108, Seeing Chuchu Again. Master? A delicate voice came from behind the Peony Overseer. She knew it was her disciple and hurried to wipe the tears away before turning around. But Xiao Dandan's disorderly appearance had her furious. What happened? Was it Yan Fu who messed with you this time? Did he do anything to you? Chewing her lip, Xiao Dandan held in her tears as she furiously shook her head. Master, he didn't do anything yet. Sighing, Peony Overseer showed tenderness as she caressed Xiao Dandan's head. Dandan, I was wrong to blame you. Master, I am fine. But you bore such shame all because you cared for Drifting Flowers Edifice. Don't say it. Peony Overseer interrupted her. Dandan, remember, the men of this world only know to hide their intention behind sweet words. They say they love you, that they'd die for you, but when push comes to shove, they will leave you. Never ever believe a man's sophistry? Xiao Danden's eyes roamed around before muttering. Perhaps there is an exception. Danden, what are you saying? Peony overseers turned strict. All men of this world are heartless with no exceptions. Lin Zishan is the same, his master is the same, and even that Yan Fu, Humph, they only see us as a piece of meat. They will never stick out their necks for any of us. Women can only rely on themselves. No man is worthy of our trust. But master, Xiao Danden flushed, didn't Zhuo Fan appear recently? I heard he ran amok in Blue Expanse City for one girl, killing Hell Valley's 7th elder. He was willing to defy Hell Valley for her. Isn't this love? Zhuo Fan, Peony Overseer gasped. I've never seen him and can't come to a decision of what kind of man he is, but rumors paint him as a bloodthirsty demon. His battle with Yu-Giki may have had nothing to do with the girl. It could be a grudge he held against the 7th elder. But aren't these all rumors spread by Hell Valley? This is clearly done deliberately to defame him. Xiao Danden spoke softly. Peony Overseer raised an eyebrow. Girl, why are you bringing him up? You have never saw him either. The Peony Overseer started to put things together. You've been strange of late. Fussing and complaining about Lin Tianyu while also going out to look for trouble. Was it all because you fancy Zhuo Fan? Zhuo Fan was stunned. You're saying this girl acted all spoiled and humiliated the Dong clan because of me. I don't remember having that much charm. Since when is my name enough to make a girl fall head over heels for me and ruin other clans' happiness? I guess being outstanding has its demerits. Zhuo Fan got his head in the clouds. Xiao Danden was beet red, acting all bashful. Master, don't tease me. I was only hoping of finding such a man myself, one that was willing to stand up to the 7 houses for his girl. And that is why you found Lin Tianyu increasingly displeasing, right? Peony Overseer saw Xiao Danden nod and sighed. Silly child, even if such a man does exist, it doesn't mean you'll be fortunate enough to meet him. We, the women of Drifting Flowers Edifice, only marry people form large clans to preserve our standing. You must accept this fate. Xiao Danden resigned and nodded sadly. Sighing, Peony Overseer patted her shoulder. Danden, I am tired. Please patrol around Treasure Pavilion in my stead. Yes, master. Xiao Danden left with a bow. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed in glee. He got what he wanted without even asking. It's like giving water to the thirsty. How convenient, he called Blood Infant back and slowly followed Xiao Danden to the blind eyes of the master and disciple. After 15 minutes of twists and turns, he saw before him a 50 meters tall pagoda. If one paid attention, he would sense a strange energy around it. An array Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes and withdrew. This array was controlled by those who lived here. If he forced his way in, he'd attract the experts around. But why isn't this array on the map? Is it to mislead me, or did the Iris Overseer not know? Zhuo Fan was trying to figure out the reason but hadn't much to go on. He threw the thought away in the end. He only planned to take the Bodhi route, then bolt. Why would he give it to her anyway? So Zhuo Fan paid close attention to Xiao Danden's gestures as she shouted, "Open!" The energy around the tower retreated. Xiao Danden entered, followed closely by Zhuo Fan. The tower had 6 levels, illuminated by night pearls. Xiao Danden checked the treasures on each level: cultivation methods, spiritual weapons, and demonic treasures. On the 6th level, a wooden box laid on a pedestal in the middle of the room. Xiao Danden opened it with care, revealing a dark green root emanating a fragrance, dazzling in the moonlight. Bam! Xiao Danden closed it and smiled. All is in order. Then a black figure flashed and struck her neck, knocking her out. He, seeing you're a fan of yours truly, I'll let you off. A black cloth fell, revealing Zhuo Fan's twisted smile. He opened the box and took the root. But the moment he touched it, he cried out, "Damn it, it's a fake!" Zhuo Fan was panicking. It looked so similar to the real thing that he didn't realize the difference until he touched it. The Bodhi root had vital essence, and even as a root, it was still alive. But this thing had the same looks and vibe as the real thing, except it had no vitality in it. This was clearly a countermeasure against robbers. Squinting, Zhuo Fan was beginning to doubt if Qin Caking was in on this. But what was the point of making him steal a fake? Is it to fool vicious Pill King? He put the root in the box and stashed it in his ring. Since it was fake, he might as well give it to Ainz Overseer and see her reaction. Who dares encroach upon Drifting Flowers Edifice's treasure pavilion? A woman's voice came from behind him. He could feel her power and knew it to be a profound heaven expert. He made the logical decision to jump through the window and make a run for it. But was a profound heaven expert going to let him leave that easily? A thin cloth blocked his path. The woman's elegance and beauty were emphasized in the moonlight, akin to a fairy. Zhuo Fan couldn't see past her veil, but was stunned nonetheless. Curses! Drifting Flowers Edifice is filled with beauties. Too bad yours only came after items, not to steal girls, Zhuo Fan charged. The woman was perplexed, seeing a second layer of bone-tempering cultivator coming right at her. This was no different than a death wish. The woman snorted inside and struck with a cold palm. Zhuo Fan let out an odd smile just as it was about to hit him, vanishing with the mystifying phantom step. The next moment he was behind the woman, fleeing. She hadn't expected such skill from him, and that caught her off guard. Her delayed reaction allowed him to flee with a dozen meters advantage, but she was a profound heaven expert, and she managed to catch up. Her fair hand caught his shoulder as she turned. With a squeeze, Zhuo Fan halted on the spot. He, got you? Zhuo Fan grinned. Instead of throwing her off, he grabbed her hand, not letting it go. At the same time, lightning cracked as his wings unfolded. The lightning wings were a 6th-grade demonic treasure and would send even this profound heaven expert to her doom. Zhuo Fan was using a dirty and savage trick, but this was what he excelled at. Feeling the danger, the woman released all her power. The cold Yuan Kai flung Zhuo Fan's hand away. He withdrew his wings and cried, "Sister Chachu." The woman was shocked beyond belief. "Don't tell me you're—" Zhuo Fan didn't hope to have been found out so soon, but he chose to make use of the shock to disappear into the night. Chachu was left standing there, still baffled. Chapter 109. Ainz Overseer's stubbornness under the cover of night, Zhuo Fan moved like a cheetah through a groove 50 miles out of Drifting Flowers City. He stopped in a clearing and inspected the ice on his hand. He took a deep breath to calm down. He had not expected to meet Chachu so soon, and in the Drifting Flowers Edifice no less. Much less that he would be injured by this familiar yin energy. Yet, this encounter brought him some ease. Zhuo Fan cast a look back while sporting a strange smile. This was where his meeting with Ainz Overseer would take place. It was also the escape route marked on the map. He would give her the Bodhi route here. What Ainz Overseer didn't know was that he wasn't coming alone, bringing his tail along. A white, immaculate figure floated on a branch not far behind Zhuo Fan under the cover of the darkness. A light breeze rustled the leaves, and Zhuo Fan strained his ears. He knew Chachu was here. When was there a profound heaven expert that couldn't give chase to someone of his cultivation level? Well, of course, him not using the lightning wings may have had something to do with it. His plan was to find out Ainz Overseer's true purpose and Chachu's true identity. Who knew if he might even find clues to the real Bodhi route? It all came to him in a flash of inspiration the moment he recognized Chachu. All that's left was for the two profound heaven experts to meet and reveal their secrets. Smiling, Zhuo Fan sighed as he looked around. "This is where we're supposed to meet, but it looks like I'm late. Since she doesn't want it, I'll just take it with me." PFF, delicate laughter resounded, followed by a bluish figure trailing among the trees. Her soft eyes stared down at Zhuo Fan in anger. "Young Master Song, I never took you for an impatient man that you can't even wait for 2 minutes. If you took that treasure away, the only thing that will happen is the destruction of the Song clan. I know that, but you should also know this item is a headache for us third-rate clans. The longer we have it, the more dangerous it will be." "Ha ha ha, young Master Song is a wise man." "Then please hand it over." Qin Caking smiled as she stepped forward. Zhuo Fan took the box out and held it in his hand, his eyes staring into her eyes, ready to grasp her every reaction. "Overseer, you need to handle this carefully, lest it will come back to bite me. If it does, you'll have me to deal with." Hi, I didn't know that young Master Song is so bold and so careful. Qin Keqing giggled, but then her eyes flashed when she opened the box. Zhuo Fan also noticed. Yes, this is Drifting Flowers Edifice Lord's treasure, Bod Hai Root. Iris Overseer nodded pleasantly. Young Master Song, you've done well. Zhuo Fan lifted an eyebrow as he gave her a deep look. He was clear Qin Keqing knew this thing was a fake, but pretended otherwise. Her aim was obvious, for him to steal the fake and not the real Bod Hai Root. All to deceive vicious Pill King, just as he thought, an aged voice cackled when Iris Overseer spoke. Vicious Pill King floated next to her. Who are you? Zhuo Fan faked surprise and retreated a step. Snorting, Yan Song watched Zhuo Fan in contempt. He, foul punk, you fought my disciple. Did you forget already? But that is only normal since you were unconscious. You hurt me. Zhuo Fan put on a pondering look, then shouted. Oh, I know, when I was trashing that bastard Yan Fu so hard, a damn old coot jumped me. You're that son of a bitch. Yan Song's eyes flashed and his beard trembled from rage. In the entire Tianyu Empire, who the hell would dare curse him? But that was nothing compared to saying he jumped a kid. He was the #1 alchemist in Pill King Hall, the vicious Pill King. Once word got out he sneak-attacked a bone tempering junior, his face would be thrown in the mud. He rushed to amend this. Punk, that was just to teach you a lesson. Humph, shameless geezer, admit you jumped me. You're so old and yet you and your disciple colluded against me from the start. Humph, so this is how Pill King Hall acts. Strength does come in numbers? Zhuo Fan mocked, as if grieved from the injustice of it all. Qin Keqing laughed, while Yan Song was turning purple. This punk is too ridiculous. When did my disciple and I collude against him? If this got out, he'd be the laughing stock of the empire. The 7 houses' disciples picking on other clans was a common occurrence. But if an elder joined too, and against a third-rate clan no less, it would be utter humiliation. Worse, there had yet to be anyone in the 7 houses who did this. Old Yan, ease your anger. This is his character, he is quick to anger those around him. Don't get angry? Qin Keqing advised Yan Song, but in the end, she had to hide her smile. Glaring at her, Yan Song's towering rage only grew. Humph, damnable punk, you're dead anyway. Talk all you want. Yan Song gnashed his teeth, his rage-filled eyes wiped the smile off Qin Keqing's face. Don't laugh and take it out. Qin Keqing presented the box and vicious Pill King opened it. His 2 eyes narrowed. Bam! Yan Song threw the box on the ground, crushing the Bod Hai Root inside to pieces. Qin Keqing cried in shock. Elder Yan, why? It's a fake. That is no Bod Hai Root. Yan Song stared coldly at her. Qin Keqing jerked, her face baffled. Fake, how? This Bod Hai Root has always been safeguarded in the treasure pavilion. She is about to come out of seclusion, and so it doesn't make sense. Unless... Qin Keqing cast her suspicious eyes on Zhuo Fan, treading closer with killing intent. Young Master Song, I thought you knew when to retreat even if you are not the type of man that does so. I never took you for someone who would switch items. You doubt me? Zhuo Fan put on a fearful face as he fled, ready to spread his wings. He now had what he wanted and uncovered her ploy. She, a woman of power, didn't do it herself and used him. A stubborn bone-tempering cultivator, so she could shift the blame on him. Regardless if Yan Song was duped by the fake Bod Hai Root or not, she would still shift the blame on him. Yan Song would then blame her for her poor choice in men and would not tell her to go for the Bod Hai Root again. The Bod Hai Root would be saved, and she was free from Yan Song's coercion, and all at the low cost of a third-rate clan's kid. Wasn't this a win-win situation? Zhuo Fan snorted inside as his fist tightened. Such a pity the one before her wasn't a mere bone-tempering cultivator, but one who killed Yu Giki, the freak Zhuo Fan. It wouldn't be long now. Chuchu would jump in, and he would then get to kill this pair. What was the Drifting Flowers Edifice's first overseer? What was the vicious Pill King? They were but a woman and a spineless coot who dabbed in poison. Killing them isn't going to be easy, but it will not be hard either. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with bloodthirst as he licked his lips in anticipation, as if he was a demon king prepared to engage in slaughter. But then, something happened. Qin Keqing, who was closing in, stopped in her tracks and launched a blue palm to Yan Song's chest. Bam! Among the loud explosion, there were even sounds of bones cracking. Yan Song was flung like a rag doll into the air as he spat blood. "Why you dare betray me?" Yan Song crawled to his feet and pointed at her with rage and rancor. Zhuo Fan watched her in a daze, his fists relaxing. "What? Didn't Iris Overseer want me to take the fall?" Zhuo Fan was baffled, finding his assessment wrong for the first time. He sighed. A woman's heart is like an ocean. Unfathomably deep, his guess was the most beneficial to her. But her betrayal would not only make both sides suffer, but it may lead to them dying together. "Humph, Qin Keqing, don't forget, your life is in my hands. Do you want to die?" Vicious Pill King wiped the blood from his mouth as ice crystals formed on his chest. Qin Keqing lifted her head, her mind set. "Yan Song, get this straight. I am Drifting Flowers Edifices' first overseer, Iris Overseer Qin Keqing. I won't have you ruin Drifting Flowers Edifice even if I have to pay for it with my life." Zhuo Fan was stunned. Iris Overseer was usually calm and collected. The beautiful Overseer also did not use coarse language even against an opponent she hated. For some reason, he began to feel deep respect for her. Chapter 110. Drifting Flowers Edifice Lord, Chu Qingchang. Vicious Pill King watched the proud Iris Overseer with a critical eye, savagery dripping from his voice. "Humph, a wench thinks she can kill me. You will see soon enough. Your heart has directly received my cold jade palm, and your meridians must be freezing right about now. You have no way of using rainbow cloud palm." Qin Keqing's eyes flashed elated and prideful. "Yan Song, you've long got this coming. I may die from your poison, but it will be without regrets." Qin Keqing charged towards Yan Song, her palm glowing blue as she aimed for his chest. Yan Song took a deep breath and staggered as he had to spit out more blood. Just as Qin Keqing said, his Yuan Kai's flow was hindered. And yet, he found no reason to fear. His green beard trembled as he made an evil grin on his face. Qin Keqing did not even manage to reach him before she started to tremble and vomit out black blood. The black blood was so potent that it ate through the ground when it landed. Iris Overseer swayed, then fell. Qin Keqing couldn't understand what was going on. He, wench, don't you know who I am? You think you can attack me that easily?" Yan Song snorted. "Look at your hand." Qin Keqing brought her trembling hand to her eyes and discovered it had turned from white to purple. "Ha ha ha, I am Vicious Pill King. Every inch of me's covered in devastating poison. You think the rainbow cloud palm is the only one thing I use to go against another profound heaven expert like you?" Yan Song laughed at the sky, his sharp eyes filled with murderous intent. "Humph! No one would fear me if that was the case. He, dumb broad, what a fool. I will kill you and get rid of future troubles." Despite being wounded, his palm had enough power to end a profound heaven expert's life. Qin Keqing was in despair, chewing her lip in hatred and remorse. Zhuo Fan watched it all with a critical gaze. He didn't join in because he knew there was only one person who could save the Iris Overseer. And sure enough, a white figure flew before the Vicious Pill King and struck. Frowning, the Vicious Pill King redirected his attack towards the white hand of the newcomer. Bam! With a loud explosion jarring to the ears, Vicious Pill King stumbled 10 feet back and spat blood. His hand was encased in ice. The white figure landed next to Iris Overseer. Her manner was filled with power and demanding respect from any who dared look at her. "Sister Chachu, why are you here?" Zhuo Fan still had to fake he knew she was hiding nearby. "Were you always behind me?" "Humph, you stole from Drifting Flowers Edifice and think I could not catch up." Chachu glared at Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan was startled as he gave a pretending cry. "What? Sister Chachu, you're from Drifting Flowers Edifice? Which overseer are you then?" Zhuo Fan looked anywhere else but at her, like a child who knew he did something wrong. He tried to prove his innocence as he pointed at Qin Keqing. "Sister Chachu, it's not my fault I was forced." "It's her, she is your traitor. She is the one to blame, not me." Shaking her head, Chachu held her forehead in anger. "You brat, you dare say this when you don't have the courage to take responsibility. You deserve to be punished." She then leaned over Qin Caking to check her wounds. "It's ruined." Qin Caking lifted her heavy head with difficulty as tears streamed down. "Forgive me, I betrayed Drifting Flower's edifice." Bam! Vicious Pill King cracked the ice on his hand and glared at Chachu. "Profound ranked martial art, arcane moon art." "Ha ha ha, Drifting Flower's edifice lord, Chu King Cheng, you finally show yourself. How is your wound, I wonder? Would you like me to ease your pain?" "What, Sister Chachu, your Drifting Flower's edifice lord, Chu King Cheng?" Zhuo Fan watched her beautiful figure in stunned silence. He wasn't faking it this time. The scourge woman he met in the slums was actually Drifting Flower's edifice lord. What was she doing there? Since he couldn't make heads or tails of it, he pushed this question aside. What upset Zhuo Fan even more was that Chu King Cheng was called the #1 beauty in the empire. And he did witness her visage once. Who could have those impeccable features if not Chu King Cheng? He never questioned her identity, making him doubt if his brain had a screw loose to be this foolish. But when did I become so foolish? It was when I saw Chachu's face. Zhuo Fan sighed. Even now he felt relaxed when he recalled that image. To think a woman could actually possess such charm. The him of before would never have imagined it possible. Ignoring both of their gazes, Chu King Cheng watched Qin Caking's wound and a bottle appeared in her hand. She opened it, and the sweet smell had the two people's eyes flash with greed Bodhi Jade sap. "Senior sister, I know how much you care for Drifting Flower's edifice. Forgive me, I failed as a lord and made you suffer." Chu King Cheng moved the blue veil a bit and let a drop fall on Qin Caking's mouth. Qin Caking's body began shining in a green hue, filled with endless vitality. Even the grass beneath her began to grow unchecked. The poison on her hand had also retreated and wasn't long before it recovered its white color. The greedy Yan Song and Zhuo Fan gulped, their eyes fixed on the bottle. It was the second time he saw Bodhi Jade sap's effect, and its endless vitality left him in awe all the same. "Ah, Nuo." Another drop ruined, Zhuo Fan lamented, considering whether or not to steal the bottle. This thought was on Yan Song's mind too. He, Bodhi Jade sap is a legendary cure. How mystical. Vicious Pill King licked his lips. "Lord Chu, how about we make a deal? That hag is about to die and Drifting Flower's edifice will collapse without you. Give me the Bodhi root, and I will give you Rainbow Cloud Palm's antidote. It will ensure the survival of your Drifting Flower's edifice." Humph, Bodhi root is the basis of Drifting Flower's edifice. Without it, Pill King Hall would run amok and Drifting Flower's edifice would lose its place among the 7 houses. Do you take me for a 3-year-old Yan Song? Chu King Cheng's eyes with bone-deep hatred and grandmother's vengeance. Ha ha ha, those old hags were narrow-minded, served them right. "Lord Chu, I advise against making the same mistake." Vicious Pill King laughed in mockery. Chu King Cheng tightened her fists. Iris Overseer gasped a few times and got up weakly, her pale face glaring at Yan Song. "King Cheng, I wounded him and now he can't use profound ranked martial art. Together we can end this geezer." "But senior sister, what of the poisoned overseers?" Pain laced her gaze, but soon her focus recovered. Iris Overseer said, "Everything is for Drifting Flower's edifice's future, even the death of all overseers." "King Cheng, attack." Chu King Cheng was still reticent as Qin Caking shouted, "King Cheng, we will never get the chance to kill this old dog again. We won't get revenge for grandmother." Chu King Cheng woke up and her eyes became increasingly colder. "Song Yu, stand aside." Chu King Cheng's bitter voice came out. Zhuo Fan meekly got out of their way. He was now watching the bustle and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. None of them were on guard against the second layer bone tempering cultivator. He, fight. Die all of you and let yours truly reap the rewards. Zhuo Fan had a twisted grin, squinting. Vicious Pill King watched the two's determination and his hand rested on the gourd at his waist. "Lord Chu, think it through. Don't regret it later?" "Humph, I will regret it for all my life if I don't kill you now." Only Chu King Cheng snorted as she and Iris Overseer charged towards Yan Song. In this 2-against-1, Yan Song, who couldn't use profound ranked martial art, was at a disadvantage. But he wasn't panicking. His knuckles were white as he gripped against his gourd. Boom. A sudden purple lightning struck, stopping the two women. Vicious Pill King frowned as he turned his head towards the newcomer. Chapter 111. Godai reemerges. "Who's there?" Chu King Cheng and Qin Caking shouted. "Ha ha ha, girls, did you already forget this old man after a few years?" It was an old man in yellow, blind in one eye. A crow laid on his shoulder, yet had eyes flickered with purple lightning. He was Veiled Dragon Pavilion's Godai Long Jiu, and his spirit animal, soul-devouring crow. The pair behind him were in bone-tempering stage, Long Kui and Long Jai. Zhuo Fan was startled. He didn't think he'd meet familiar faces all the way over here. "Uncle Jiu?" Chu King Cheng and Qin Caking cried in joy. Vicious Pill King was frowning despite his cold tone. "Didn't expect you to get your eye back, Godai Long Jiu." Long Jiu laughed. "Ha ha ha, it's all thanks to my little brother. I have regained my title and won't cower from the likes of you, Vicious Pill King." Vicious Pill King's face twitched, but his heart cursed to high heavens. Godai Long Jiu's recovery of his purple lightning gold eye was akin to meeting his archenemy. The rainbow cloud palm had always been ineffective against Long Jiu. After losing his eye, Long Jiu was downcast, so Yan Song didn't pay him any attention, but now he was back. Vicious Pill King squinted. His heart was in panic as his hand held the gourd tighter. "Long Jiu, are you going to join the ladies against me?" The ladies in question turned their expecting gazes at Long Jiu. Long Jiu cast a furtive glance on Vicious Pill King's gourd, then shook his head. "Yan Song, don't misunderstand. I came here to mediate. We are all guests in Drifting Flowers edifice and should act like one." "Ha ha ha, I admire your reasoning, Elder Jiu. I will forego the ladies' unreasonable act today, but they might not do the same." Vicious Pill King rested easy knowing Long Jiu was out of this fight. His smile now turned to the ladies. Chu King Cheng gnashed her teeth and looked at Long Jiu with hope, but the latter only shook his head. She could only give up. "Humph, Yan Song, I'll let you off now, but don't you dare make trouble in Drifting Flower City." He, that depends on how Lord Chu receives guests." Vicious Pill King snickered and flew away. They all breathed easier seeing him leave, even the ladies. They may have been shouting kill and attack, but against an opponent like Yan Song, they were extremely tense. "Uncle Jiu, why did you stop us? Did you forget grandmother's revenge?" Qin Caking complained, but Chu King Cheng grabbed her shoulder. "Senior sister, you misunderstood Uncle Jiu. He saved us." Long Jiu sighed, his voice dignified. "Girls, I am the one who knows Vicious Pill King Yan Song the best. He is worse than you Giki. Fighting him would only end in you dying for nothing." "But didn't I hurt him?" Qin Caking retorted. Long Jiu spoke gravely. "Kinger, did you notice his gourd?" Qin Caking shook her head. "We have met countless times, but never saw him carry one until now. He must be carrying it for some ulterior motive. Vicious Pill King is rampant and arrogant, but his heart is so spiteful that not even you Giki dared mess with him. You were at grave risk today? But Uncle Jiu, is there no way we can deal with that old dog?" Qin Caking wasn't willing to give up. Long Jiu smoothened his beard. "Hard to say, unless my little brother was here. He is sure to have a way." "Your little brother?" Chu King Cheng and Qin Caking asked. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. "He can't mean me, right?" Long Kui's mood was foul at Long Jiu's words. "Uncle Jiu, why bring that brat again? He only killed you Giki, and yet you brag about him on and on for the past few months. Many from Veiled Dragon Pavilion are starting to think you aren't just brothers." He, little Kui, are you jealous? Who in your generation could have accomplished the feat of killing that rotten bastard? Even taking him as my ancestor wouldn't be an exaggeration. What's more, we became brothers. Uncle Jiu, are you talking about that rumored vile spawn Zhuo Fan? Chu King Cheng raised an eyebrow. Long Jiu nodded. "Chuchu, you are an exceptional genius, rarest of rare, but my little brother is no weaker than you." "Humph, what genius? He only knows violence, killing wherever he goes." Long Kui spoke in a sour tone. Long Jai shook his head. "Little Kui, you are wrong. Whether you want to or not, you have to admit that Zhuo Fan is better than us in every way." He may be a bit unhinged, true, but his talent matches the 7 houses' 6 dragons, and when it comes to killing, no one of our generations can compare. A little Jai got it right, Long Jiu praised. But Long Kui came before Chu King Cheng, not at all pleased. Humph, what are you talking about? There's no way that brat can compare with Sister King Cheng. Yep, not right at all. Yours truly has always been keeping low. I've been in Drifting Flower City for days, and have I run amok even once? No Zhuo fan was dissatisfied, aren't I always low-key? I normally kill without stating my name. Yet it perplexed him how, even with that, his name was known in the entire Tianyu Empire as a demon spawn. The only one that I am known to have killed was Yugiki, which happened as though it was on a grand display, so of course everyone knew about me from that incident. But the rest should not be tied to my name. He thought of himself as a rational and calm person, but to others, his every move, every gesture was filled with arrogance. Chu King Cheng held Long Kui's hand, then looked at Long Jiu in hope. Uncle Jiu, Zhuo Fan truly has the power to kill Vicious Pill King. Long Jiu shook his head. I am not sure, but from what I can guess, Vicious Pill King's ending would only come at the hands of my little brother Zhuo Fan. I'm starting to get curious about this matchless genius. Chu King Cheng's eyes roamed around in thought. Next, Chu King Cheng settled Long Jiu's party in the Drifting Flowers edifice. Zhuo Fan wanted to use the chance to bail, but before he could do anything, Chu King Cheng grabbed him by the neck and dragged him back to Drifting Flowers edifice like a chicken. The moon hung above in the quiet night. Many guests were resting, except for a lamp still burning in a small room. 5 people were gathered: Chu King Cheng, Peony Overseer, Iris Overseer, Xiao Dandan, and Zhuo Fan. In other words, Zhuo Fan was the only outsider here. I'm finished, kaput, Zhuo Fan lamented. 1 wrong move and 3 profound heaven experts would jump him. Peony Overseer was watching Zhuo Fan with suspicion. Why has the edifice lord brought a nobody to Drifting Flowers edifice? While Xiao Dandan's eyes rested on Zhuo Fan for a long, long time, Zhuo Fan humiliated her once, but for some odd reason, she didn't hold it against him. What are you looking at? Never seen a man before? Zhuo Fan was annoyed and snapped. Xiao Dandan shivered and stepped back. Impudent. Peony Overseer's fiery temper broke out as she cursed him. You rude brat, where do you come from that allows you to speak like that in my Drifting Flowers edifice? Don't you know where you are? Who cares? Just don't let that crafty and arrogant lass have such a hot gaze for this handsome man. What hot gaze? Peony Overseer was startled. Pointing at Xiao Dandan, Zhuo Fan stuck out his chin and cursed. Look at her eyes, they are clearly undressing me. Can't you see me wearing clothes? If that's not a hot gaze, I don't know what is. The 3 ladies spat, finally knowing what hot gaze meant. Their faces turned red. Xiao Dandan was even more so, lowering her head in shame. This brat is too vulgar. What hot gaze? I only looked at you twice. But as Xiao Dandan was getting redder by the second and was close to burning up, Chu King Cheng glared. Song Yu, stop being rude. Yes, Sister Chachu. Zhuo Fan changed into an obedient child next to Chu King Cheng. He knew her weakness, that she couldn't stand to reprimand him like this. At last I found you, Song Yu. You were the one who picked on my disciple. But Peony Overseer's temper flared once again at the name. Zhuo Fan was fearless now that Chu King Cheng was there to hold his hand as he shouted. So what if did? Who told her to pick on my woman? Can't you see how rotten her morals are? Peony Overseer shivered. Of course she knew the truth, but she didn't think this brat was so pig-headed that he dared argue with her in the Drifting Flowers edifice. She knew she was wrong. She was willing to let the matter slide with just a small payback. However, she was humiliated instead. Damn rotten punk, see if I don't beat you to death. Peony Overseer was ready to strike, but the one to stop her wasn't Chu King Cheng. She watched the hand, stunned. It belonged to none other than Xiao Dandan. She was pleading with her eyes to let the rotten punk go. Peony Overseer was perplexed. My dear disciple, didn't he humiliate you twice? Why are you defending him? Chapter 112, The Strongest House, Regent Estate. Don't tell me. Peony Overseer suddenly cried, You fancy him. This got all of them jumping. with even Zhuo Fan's eyelid twitching as he said in haste. "Hey, think what you like, but be careful of what you spout. You're peony overseer, for crying out loud. You can't just go around spreading rumors and damaging my name. Do you even have a reputation? Why do you sound like you're the one losing out if my disciple likes you?" Peony Overseer was furious. How could Xiao Dandan like a reckless and impudent brat like him? But now his words set her temper off. "What's wrong about my disciple that you find unacceptable to you?" In a fit of anger, Peony Overseer's rage shifted from her blind disciple to enforcing marriage on Zhuo Fan. By the looks of it, it may even come to fighting if Zhuo Fan kept refusing. Xiao Dandan was red as a tomato, but was also let down by Zhuo Fan's reaction. She cried, "Master, that's not what I mean. Stop rambling." "Then what do you mean?" Peony Overseer looked with askance at her and resentful of her attitude. Looking up at Zhuo Fan, Xiao Dandan muttered, "I only thought he is a rarity in this world, sticking out for that lady and standing against Drifting Flowers' edifice. The world actually has another man willing to sacrifice himself for a woman." "Him? A good man?" Peony Overseer mocked. "It is fine to be hot-blooded and reckless if he had Zhuo Fan's strength, but he is weak and still has the nerve to offend the 7 houses. He is just suicidal. If he had offended any other house besides Drifting Flowers' edifice, he'd be lying cold on the ground by now. He was fortunate to meet Edifice Lord who saved him, or Yan Fu would have killed him. Yes, last time it was King Cheng who saved young Master Song." Iris Overseer raised an eyebrow. Chu King Cheng nodded. "That was pure coincidence. Once I got back, I would mention it to Peony Overseer and to rein in her disciple, not to stir up trouble. Drifting Flowers City is the only place where women have the last say in things. I don't want for women to fight against each other here. Yes, I will be sure to rein her in." Peony Overseer rushed to make a bow to Chu King Cheng and pulled Xiao Dandan to do the same. Chu King Cheng dismissed it. "It's all in the past. We have gathered here tonight for one purpose, the theft of the treasure pavilion." Chu King Cheng turned to Iris Overseer and Zhuo Fan. "You two explain what happened." Zhuo Fan was indifferent in his retelling, yet he didn't miss a detail. "I am the victim here. Go punish her." Peony Overseer and Xiao Dandan cried in shock. Who'd have conceived it possible Iris Overseer was a traitor? Chu King Cheng saw anger in their eyes and urged, "Don't be anxious. Iris Overseer hasn't truly defected from Drifting Flowers' edifice. She knew I carried the Bodhi root with me at all times, yet still sent Song Yu to steal it." The two calmed down somewhat, but Peony Overseer still said, "Senior sister, why have you been staying silent? I'm dying to know your side of the story." Rolling her eyes, Iris Overseer sighed. "To be honest, Yan Song struck me with the rainbow cloud palm when I was returning to Drifting Flowers City 3 months back." "What, you're also poisoned?" Peony Overseer was worried. "That means close to half of our overseers are poisoned." "Humph half." Shaking her head, Iris Overseer had a hardened expression. "Of the 15 overseers, that old dog got to 14, forcing them to obey his orders. The only one safe is you, Peony Overseer." "What?" The shock was understandable. It wasn't long before Vicious Pill King got his hands on the entire Drifting Flowers edifice. So that's why Yan Fu kept saying Drifting Flowers edifice is his. Xiao Dandan recoiled 2 steps, and Peony Overseer found it hard to even swallow. Her despair was obvious. Iris Overseer also sighed out of frustration. "He told me of this secret only to have better control over me. I decided then that I'd rather have him killed than seizing Drifting Flowers' edifice. That is why I have been hiding my intention, so I can strike him when he told me to steal the Bodhi root. You didn't make me steal a fake to fool him, but to shift his anger on me and attack him from behind when his guard was down. Iris Overseer, what a great plan." Zhuo Fan analyzed. Iris Overseer looked at him in shock. "Young Master Song, I never knew you were so smart. Not at all like the stubborn oaf you appear to be." Just a wild guess, ha ha ha." Zhuo Fan scratched his head and faked clueless once again. "What a blunder. The Song Yu he played was an impulsive and reckless man, not one capable of deep, though. Putting together a sly mind and a strong body, what would you get? Zhuo Fan? Luck was with him this time, as they thought it was odd. However, they were not suspicious of his identity, an oaf of a brat who hit the nail on the head sometimes. Senior sister, sorry for being hard on you. Peony Overseer took Iris Overseer's hand as tears welled in her eyes. Kin Caking patted her hand and chuckled. These two women had sacrificed much for Drifting Flower's edifice and took all the responsibility on their shoulders. Senior Aunt, did you succeed in your attack on that old dog? Zio Dandan asked. Zhuo Fan sneered at this. Oh, please. And here I thought I was one who disliked using his brains, but in fact, yours seems non-existent. If she succeeded, you'd be toasting right now. Why would you all be wailing and sobbing here at this point? Zio Dandan blushed and glared at him. Zhuo Fan's callous words broke the sisterly mood between Peony Overseer and Iris Overseer. Their tears just went and disappeared. Rotten punk, can't you read the mood? I should have known better than to expect delicacy from you. Peony Overseer flared again as she ranted. The others broke in a small smile while Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes. Peony Overseer, don't mind him. Song Yu speaks before he thinks. Chu Qingcheng glared at him, then acted like a big sister, trying to make amends for her little brother. Peony Overseer noticed this subtle difference quickly. With Edifice Lord protecting him, she no longer pursued it, and her face changed into worry. Edifice Lord, with how can senior sister put it, Drifting Flower's edifice is in imminent danger. What do we do now? Chu Qingcheng took a deep breath, her eyes flickering. We aren't nearly enough to deal with Pill King Hall. We need to find outside help. From the other houses. Iris Overseer shook her head. From the start, the 7 houses only cared about themselves. Even Uncle Jiu, who is closest to us, was fearful of vicious Pill King, who would stick their necks out for us. Yes, no man can be trusted. Peony Overseer had only hatred from being abandoned in her chambers. Her eyes flickering with wisdom, Chu Qingcheng showed a smile. Others may not be trustworthy, but he will surely help us. Who? Was the unanimous question. Chu Qingcheng grinned. The strongest house. Their eyes shined as hope was rekindled. Though Zhuo Fan frowned and muttered, the Regent Estate. Among the 7 noble houses, everyone was arrogant. Everyone thought highly of themselves. But there was one house that was recognized as the strongest, the one who stood above them for the past 1,000 years, the Regent Estate. The Regent Estate's power was 3 levels higher than any house among them. No house alone could defeat it. Who'd have thought that the Regent Estate's men were also joining in the 100-pill meeting, though their numbers and strength were unknown. If the rumors were true about its power, he'd had better tread lightly. With such a strong crowd in Drifting Flower City, one wrong move would spell damnation. Sighing, Zhuo Fan clenched his fists. He needed to get the Bodhi Jade sap fast and leave even faster. From here on out, it was only going to get worse. Zhuo Fan's eyes drifted to Chu Qingcheng's storage ring. She also noticed Zhuo Fan was worried and smiled. Song Yu, stay in Drifting Flower's edifice. What? Zhuo Fan jerked, though his heart was leaping in joy. This would make it more convenient for him. Chu Qingcheng walked before him and patted his shoulder with tender feelings. No need to worry. I know you fear vicious Pill King's revenge, but he won't dare kill anyone in Drifting Flower's edifice. She then left with the overseers after telling Zio Dandan to prepare him a room. Zhuo Fan stood stunned, feeling somewhat warm and fuzzy inside. He had always been cooking up schemes on how to get that Bodhi Jade sap, maybe even killing someone if he had to. But Chu Qingcheng's constant care for him left him hesitant. Should I steal the Bodhi Jade sap? Chapter 113. Royally Arrogant, Huangpu Qingyun. The night passed and Zhuo Fan walked out of his room. He was welcomed by the warm sun, yet his eyes were cold as ever. After a thorough analysis, he came to the decision to strike. Tonight was his best chance to steal her Bodhi Jade sap when Chu Qingcheng was alone. The best case was if it all went smoothly. If not, it couldn't be helped. He wouldn't shirk from killing if it'd get him the medicine. He was the demonic emperor, and not even a woman could stand in his way. Zhuo Fan took steps towards Chu Qingcheng's room. From his gait, one could even see a certain growing resolve, but the closer he got, the stranger he felt. Why were there so few people in Drifting Flower's edifice? Not even the guests were around. Make way, make way. A rash and urgent yell came from a figure in red moving with great haste. It was none other than Zaya O'Dandon. Thinking for a moment, he flashed before her. Thump. Zaya O'Dandon seemed to have smacked into an iron wall and fell to the ground, bringing sharp pain to her butt and head. Who is so blind that dares block me? Zaya O'Dandon cursed, but she choked on her words when she saw Zhuo Fan. Eyeing her coldly, Zhuo Fan snorted. Did you say something about a blind man? Lowering her head and blushing a bit, Zaya O'Dandon went by him. Zhuo Fan was even more perplexed. She used to be so feisty. So why did she suddenly change? He grabbed her arm. Zaya O'Dandon shuddered and her cheeks reddened even more. Zhuo Fan ignored her state and said, "Where are you going? Why is Drifting Flowers edifice so quiet? Where is everyone?" That's because they went to see young Master Huangpu. Zhuo Fan frowned then cried, "Huangpu, a man from the Regent Estate. Why is he here so soon?" The one who came is Regent Estate's second young master, Huangpu Qingyan. I heard he and Edifice Lord were childhood sweethearts. With him here, Vicious Pill King will not dare to cause trouble. Zhuo Fan's heart shook. Son of a bitch. I just decided to attack and here comes an expert. And did he have to be Chu Qingcheng's childhood sweetheart too? How the hell am I supposed to do anything with those two sticking like glue? Zhuo Fan gnashed his teeth and looked on murderously. Let's go. I want to see the oh-so-great young master Huangpu. Great. How can you be so rude to Regent Estate's young master? Zaya O'Dandon was going to advise him to be restrained, but Zhuo Fan pulled her along before she could say anything. Zaya O'Dandon looked at their hands but did not say a word, though it could be because her heart was skipping like a deer. Zhuo Fan's unbridled and rash attitude made her heart jump for the first time for a man. She was wishing for time to stop right now. However, with the two's cultivation, they soon arrived at the entrance of Drifting Flowers edifice. They looked on towards the crowd. Zhuo Fan let go of his hand, which made the young miss feel a sense of loss. Blast it. This damn Regent Estate is too impressive. They are like emperors. To have the other houses welcome them like this, the scene shocked him. From first to third-rate clans, all kneeled at the side of the main avenue, and those of powerful clans stood around the Drifting Flowers edifice's entrance in welcome. This was Drifting Flowers edifice's headquarters, yet the procession was even grander than the edifice lords. Was Regent Estate so strong that it could intimidate the other six? It had to. With how arrogant and belittling the 7 houses were, they would never accept such a loss of face. His face turned grave. Zhuo Fan's eyes were like a hawk, watching further ahead. In the middle of the street, a yellow sedan chair appeared before his eyes. This sedan chair was plain, with but 4 people lifting it. They were all profound heaven experts, curses to high heaven, profound heaven experts. The other 6 houses have them as elders, and you freaking use them as porters? Zhuo Fan's face twitched and his fist tightened. Though the 4 profound heaven cultivators just broke through, that was beside the point. What was important was that Regent Estate's power was incredible. The rumors didn't do them justice. They weren't just 3 levels stronger, the other 6 houses were swept by fear. When the sedan chair was nearby, they walked forward and bowed. Ha ha ha, I am but a young and uncultured junior. How could I trouble the 6 houses' elders to welcome me? Candid laughter came from the sedan, strong and resounding, reaching everyone's ears. The heavy power that it contained gave the impression of a mountain pressing on their hearts, robbing one of all power to resist. This was a true higher power, backed by soul pressure. Under the youth's kind words, all trembled, as they knew the words were backed by arrogance. He came out like this before the elders just to show off his power. They had to admit, however, that no one here could match against his soul pressure, not even the elders of the houses. The strength of one's soul in the profound heaven stage was a sign of one's potential and power in the radiant stage. No one was pleased, but they had to give credit where it was due. Regent Estate would soon have another incredible expert. His power has been promised to be no less than Jade Flute, Divine Sword, Fang Kyubai in the future. Everyone was putting on serious faces, with only Chu Qingcheng lifting her head, pleased. He was someone she invited. The stronger he was, the more intimidating he was, the more capable he was to help Drifting Flowers' edifice. Qingyun, we haven't seen each other for 10 years, and yet you've become so strong. I may no longer be your match. Chu Qingcheng smiled. Ha ha ha, Qingcheng, don't tease me. I would never dare hurt you. Laughing, the silk of the sedan chair rose and an elegant and handsome man in his 20s came out. The flicker in his eyes was far stronger than those possessed by the elders, and he also had a golden glow around him too. Second layer of profound heaven, a body cultivator. Zhuo Fan squinted. Zhuo Fan managed to kill Yugiki so easily because that man was a mere schemer. He did not have an unyielding body to brave through any army. However, this profound heaven body cultivator was a headache to deal with. And that wasn't the least of it. Zhuo Fan sighed and looked at Hell Valley's fifth elder. He noticed some time ago that this elder also had a version of the diamond body. Not even Zhuo Fan could handle two body cultivators. Things are getting complicated. Zhuo Fan clicked his tongue. Xiao Dandan thought he was worried about Drifting Flowers' edifice and consoled him. I didn't take you for such a kind man, one to worry for our sake. But don't worry. With young Master Huangpu Qingyun, the vicious pill king will have to obediently give up the antidote. Humph, who the hell cares about you? He shook his head, but his eyes flashed when he gazed at Huangpu Qingyun. He isn't an easy man to deal with. For the first time in his life, a tremor ran through Huangpu Qingyun, and he turned his attention in Zhuo Fan's direction. Seeing him with Xiao Dandan, he squinted. Qingcheng, since when does Drifting Flowers' edifice welcomes men? Chu Qingcheng also looked at Zhuo Fan and spoke with amusement. He is a son-in-law of ours. Don't you know Drifting Flowers' edifice had men marrying in? Raising an eyebrow, Huangpu Qingyun nodded. To marry into the Drifting Flowers' edifice, he must be a man of greatness. I wonder when I will have that honor too. Huangpu Qingyun was beaming, but Chu Qingcheng rolled her eyes with a hint of red on her cheeks. Huangpu Qingyun laughed harder at this, while the elders strained their expressions. Even for a second young master of Regent Estate, he is too freakin' arrogant. He dares give us the cold shoulder to flirt with the edifice lord right in front of us? Humph, I would rather train right now. Zai Tianyong left, but Jian Suifeng pulled him back. Huangpu Qingyun then smiled at him. You must be Sword Markwise Abode's second young master. My, you have such manners. Zai Tianyong didn't care, and Jian Suifeng had to make amends. Forgive him. The second young master, Tianyong, is but a haughty child that I have failed to educate. Please overlook this. It's all right. Young Master Zai must be an impulsive man. I would like to befriend many such people. Huangpu Qingyun walked to Zai Tianyong and rested his hand on his shoulder. Second young master? Jian Suifeng was panicking. Huangpu Qingyun gave a reassuring glance, then smiled brightly at Zai Tianyong, although his tone was frosty. I like straightforward people like young Master Zai the most. I would have grown tired if all I saw were fawning types, ha ha ha. The moment Huangpu Qingyun's hand touched Zai Tianyong's shoulder, he felt an overwhelming pain spread through his body. He could not move, only managing to gnash his teeth from pain and stand straight as an arrow. Pleased with the lesson, Huangpu Qingyun let go and laughed as he left with a group of fawners behind him. Jian Suifeng sighed. Tianyong, why do you act like this? I told you that Regent Estate's men are proficient in grasping the hearts of the people. Anyone who disobeys them suffers in the end. Eighth Elder, I now understand Ninger's feelings at that time. I never knew the Sword Markwise Abode would see this day. Sweat was dripping down Zai Tianyong's face. I will remember this, Huangpu Qingyun. The day will come when I will pay in kind. Jian Suifeng shook his head. For thousands of years, Regent Estate stood atop the 7 houses. Even if you are unwilling, all you can do is bear it. While this scene played out, none of them noticed Zhuo Fan standing in a corner, watching closely. His eyes were cold and his fists were clenched. Song Yu, what's wrong? Your face is scary. Xiao Dandan asked. Zhuo Fan shook his head. Nothing. What will you do if your sisters are picked on? She watched him, amazed. Hearing a mild tone from him for the first time depends on who it is. I will take some of my sisters to deal with normal people, or tell my master if it involves the 7 houses. Humph! What will be the point of that? Zhuo Fan squinted as he showed naked killing intent. I, on the other hand, will crush anyone to dust for picking on my brother. His icy tone left Xiao Dandan shivering. She looked as if she didn't recognize him. Chapter 114. Hints of Ambition. Drifting Flowers Edifice's guest hall was packed with delicacies and food for a feast. Huangpu Qingyun arrived with a crowd of retainers and sat in the seat of honor. It was the seat reserved for the leader. His action implied crass and open disrespect for Drifting Flowers Edifice. It could be even deemed as provocation. However, people found Huangpu Qingyun's act normal, treating him like an emperor. Chu Qingcheng didn't mind at all. Now that he sat there, it wouldn't be long before he would help them. Elders, please take a seat. Don't be shy. Huangpu Qingyun acted as the host and gestured to the 4 profound heaven experts carrying his sedan. As they sat along with the guests, there seemed to be one table empty. Huangpu Qingyun asked the obvious, "Why is there an empty table? Was the table count wrong and the servers left it as so?" Clear of his intention, Vicious Pill King snickered evilly. "Second young master, it belongs to Sword Markwise Abode. He must be running late with important matters." "If it is irksome, second young master, we might as well remove it." Everyone watched him coldly. Vicious Pill King was simply adding insult to injury. Everyone in the hall saw Huangpu Qingyun attack Zai Tianyang from getting on his bad side. It was obvious that Zai Tianyang was now taking care of his wound, and did not come. They all guessed that this second young master was still irritated and brought up this topic. It is fine if you don't want to irk the second young master, but as a man from the 7 houses, must you go so far to pour oil over the fire and present the chance to shame Sword Markwise Abode? And Huangpu Qingyun wasn't one to miss it. Elder Yan is right. The empty table is bothersome. Remove it from sight. Second young master, Sword Markwise Abode is one of the 7 houses. Even absent, their table should remain. Sir's conduct of disgracing them might earn Sword Markwise Abode's displeasure. Long Jiu stood up, no longer having the patience to sit by and watch. Vicious Pill King squinted. "And? You think the Sword Markwise Abode would start a war over a table? This is not a matter of boldness, but the 7 houses' sanctity. The 7 noble houses shouldn't hold each other in such contempt." "Humph, nice speech. Then let me ask you, Elder Jiu, in whose domain again did my elders get killed?" This time, it was Hell Valley's 5th elder who laughed coldly. He, I have no problems with anyone if no one gives me problems. Hell Valley dug its own grave. You got yourself to blame for that." "What did you say, you blind old dog?" 5th elder snapped and slapped the table. Long Jiu squinted, staring back without fear. The feast had become a ticking time bomb ready to explode. They would have long had trade blows if not for this place being Drifting Flowers Edifice. "People, please calm down. This is neither Veiled Dragon Pavilion nor Hell Valley. It is not a stage for you to settle your grudges." Lin Zishan wiped his sweat as he urged, "If not for Drifting Flowers Edifice, then for the second younger master. Restrain yourselves." The 2 turned their attention to Huangpu Qingyun. He was smiling slightly, but his eyes were anything but pleased, as if to remind them this was his welcoming feast. "You dare cause trouble at my feast?" The 2 muttered and cupped their hands towards him before sitting back down. Huangpu Qingyun laughed. "That's better. The 7 houses are one big happy family. There's no need to argue over a table. Moreover, this is Drifting Flowers Edifice, and it is their decision if the table stays or not." Huangpu Qingyun turned his stare to Chu Qingcheng, who nodded. "Sword Markwise Abode is Drifting Flowers Edifice's guest and should have a table." Frowning slightly, Huangpu Qingyun's eyes flashed with disappointment, but laughed nonetheless. "All will be done as Qingcheng said. This is your domain after all." "Thank you, Qingyun." Chu Qingcheng nodded curtly, not detecting Huangpu Qingyun's change in expression. Meanwhile, the Vicious Pill King had an evil smile at her expense. "Humph, dumb broad. You have no clue of the second young master's intention. Drifting Flower's edifice deserves what's coming to it. Then the table will stay, he declared. But when Huangpu Qingyun saw two figures passing by, he smirked. However, it's only an empty table. The two outside, how about you come join me for a drink? Zhuo Fan and Xiao Dandan were about to go to their rooms when they heard his shout. Xiao Dandan was distraught over what to do and looked at Zhuo Fan, since the guest hall was filled with elders. This was something the cherished disciple of Peony Overseer had never participated in. Then she secretly laughed at her as she took a look at Zhuo Fan. If she, a Drifting Flower's edifice disciple, panicked, what about him? Who was a third-rate clan's young master? Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan was completely opposite. He was cool as a cucumber, taking her hand as he walked with a steady gait. Does this man fear no one, not her master, not her senior aunt, not even Regent Estate's second young master, Huangpu Qingyun? In a blink, Xiao Dandan was charmed as she looked at Zhuo Fan. She didn't seem to wake up from her charmed state, even when they were standing in the middle of the guest hall. Her love-struck gaze was there, open for all to see. Two sudden killing glares landed on the two. Xiao Dandan shuddered and found one to be from Mary Woods' Lin Tianyu seated next to Lin Zishan. The other from Yan Fu sitting next to Vicious Pill King. Their lips moved yet, no words came out. But the word they mimicked was the same, slut. They would have long shouted curses if it were not for Huangpu Qingyun's presence. Sizing the couple up, Huangpu Qingyun laughed. What a perfect match. Could you introduce yourselves? I am Xiao Dandan from Peony Edifice. Greetings, second young master. Xiao Dandan was tense in her greeting. Zhuo Fan raised an eyelid and stated, Sun Yu from the Song clan, a third-rate clan of Nitrain City. A third-rate? Huangpu Qingyun raised an eyebrow. Such a rare occurrence for a third-rate clan young master to become Drifting Flower's edifice's son-in-law. People please sit there. The hell, son-in-law? When have I become Drifting Flower's edifice's son-in-law? Zhuo Fan was in deep thought to only be jerked awake by Xiao Dandan, who had reddened cheeks. Chu Qingcheng stood at once. Qingyun, you can't. That is Sword Markwise Abode's table. It is not for juniors. Yes, second young master, they do not qualify to sit there. Peony Overseer stood as well, paid her respect to Huangpu Qingyun, then berated the two. What are you two standing around for? Leave. Huangpu Qingyun waved his hand, his face became gloomy. Qingcheng, I agreed to not take Sword Markwise Abode's table, but now I can't even have two guests. You are slighting me. Chu Qingcheng stammered. She watched Huangpu Qingyun's cold face and realized she no longer knew him. Zhuo Fan understood at once. If a third-rate clan young master and Drifting Flower's edifice's disciple took that table, it would bring utter humiliation to Sword Markwise Abode. Huangpu Qingyun was doing it on purpose, differentiating between those who fawned over him and those who disregarded him. The problem revolved around a mere table, but it was an allusion to a question of obedience. Looks like Regent Estate's people are a cut above the 6 houses, and so is their appetite. They want to unify the 7 houses. I need to move fast and secure some elders for the Luo clan. When the 7 houses unite, the Tianyu Empire will be plunged into chaos. Zhuo Fan didn't wait for their argument to finish as he already sat at the table. The people were stunned. What gall the brat has. This will be a shame for Sword Markwise Abode. Kid, you better be careful where you sit, lest you invite death. Long Jiu warned him with a cold eye. Zhuo Fan watched him calmly. Grandpa Jiu, be careful to not have your clan ruined with what you say. The people were twitching. He doesn't have just gall, he's mad. He even threatened Veiled Dragon Pavilion's Long Jiu. Only Huangpu Qingyun watched Zhuo Fan with admiration besides shock. He could now see how a third-rate clan young master became Drifting Flower's edifice's son-in-law. Long Jiu's eye shivered from emotion and shock. After a long time, he cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, young master, for reminding me. Only then sat quietly. This caused an even bigger shock. Not only was Huangpu Qingyun and his experts startled, even Long Jai and Long Kui next to Long Jiu were perplexed. The grand elder Jew of Veiled Dragon Pavilion was cowed by a nameless brat. How is this possible? But no one noticed Long Jew was moved to tears. His soul-devouring crow was also flapping its wings in excitement. Chapter 115. Isolated. Watching the soul-devouring crow's jubilation, Zhuo Fan perked the corner of his mouth, knowing that Long Jew recognized him. After all, he used to address Long Jew with Grandpa Jew the first time they met. Furthermore, unlike those that addressed him as Grandpa Jew, Zhuo Fan's haughty tone made it undoubtedly clear to Long Jew as to who he was. None of the people there understood what happened, their eyes darting from one to another in hesitation. A third-rate clan kid dared speak nonsense to a Veiled Dragon Pavilion's elder Aud. The elder in question not only did not rebuke but looked relaxed odder. On top of that, there seemed to be some underlying meaning in it, which was baffling to them. This cast many doubts upon the guests. But before they could pry, a sneer resounded. "Humph, Drifting Flowers Edifice is so thoughtful to let some pipsqueak have a table." To everyone's shock, Zai Tianyong had been standing at the entrance, unbeknown to them. Meanwhile, Jian Suifeng's face had turned ashen. The exclusion of Sword Markwise abode from the Seven Houses feast was utter humiliation. Chu Qingcheng cried, urging Zhuo Fan, "Who told you to sit? Leave at once." "Qingcheng, did you forget? It was I who invited them." Huangpu Qingyun smiled at her, but his deeper meaning pricked at Sword Markwise abode. "Isn't it a waste to have an empty table? I have welcomed the two disciples to make better use of it. It is not a place for a dog to sit in after all." "Humph, since the second young master does not put Sword Markwise abode in his eyes, we shall be taking our leave then." "Farewell." Zai Tianyong waved his sleeve and left. This time, Jian Suifeng didn't stop him, going after him with a stern face. There was no compromise when it came to the matter of Sword Markwise abode's dignity, even if it meant offending the other 6 houses. Chu Qingcheng became anxious. It was Huangpu Qingyun who did this, but Drifting Flowers Edifice was the host. With Zai Tianyong returning humiliated, wouldn't Sword Markwise abode put all the blame on Drifting Flowers Edifice in this moment of crisis? Drifting Flowers Edifice should be making friends, not offending others left and right. "Young Master Zai, please wait. This is the fault of our Drifting Flowers Edifice, please forgive me. I will be arranging a table shortly to apologize." Chu Qingcheng cried in panic. Zai Tianyong paused and turned. Chu Qingcheng was willing to lower herself and apologize. This was enough for Sword Markwise abode to keep their dignity. It wouldn't be proper to be obstinate. However, noticing Huangpu Qingyun's mocking grin, Zai Tianyong's anger flared and spoke coldly. "Edifice Lord Chu, since you have the powerful regent estate to lean on, you needn't degrade yourself. I am unfortunate to say that the small and meager Sword Markwise abode cannot accept your apology." Zai Tianyong left this time for good. Chu Qingcheng sighed. How could she not get his meaning? Drifting Flowers Edifice chose to rely on Regent Estate in their hour of most desperate need. This in turn alienated the other houses. She didn't know if this was the right path, but she began to feel that Drifting Flowers Edifice was becoming more and more isolated. Even their longtime friend, Long Jiu, could only sigh at this. If she couldn't even preserve the dignity of her guests, what's to have them return a second time? Huangpu Qingyun was immensely pleased and showed it in his smile. His eyes drifted to Vicious Pill King, who nodded and showed a crafty glint. Zhuo Fan took it all in and cried inside, "Damn it. This is Huangpu Qingyun's plan, to isolate Drifting Flowers Edifice." When Drifting Flowers Edifice was gone, the next to follow would be Sword Markwise abode and Veiled Dragon Pavilion, who refused to acknowledge their might. And when the 7 houses were under one banner, the Luo clan would fall. Zhuo Fan squinted his eyes as he yelled, "Brother Zai, there are more seats here. If you do not mind, let's squeeze together and join the feast." "Humph, an insignificant, noisy brat dares call me brother. Are you freakin' worthy of it? Sitting next to you would throw the 7 houses' honor down the drain." Zai Tianyong snorted inside as he clenched his teeth. This rotten drifting flowers edifice has gone too far. Since when can a third-rate clan kid yell at me? Zai Tianyong didn't even turn around, so Zhuo Fan scratched his nose as he shouted, "Coward! Are you that scared of sitting next to me?" The fierce tone rang in everyone's ears. Everyone was dazed, even Huangpu Qingyan. They were too out of it to even react. Blast it. This punk is a madman among lunatics. The nerve of this brat. He first threatened Elder Jiu, and now he was calling Sword Markwise Abode's young master a coward. Did he yearn for death that much? Elder Jiu didn't retaliate because of seniority. With his power, striking against a junior in front of everyone would be too shameful, while Zai Tianyong was a rash youth. You think he'd let you off after this public humiliation? The drifting flowers edifice won't say anything even if you do end up dead. Iris Overseer held her forehead, Peony Overseer sighed. Chu Qingcheng gnashed her teeth with tightened fists. She was itching to tear him to pieces. This rotten brat. Here he goes again, thinking with his brawn. Vicious Pill King's disciple and Mary Wood's disciple were enjoying the show with cold smiles. Edifice Lord Chu, this is too much even if you rely on Regent Estate. Do you want to slight Sword Markwise Abode so much? Giant Suifeng snorted in anger as his body exudes power. Chu Qingcheng rushed to diffuse the misunderstanding. Please calm down, 8th Elder. This is a misunderstanding. This child speaks without thinking. I will deal with this personally. Chu Qingcheng glared at Zhuo Fan and berated, Song Yu, what are you waiting for? Apologize. A small smile played on Zhuo Fan's lips as he looked at Zai Tianyong's back. Shivering, Zai Tianyong turned around jerkily, eyeing Zhuo Fan with rage, but also shock. He then strode before Zhuo Fan. Young Master Zai, please, he is but a child. Please don't lower yourself to his level. Chu Qingcheng was nervous, yet Yuan Kai gathered in her palms. She would have no choice but to interfere if Zai Tianyong moved in for the kill. Zio Dandan jumped in front of Zhuo Fan as she nervously said, Young Master Zai, he is my fiancé, one of Drifting Flowers' edifice. His error will be dealt with by Drifting Flowers' edifice. Please don't let anger control you. Ignoring her, Zai Tianyong only calmly walked to Zhuo Fan's table. However, outside of everyone's expectation, the two didn't jump at each other's throat. Zai Tianyong just landed his butt on the chair next to Zhuo Fan and poured himself a drink before downing the glass. Then, stared at Zhuo Fan's face, not fully convinced as he laughed. Ha ha ha, good wine. Of course. Drifting Flowers Edifice's wine is made by the young and charming ladies. Since you're here, brother, let's have drinks all round. Zhuo Fan filled his cup and Zai Tianyong nodded, sitting there as if nothing happened. Everyone's eyes were bulging out of their sockets. Even Jian Suifeng was dumbstruck. Zai Tianyong's reckless temper flared even before the likes of Huangpu Qingyan from the Regent Estate. Why was he casually drinking wine with a man who just cursed him? He didn't understand, the others even more so. Having the show cut short, the others were stunned. Chu Qingcheng was also dumbfounded, her hands relaxing. She couldn't understand what trick Zhuo Fan pulled to calm Sword Markwise Abode's young master's anger. Zai Tianyong, didn't you say sitting at that table is beneath you? Huangpu Qingyan was disappointed as he spoke coldly. Laughing, Zai Tianyong waved off his reproach. I do, but not with a brother who I appreciate. Zai Tianyong and Zhuo Fan clinked glasses just like drinking buddies. Jian Suifeng awkwardly sat next to Zai Tianyong, not quite able to wrap his head around his young master. Tianyong, you. Ha ha ha, 8th Elder sit. Sharing a table with this brother will not disgrace Sword Markwise Abode in the slightest. Zai Tianyong waved his hand, pulling Jian Suifeng to sit. Jian Suifeng watched Zhuo Fan befuddled. Seeing peace restored, Chu Qingcheng relaxed also. Her pretty eyes landed on Zhuo Fan with gratitude. Zhuo Fan raised a glass in her honor and lifted an eyebrow. Chu Qingcheng glared at him, but they held no anger. It was the same as when a big sis smacked her little brother over the head, a love tap. Qingcheng. Huangpu Qingyan's eye grew cold, severely irked by Zhuo Fan's action of diffusing the conflict between Drifting Flowers Edifice and Sword Markwise Abode. However, Chu Qingcheng did not notice. So she urged. King Yun, it was hard to gather all the 7 houses before the 100-pill meeting, as you can see. So don't be so hard on young Master Zai. Ha ha ha, how could I? I came because of you after all. His eyes flashing, Huangpu Qingyun spoke. Let's begin. Now that all houses are here, let us settle the matter between Drifting Flowers Edifice and Pill King Hall. Chu Qingcheng was happy. With Regent Estate standing here, that old dog will have to give up the antidote. What she didn't know, however, was that vicious Pill King was also anticipating this. Chapter 116. Ruthless Betrayal. Clap tilde at the sharp clap, everyone turned to Chu Qingcheng. She smiled and eyed the vicious Pill King. On this occasion, with all 7 houses gathered here, I would like everyone to bear witness to one matter of mine. She stared vicious Pill King down with a cold gaze. Yan Song, it is time to end our grudges today. Ha ha ha, what grudges do you speak of? I do not understand. Have I perhaps turned up uninvited? Vicious Pill King stroked his beard. Squinting, Chu Qingcheng continued. Yan Song, stop faking it. The elders of the 7 houses are here, and so is Regent Estate's second young master. You won't leave this place until you give up the Rainbow Cloud Palm's antidote? Iris Overseer and Peony Overseer stood up also, ready to strike at a moment's notice. The others kept silent, watching the events unfold. They knew of this grudge between them for a long time. This time, however, Drifting Flowers Edifice invited Regent Estate to mediate and press down on Pill King Hall. Vicious Pill King would have no choice but to comply in his presence. Yet, just when the second young master ought to speak, he remained unusually quiet. The people ignored Chu Qingcheng and Vicious Pill King, turning their gazes to Qingcheng, because they all knew he was the one who had the final say. Who was right and who was wrong, who failed and who won, all rested on this man's shoulders. Huangpu Qingyun smiled towards Vicious Pill King. Ha ha ha, Elder Yan, if you truly poisoned Drifting Flowers Edifice's disciples, there is no harm in providing the antidote and keep it cordial. He, second young master is right. Snickering, Vicious Pill King cupped his hands at Huangpu Qingyun, but his sinister eyes stared right at Chu Qingcheng. I have indeed hurt your overseers, but I am unable to provide the antidote. Yan Song, the nerve of you, you won't even listen to the Regent Estate. Do I have to bother His Majesty for you to drop this matter? Chu Qingcheng shouted. But Huangpu Qingyun lightly waved it off. His Highness is terribly occupied and has no time to mind us, 7 houses. Even after what happened in Windgaze City between Veiled Dragon Pavilion and Hell Valley, His Highness rebuked them both. Not only they, but even the other houses were given a warning. Windgaze City has now become a restricted area for us. When Huangpu Qingyun pointed this out, Longjiu and Hell Valley's 5th elder started glaring at each other. Zhuo Fan sneered inside, knowing where this was going. For the Regent Estate to unify the 7 houses, they must have all of the houses' affairs under their control. Wouldn't it become a mere figurehead as the leader of the 7 houses if the other houses turned to the Emperor for mediation? Humph, they move quite quickly when it comes to grabbing power. So this is the true ambition of Regent Estate. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed coldly. Chu Qingcheng took a deep breath to calm her anger. Qingyun, you are right, but this old dog. Leave it to me. Huangpu Qingyun held his hand in interruption and spoke to Vicious Pill King. Elder Yan, taking your current stance is tantamount to slighting Regent Estate. Don't you see me sitting here? Ha ha ha, the second young master misunderstands. The truth is, I cannot provide the antidote. Vicious Pill King cupped his hands and smiled. But shouldn't what a certain thief stole be returned first? What do you mean? Huangpu Qingyun raised an eyebrow, his voice odd. Grinning, Vicious Pill King looked at Chu Qingcheng in askance, speaking with a sly smile. Edifice Lord Chu, I'm sure you haven't forgotten of that devil Chu Qingshan. Shivering, tears welled in Chu Qingcheng as she clenched her fists. Bottomless rage and overflowing killing intent surged. The people were shocked having witnessed Chu Qingcheng so out of control for the first time. Sneering, Vicious Pill King added, Drifting Flowers Edifice had once sent that devil, Chu Qingshan, to become my disciple. I found him smart and imparted some of my teachings. In the end, he stole Rainbow Cloud Palm's antidote formula. His strength was lacking when refining it and died, while also poisoning many overseers in the process. How can this be my fault? Yeah, he was my senior brother meant to inherit the master's legacy. But he was driven by delusions of grandeur and betrayed us despite our good relations. He got his just desserts when he thought too highly of himself. He was blind to believe he could refine the antidote, only to fail. Yan Fu was mocking them now. The only thing I admire about my senior brother is his talent in alchemy. As for his moral character, he was too arrogant, repaying gratitude with enmity and hurting Drifting Flower's edifice. It can be said he was impudent. Shut up. Chu Qingcheng's anger flared and her eyes reddened as she watched the evil pair. The others jerked in fright. Throwing a disdainful gaze at her, vicious Pill King snorted. Second young master, if this happened in Regent Estate, would you give your spy the antidote? You're right. Huangpu Qingyun nodded. Everyone's eyes were on him in a split second. It was Drifting Flower's edifice who asked for him, so what was he doing sticking up for Pill King Hall? Only Zhuo Fan knew this was coming, calmly tasting the fine wine. Second young master, there is a reason behind this matter. At that time, Pill King Hall attacked our edifice lord. Iris Overseer hurried to explain, but vicious Pill King cut her off. Humph! There are plenty of arguments among the 7 houses, but does this garner sending a spy to another house? Going by your words, won't that make Hell Valley filled with Veiled Dragon Pavilion's people? And Veiled Dragon Pavilion teeming with Hell Valley's spies as well? Elders began nodding at this. In the case of small arguments, they were resolved openly. Sending spies was too demeaning and shameful for the 7 houses' prestige. Iris Overseer was flustered while Chu Qingcheng was almost lost in a rage. Her eyes bore hatred towards Yan Song, wanting to eat him alive. That's enough. Since I and the house's elders are here, I will be the judge and you witnesses in dissolving this grievance. Huangpu Qingyun's shout drowned the 2 sides bickering. Everyone nodded. Huangpu Qingyun turned to the vicious Pill King, to which Yan Song cupped his hands. I leave everything in the second young master's hands. Turning to Chu Qingcheng, she let out a ragged breath and nodded. Huangpu Qingyun came at her request and believed he would side with Drifting Flower's edifice. Huangpu Qingyun's eyes flashed pleased. With both sides in agreement, then I will state my verdict. Do not object it, or it will mean a challenge to Regent Estate. Yes, Chu Qingcheng and vicious Pill King nodded. Good. Elder Yan, you are to give the Rainbow Cloud Palm's antidote to the Drifting Flower's edifice. Huangpu Qingyun shouted and Chu Qingcheng was happy. But Huangpu Qingyun followed up on a cold tone. However, Drifting Flower's edifice was the first in the wrong. To be fair, Elder Yan may choose any one item from Drifting Flower's edifice as compensation. This caused a widespread shock. Everyone knew what Yan Song coveted the most. Drifting Flower's edifice refused to bargain this treasure with him. Or they would have long traded it. Huangpu Qingyun's verdict sounded fair, but it leaned towards Yan Song. In a blink, they all understood, flickering their eyes from one to another. Chu Qingcheng was even more shocked. She noticed Yan Song's cunning smile and came to realize it was a trap all along. They planned this from the start. Second young master's verdict is fair. I wholly agree, vicious Pill King laughed. Then I won't be shy and choose Bodhi route. Impossible. Chu Qingcheng snorted. The Drifting Flower's edifice's sacred treasure won't be yours. Qingcheng, you are the one who asked me to mediate. I have given my verdict and now you refuse. Are you mocking me? Huangpu Qingyun barked. Everyone knew Huangpu Qingyun didn't come to help Chu Qingcheng, but the Pill King Hall. With this excuse, Regent Estate drove itself between Pill King Hall and Drifting Flower's edifice. If Drifting Flower's edifice didn't hand over Bodhi route, they would have to face not only Pill King Hall, but the dreaded and mighty Regent Estate, the strongest of the 7 houses. If Regent Estate moved, no other house dared to help Drifting Flower's edifice. Before Drifting Flower's edifice could drive out the vicious wolf, they brought in a tiger. There was no going back now. Chu Qingcheng glared at Huangpu Qingyun with tears in her eyes. She never thought possible the one she rested her last hope on, her childhood sweetheart, would ruthlessly betray her. Iris Overseer and Peony Overseer were enraged, glaring at him with bitter hatred. The one they hated the most was now Huangpu Qingyun, the betrayer. As if unable to look his former sweetheart in the eyes, Huangpu Qingyun turned his head and sighed. "Qingcheng, don't be so obstinate. This is all for Drifting Flowers Edifice's sake." "Bullshit. What would be left of Drifting Flowers Edifice if the Bodhi route is gone?" Peony Overseer's temper flared and cursed him. "How will you call yourself Drifting Flowers Edifice if everyone is dead?" Huangpu Qingyun snorted. "We agreed before to not contest my verdict. Accept it or suffer the wrath of Regent Estate." Peony Overseer turned mute. Chu Qingcheng and Iris Overseer were falling in despair. However, a sneer echoed around. "Young Master Huangpu, if my ears didn't fail me, you said you came to mediate and let the elders bear witness. Now that you have given your verdict, isn't it the elders' turn to judge its fairness?" This shocked everyone, turning to find the brazen man who dared contest Regent Estate. Chapter 117. Lifeline. The people saw Zhuo Fan casually holding his glass as he nursed his wine. He didn't look afraid at all, having just contested against Huangpu Qingyun. "Humph, you dare interrupt the matter between Drifting Flowers Edifice and Pill King Hall?" Huangpu Qingyun glared. Zhuo Fan shook his head and embraced Xiao Dandan, lifting a taunting eyebrow at Huangpu Qingyun. "I am now part of Drifting Flowers Edifice and have the right to speak for it. What goddamn right do you have for spouting bullshit? Impudent?" Huangpu Qingyun's fury resulted in unleashing his power, launching a sudden palm attack. Not even Zhuo Fan would dare take a palm backed by a second layer of Profound Heaven Cultivator. However, he didn't look the slightest bit worried. He knew someone would save him. A white silk ribbon seized the palm. He turned to see the cold Chu Qingcheng staring back. "Qingcheng, what's the meaning of this? Are you violating the agreement?" Huangpu Qingyun squinted. Chu Qingcheng spat through gnashed teeth. "Song Yu's words are correct. Second Young Master has given his verdict, and now it is the elders' turn to judge its fairness. I am sure the great Second Young Master is a man of his word." After muttering to himself, Huangpu Qingyun snorted in anger. "Fine, then let the elders decide." His power flashed, and the white silk ribbon on his hand was torn to shreds as he returned to his seat. His cold eyes gleamed over the crowd. "Tell me, is my verdict right or wrong?" The hearts of everyone seized. They shook their heads, then glared at Zhuo Fan. Does a Drifting Flowers Edifice's son-in-law have to go this far for them? Now you threw the ball in our court. Won't uttering a single word earn Regent Estate's rage? Mulling for a moment, Hell Valley's fifth elder stood up laughing. "Ha ha ha, Second Young Master's verdict was indeed fair. I have no objection. Fifth elder is wise. Second Young Master, I second him." Vicious Pill King smiled at Huangpu Qingyun. After seeing Peony Overseer's riveting gaze, then Huangpu Qingyun's, Merry Woods Lin Zishan cupped his hands. "I accept Second Young Master's verdict wholly." Huangpu Qingyun nodded pleased, and Peony Overseer was prepped to blow. "No man is worthy. They speak sweet nothings and then abandon you in your hour of need. You damn two-faced. I will never forget this, Lin Zishan." Peony Overseer's eyes burned with towering flames of rage, her breath ragged in a desperate attempt to hold it in. Meanwhile, Lin Zishan simply avoided her gaze. As matters stand, 3 of the 7 houses approved of Huangpu Qingyun's verdict. Only one more was needed to set it in stone. Drifting Flowers Edifice was fully against it, but even they had no choice in the matter. Pushed against the wall, none of the elders desired to fall alongside Drifting Flowers Edifice and offend Regent Estate. Huangpu Qingyun had a pleased smile when he saw Chu Qingcheng's sour face. He turned to Long Jiu. "Next, Veiled Dragon Pavilion's Elder Jiu. State your stance." Taking a deep breath, Long Jiu thought it over. He saw Chu Qingcheng's hopeful gaze and Huangpu Qingyun's towering arrogance. Sighing, he shook his head. "Second Young Master, I also believe you are Chu Qingcheng was ashen and Huangpu Qingyun was beaming from happiness. Then Zhuo Fan pursed his lips, casually saying, "Grandpa Jiu, choose your words wisely." The hell? This punk is threatening Elder Jiu. Again, Zhuo Fan's tone was flat, but all knew its meaning. What shocked the people present was his balls to disrespect Long Jiu again and again. He may be a junior to Long Jiu, but doing it a second time was testing Veiled Dragon Pavilion's patience. If Long Jiu didn't strike, it would be an affront to their reputation. He, Long Jiu, you've been berated once again by a mere junior, yet still do not retaliate. You have quite the mild temper, it seems. Hell Valley's fifth elder seized the chance to mock him. Long Kui and Long Jai glared at Zhuo Fan. Though Long Jiu didn't care, all his focus was on what to say next. Looking at Zhuo Fan again, he noticed the deep determination his eyes hid. Long Jiu then gnashed his teeth. "Fine then, I'll gamble." "Second young master, I believe you are partial. Drifting Flowers' edifice may have been the first to be in the wrong, but taking their precious treasure from them is the same as cutting off their future. It is no different than destroying them." Long Jiu cupped his hand and shouted, though his head was soaked in sweat. His words smacked Regent Estate in the face. His stance would have a great impact on the way Regent Estate would treat Veiled Dragon Pavilion in the future. But he had more faith in Zhuo Fan. He saw it with his own eyes in Windgaze City. Each of Zhuo Fan's decisions was always correct. Shock beyond belief. No one saw this coming. This wasn't just siding with Drifting Flowers' edifice, it was going against Regent Estate. Chu Qingcheng and the other two overseers offered their thanks again and again. Long Jiu gave a bitter smile as he slumped in his chair. He had no idea if this would promise blessings or spell doom. Huangpu Qingyun disregarded Long Jiu and stared at Zhuo Fan. He made the Grand Elder Jiu change his decision. Just who the hell was he indeed? Huangpu Qingyun discovered Long Jiu had already made up his mind of forsaking Drifting Flowers' edifice. However, those few words from Zhuo Fan set Veiled Dragon Pavilion against Regent Estate. Who in God's name is he? He has greater sway than even me. In fact, he wasn't the only one who noticed. Everyone else there realized this but chose to abstain from revealing it. Yet their eyes never left Zhuo Fan, chuckling inside. Zhuo Fan kept drinking with Zai Tianyang like best buds. What of Sword Markwai's abode? What is your opinion? Huangpu Qingyun turned his cold eyes to Jian Suifeng. Zai Tianyang, however, patted Jian Suifeng before he could rise and laughed. "Eighth Elder, let me handle this." Tianyang, this concerns the future of Sword Markwai's abode. You must." I know. Zai Tianyang waved his warning off, sneering at Huangpu Qingyun with a slanted look, then toasted with Zhuo Fan again. "Kid, I find you really familiar. Are you really a son-in-law to Drifting Flowers' edifice?" "Yep." Rolling his eyes, Zhuo Fan didn't know what he was going for and nodded. He, then prove it by kissing your wife." Zai Tianyang laughed as he pointed at Xiao Dandan. She went beet red in a flash, her heart raced, going a mile a minute, and stole glances at Zhuo Fan. The latter glared at Zai Tianyang and cursed softly. "What are you playing at, punk? Wanna fight?" Zai Tianyang just stated, "Hey now, I know you want my favor, so do what I say or I don't know which side to choose." What? This made everyone hold their breaths. Jian Suifeng was close to exploding. In this critical moment when one word could decide the future of their house, he was playing around? "Tianyang," Jian Suifeng shouted. "Eighth Elder, believe me, I know what I'm doing." Zai Tianyang showed a reassuring glance. Jian Suifeng had never before seen him look so serious. He nodded in the end and chose to believe this disciple. He won't be damning the house over a game, right? Fine, Zai Tianyang. Zhuo Fan clenched his fists and was itching to wipe that grin off Zai Tianyang's face with his fists. But he chose to endure, glaring at him. "I will obey your order." Zhuo Fan embraced Xiao Dandan and French kissed the girl in front of the whole crowd. Xiao Dandan's mind went blank. When he saw Zai Tianyang's ridiculously pleased grin, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but curse. "Pervert, what are you happy about? If you want a woman, go find your own." "Ha, I already have, you know. Once I tell her, she will hate you forever." Zai Tianyang laughed and slapped the table in joy. Everyone watched Sword Markwise Abode's young master in a daze. They didn't know what he was saying, but one thing was certain. The two knew each other. Meanwhile, only Zhuo Fan knew the she he was referring to was Zhu Ningxiang. Shaking his head, Zhuo Fan sighed. Make your choice then. All right, brother, I choose you. Zai Tianyang could barely hold his glee as he turned to Huangpu Qingyun and taunted with his eyebrows. Second young master, I absolutely positively refute your so-called fairness. That is why Sword Markwise Abode believes your verdict is wrong. Huangpu Qingyun clenched his fists in rage. His eyes bored through Zai Tianyang. You have gall, just you wait. Zai Tianyang lifted his head in confidence, ready to fight back. With this, the verdict was a tie. Chu Qingcheng was overjoyed and expressed her thanks to Zai Tianyang. She then said to Huangpu Qingyun, since the second young master's verdict could not gain the 7 houses' elders' approval, it is vetoed. Who said it is? Have you forgotten about us, the regent estate? Huangpu Qingyun snorted. He, I have never heard of giving a verdict and vote also. Regent estate's vote is invalid from the start. Zhuo Fan sneered. Gnashing his teeth, Huangpu Qingyun glared at him. If he had killed Zhuo Fan when he had the chance, Veiled Dragon Pavilion and Sword Markwise Abode would have abstained and Drifting Flowers Edifice would have easily fallen. Damn punk. I will kill you myself. Huangpu Qingyun glared murderously at Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan noticed and smiled. If the second young master is unsatisfied with this conclusion, I have a proposition. Elder Yan gives the antidote, and he is free to pick anything from Drifting Flowers Edifice, besides Bodhi Root. No, only Bodhi Root matters to me. Vicious Pill King brushed his sleeve in anger. Zhuo Fan perked the corner of his mouth as if he was expecting this. That may not be off the table as you might think. Just that you can't have it so easily. It will all depend on you. What are you getting at? Vicious Pill King asked. Simple. The 100-pill meeting is about to start and the prize shall be the Bodhi Root. The winner will have all rights to claim it. All right. Let's see if anyone can contest my alchemy skill. Ha ha ha. Vicious Pill King cackled, thinking he had it in the bag. Huangpu Qingyun muttered for a while, then agreed, while Chu Qingcheng and the rest were filled with worry. Who could beat Vicious Pill King in alchemy? It seemed like a lifeline for Drifting Flowers Edifice, but it didn't seem to make much of a difference then before Chapter 118, Joint Plan. With both sides coming to an accord, the intricate feast had reached its end. What people found strange was Pill King Hall and Regent Estate converting about conditions not with Drifting Flowers Edifice's lord, but Zhuo Fan, the Drifting Flowers Edifice's son-in-law. In a land where women ruled, their fate was ultimately in the hands of a man. This was one irony some people couldn't get enough of. But the real irony was that Zhuo Fan was a fake son-in-law, only known by the overseers. And this man was the one who spoke for the Drifting Flowers Edifice. Peony Overseer and Iris Overseer exchanged a glance, their hearts bitter. As this was all said and done, any regret now would be wasted breath. Besides the fact the elders of the 7 houses were witnessing this, who'd be able to change it now that Pill King Hall and Regent Estate grasped such a huge advantage. They could only blame themselves for trusting Regent Estate. They gave Huangpu Qingyun so many of their treasures to bring him here, only to be closer to losing their very last and most important one. When the elders left, taking care of their affairs, Chu Qingcheng called for Huangpu Qingyun, the last man to leave. Wait. Chu Qingcheng's face was frosty, her eyes cold. Huangpu Qingyun paused but didn't turn around. Not far away, Vicious Pill King also paused and looked at the two. Why? Chu Qingcheng said. Huangpu Qingyun's lip moved but started with a sigh. Qingcheng, I have given you a chance, but you didn't take it. Chu Qingcheng frowned. In any case, this is all in your house's interest, and neither of us can change it. If only Drifting Flowers Edifice would have been more behaved, you'd have never come to witness today. Huangpu Qingyun's eyes flashed with regret and strode away with his 4 profound heaven experts. In Chu Qingcheng's moment of loss, Vicious Pill King crept over with a vicious smile. Edifice Lord, you've been wrong in your assumptions this time. The ones who want the Bodhi route isn't Pill King Hall, but Regent Estate. What? Chu Qingcheng was startled. He, that old bat didn't tell you. Regent Estate had long demanded the Bodhi route from her. Too bad she was so stubborn, not willing to budge an inch, so. Vicious Pill King squinted. Guess it's no harm in telling you this secret at this point. You think I alone am enough to harm that old bat? She had advised 3 generations of your edifice lords, after all, a truly awe-inspiring peak profound heaven expert. A bad feeling began to seize Chu Qingcheng's heart. Ha, you should have already guessed it. The one to have wounded her to such a state was an expert from Regent Estate. Foolish girl, you think your weak link with the second young master is enough to make Regent Estate help you. You brought the wolf in with open hands. Vicious Pill King's unrestrained laughter was filled with disdain as he took his leave. Chu Qingcheng shivered and collapsed. Her eyes empty and tears streamed down her cheeks. What have I done? Her empty eyes now held despair. Her lone figure in the grand guest hall struck a pitiful image. Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan and Xia Odandan left the hall and saw the veiled dragon pavilion with sword Markwise abode waiting for them in a remote corner. With a grin, Zhuo Fan walked straight to them, with Xia Odandan next to him, of course, eliciting a surprise from him. What are you coming with me for? Go play by yourself. Xia Odandan pouted. You've done that in front of everyone, and now you're so mean. What did I do? Wasn't it just a kiss? It's nothing great. I did it to get Sword Markwise Abode's vote and save your Drifting Flowers edifice. Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes and warned. Don't ever mention this again. There is nothing going on between us. Xia Odandan was like an obedient child, though in her heart she felt miserable. Yet noticing the 2 houses watching them closely, she couldn't help but grab Zhuo Fan's hand in worry. Song Yu, are they looking for trouble since you insulted them at the feast? It'd be best to leave as soon as possible. Zhuo Fan didn't explain and nod. Correct, but this is a man's job, not for women. Also, the further you are from me, the better. Zhuo Fan wrested his hand from her grip without hesitation and walked forward. Xia Odandan was sad but worried for his sake. She thought of something and quickly rushed off. Greetings, it's been a long time. Zhuo Fan sported a faint smile, putting on the thunder ring from his storage ring. Sparks traveled across it, and Zai Tianyong's reacted in kind. He laughed. I knew it was you. You looked so different that I almost didn't recognize you. But calling me a coward made me realize the truth. Zai Tianyong was the first to call Zhuo Fan a coward, and now the roles were reversed. By the way, where's sister-in-law? Zai Tianyong's eyebrows danced on purpose. Zhuo Fan's mood turned sour as he waved a fist. Why did you do that anyway? Are you itching for a smackdown? Ha, it's a joke. You didn't lose out anyway? Zai Tianyong laughed as he withdrew, still somewhat afraid of Zhuo Fan. By the way, little brother, I wanted to ask, what was this all about? Long Jiu asked sternly. Don't you realize we all offended the Regent Estate? Little brother? Wait, you're Zhuo Fan? Long Kui cried out. Since Long Jiu only had one little brother, Zhuo Fan, it was easy to figure it out. Giant Suifeng and Long Jai were also in shock. Now they knew why Long Jiu and Zai Tianyong sold their face to a kid, to the point they openly defied Regent Estate. Both were brothers to Zhuo Fan, holding undying gratitude towards each other. Yeah, brother, what was that all about? Zai Tianyong was also serious. I trust you since you have a good reason, but don't go ahead and sell me out again. We've been through life and death together. Zhuo Fan scratched his nose. You two are the ones I trust the most. I wouldn't have dragged you into this if I had no other choice. Just that you've already been pushed into harm's way and it's best to plan ahead. The 2 asked at the same time, What do you mean? Can't you see it? Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed. Regent Estate intends to unify all 7 houses, and you 2 are on their kill list. Rather than wait to be killed, it's best to set a boundary and retaliate. What? Unify the 7 houses? How do you know THT? They all cried. Zhuo Fan slowly shook his head. It's just a guess for now. Huangpu Qingyun displayed his power the instant he saw Zai Tianyong refuse to comply. If we take this arrogant behavior of a disciple into account, Then we can draw conclusions at the true schemes cooking in the heads of the regent estate's minds. On the surface, it looks nothing more than looking to make trouble for Sword Marquis' abode and humiliating it through you. When in fact he managed to achieve two things: weakening Edifice Lord's position, instigating Drifting Flowers' edifice and Sword Marquis' abode against each other, and splitting the people into three camps: those that obey, those that defy, and the opportunists. From how everyone reacted just now, it is safe to assume Hell Valley and Pill King Hall are in support of them. Meanwhile, Drifting Flowers' edifice, Sword Marquis' abode, and Veiled Dragon Pavilion, having reproached him many times, are obviously against them. As for Merry Woods, they are in the opportunist camp. They began to recount the feast in its entirety and came to the same conclusion. Now, they began to see why Huangpu Qingyun was so disgusted and rude over this trivial matter, even towards a house's young master. He wasn't just arrogant, but was devising a way to deal with the houses. They all broke out in cold sweat. If Zhuo Fan was right, the strongest of the 7 houses was going to declare war on them, to root them out and unite the 7 houses under one banner. This is all just a guess of yours. If it isn't true, then we became hostiles with Regent Estate for nothing. Long Kui said sternly after a moment. Nodding, Zhuo Fan's eyes turned cold. Indeed. But don't you all agree it is better to become enemies than to wait for the moment when they come at you and catch you unprepared? It's easy to see the difference in danger. If it was me, I would destroy them all at the slightest sign of disobedience. Shivering, Long Jiu and Giant Suifeng exchanged a glance and admired him inside, so vicious and decisive, just like a true ruler. Fine, I know of that saying about guard against those that want to hurt you or whatever. I get the Regent Estate is coveting us, but Drifting Flowers' edifices, sorry state, is a different matter. Brother, you made us favor Drifting Flowers' edifice and thus pushed forward Regent Estate's war to us. Zai Tianyang suddenly said. Giant Suifeng gave him a praising glance. This kid is finally thinking for his house. Zhuo Fan disapproved with a sneer. Drifting Flowers' edifice is indeed the weakest of the 7, on the verge of collapse. This is why Regent Estate wants to start with them. Think about it. If they fall, who will Regent Estate turn to next? They all then realized shock. Though the Drifting Flowers' edifice was the weakest amongst the 7 houses, they were still part of the 7 houses. If Drifting Flowers' edifice was out of the picture, the next would be them: Sword Marquis' abode and Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Drifting Flowers' edifice is your gate. Once this gate splits open, Regent Estate will be unstoppable in its march to swallow you all. In addition, Drifting Flowers' edifice's existence presents us with Regent Estate's attack target. Take Drifting Flowers' edifice out of the picture, and it will be anyone's guess who the next mark is. They all nodded, with some people's eyes flashing with resolve. Even Long Kui, who always looked for chances to nitpick with him, had to agree. Long Kui now understood how serious this matter was, which involved her house. Then what do you get out of this? Zai Tianyang said. I know you well enough, and there's no way you'd get involved without getting something. Least of all, volunteering to help Drifting Flowers' edifice get over this predicament. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with confidence and said, Miss Long Kui, do you remember our 10 years agreement? Rising Luo clan above the 7 houses in 10 years, Long Kui muttered. Correct. Zhuo Fan continued with a smile. What I get from all of this is to slow down the Regent Estate's campaign and allow the Luo clan rise in 10 years. When I am done, we will see who will be the true #1 house in the empire. Chapter 119. Zhuo Fan's determination. What boasting! Giant Suifeng was the first to open his mouth in shock. 10 years to go beyond the 7 houses. There never was such a precedent in the entire Tianyu Empire, let alone rising enough to fight the strongest of the 7 houses, Regent Estate. Zhuo Fan's words were borderline fantasy. But from the looks of the rest, this arrogance was something they were used to. Given enough time, they got used to Zhuo Fan's egomaniac nature. So much so, they became numb to how many surprised he gave them, to some extent. Besides, compared to those shocking and incredible things he did, Boasting would hardly mean anything. In fact, he might actually pull it off. They were skeptical, but also expectant, looking forward to seeing how far this little freak could go. Furthermore, their interests aligned for now. AI, to safeguard both of our houses, we have no choice but to work together and protect Drifting Flowers' edifice. It would have been best if we talked about this yesterday. Now that the two houses are in agreement, with none of us having any legitimate reason to intervene in that contest anymore. Long Jiu shook his head. Zai Tianyang did the same, complaining, "Punk, making that proposition was a bad move. Whining with alchemy is the same as just giving it to Vicious Pill King. You think I wanted to? How else could I have made them take a step back and give Drifting Flowers' edifice a lifeline?" Rolling his eyes, Zhuo Fan sneered. "Moreover, you don't need to worry about this. All you have to do is to support Drifting Flowers' edifice from time to time and prevent it from being swallowed." "Does that mean you have a contingency in place?" they all asked. Perking the corner of his mouth, Zhuo Fan spoke with confidence. "It's just alchemy. I will face the Vicious Pill King myself." "What? He is a 7th grade alchemist. How?" This time they were panicking. A 7th grade alchemist was considered a peak in Tianyu Empire. Very few people had reached such a level, and Vicious Pill King was the #1 alchemist in Pill King Hall. He was better than even an average 7th grade alchemist, possibly the best in the Empire. Was Zhuo Fan, with his cultivation at his age, capable of such a feat? Damn it all to hell. What is up with this freak? Alchemy arrays, he is a master of all. There's hardly anyone in his generation who is his match. How did all of heaven's favor get dumped on him? Zai Tianyang was close to raining curses. He knew Zhuo Fan's skill in alchemy was abnormal, but not to the extent he reached a 7th grade alchemist's level. Zhuo Fan sighed. "Don't look at me like that. I'm going to face him, but I too am not certain of success." Zhuo Fan knew alchemy needed 3 things: cultivation, skill, and flame. Cultivation allowed prolonged control over the flame. Skill referred to the secret refining skills of some clans. Without a good one, no amount of cultivation would help refine a good pill. And flame determined the degree of ingredient refinement. For high-grade ingredients, a common flame was unable to refine it. An alchemist had to look for a beast flame or a natural-born fire. The stronger the flame, the better the refinement. His cultivation left room to refine a 4th-grade pill at best. But with the secret and ancient refining skill from 9 Serenity's secret records, he could go a grade higher. Regarding flame, he had no clue how strong the azure flame was, but it was strong, no doubt about it. He was confident he should be able to refine a 7th-grade pill. And if you fail? Long Jiu saw Zhuo Fan silent and was beginning to worry. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with naked killing intent. "Then it will come down to a fight. This is actually for the best. Taking the Bodhi route, the Regent estate will change their targets to me and Drifting Flowers' edifice will gain some breathing room. But you will end up chased by the experts of 3 houses." Long Jiu's eyes trembled, worried for Zhuo Fan's safety. A smile leaked on Zhuo Fan's lips. "Ha ha ha, and we'll be enemies sooner or later. Messing up their plan earlier is for the best. With me getting their attention, you 3 houses will have no trouble making preparations." Zhuo Fan's words moved them. He was using his life to buy them time. They were now looking at him in gratitude and admiration. Who would dare brave such dangers when a single mistake would be paid for with his life? "Damn, kid, you're truly bold." Even Jian Suifeng had to admire him. Zai Tianyang slapped his shoulder. He was silent, but his eyes spoke volumes. A burning gaze that seemed to want to melt him. It was a hero's appreciation of another. "Young Master Zai, please do not hurt him." A charming voice was followed by the appearance of a figure in red. It was none other than Peony Overseer. Zio Dandan ran back and pulled the baffled Zhuo Fan behind the Peony Overseer. "Everyone, Song Yu is as stubborn as a mule and offended you before. Please, for my sake, don't take it out on him." Peony Overseer cupped her hands. They suddenly froze, then laughed. Peony Overseer thought they wanted to get revenge on Zhuo Fan and rushed over to save him. This made them exchange a glance. It was though they sent out a message though their gaze, and all agreed to play along. Zhuo Fan was always so cocky that Long Jiu, a senior, looked for any chance to poke fun at him. Long Jiu coughed before he snorted in anger. How did Drifting Flowers Edifice get such a rude disciple? I would have long slapped him silly if Penny Overseer hadn't shown up. Uncle Jiu, please don't take it out on him. Penny Overseer nodded again and again. Long Jiu was stroking his beard, but his eyebrow danced in amusement at Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan's heart jumped and knew something was up. And sure enough, Long Jiu bypassed Penny Overseer and patted his shoulder like a teaching elder. Punk, you got away this time, but you better watch it in the future. Then Long Jiu slipped away, walking faster than normal, afraid Zhuo Fan would settle the score. Zhuo Fan blinked, still out of it. Zai Tianyang, having learned by Long Jiu's example, slapped his shoulder with a proud smile as he blurted, Punk, better watch it next time. I won't go so easy again. I am cooler than you, stronger than you. To think you even dared call me brother hoping you can climb ranks. Ha ha ha. Zai Tianyang was carefree in his speech. If it were any given day, he'd never had the balls to speak to Zhuo Fan in such a way. Whose fault was it that Zhuo Fan took on Song Yu's face? Zhuo Fan clenched his fists and fire ebbed in his eyes. Curses! Since when did I have such goddamned brothers? You were the one acting all familiar with me before, and now you're messing with me. As Zhuo Fan glared at the two's retreating figures, a charming voice spoke. Hey, what are you looking at? Can't take it? Zhuo Fan turned towards Long Kui. She struggled to hold her smile back as she berated. You're just a junior, just like this lady. You better get your act together when you see Uncle Jiu again. Don't be cheeky and learn some manners. Long Kui stuck out her chin, passing him by with an attitude to match. Worse, when she just passed him, Zhuo Fan noticed a wry smile on her face. Zhuo Fan was trembling now, close to spitting blood. Curses. Even this wench is joining in. Your lucky Drifting Flowers Edifice's people are around, or I'll be pulling your pants down and tanning your ass. I am a sworn brother with Long Jiu. I am a senior here. You're the cheeky one. Zhuo Fan felt bleak. Long Jai passed by him, and he glared back as if to say, What, you're also going to kick me around? Long Jai just shrugged and walked. Giant Suifeng stroked his beard with a smile, walking after Zai Tianyang. If he didn't see it himself, he wouldn't have believed the freak Zhuo Fan that killed Yugiki would have a day like this, all sullen and downcast. Once all were gone, Xiao Dandan sighed and smiled. That was dangerous. Lucky I called my master in time to save you. Who told you to? Zhuo Fan glared impatiently and howled. How could they dare think to mess with me if not for you two showing up? Xiao Dandan lowered her head, feeling deeply wronged. Penny Overseer flared. Song Yu, don't think you can always rely on Edifice Lord and pick on my disciple. Humph, you think I care for your fate. I only came to save you because Dandan asked me to. Humph, men are all the same, ungrateful. Dandan, let's go. He isn't worthy of you. Penny Overseer pulled Xiao Dandan away. Xiao Dandan looked back at him, but Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes. Zhuo Fan thought for a moment, then walked to the guest hall. It is time to lay the cards out for Chu Qingcheng. Exchanging Bodhi Jade sap for the safety of Drifting Flowers Edifice is a good enough deal for them. Chapter 120. Strange formula. The guest hall was quiet now that all the bustle was over. Only a bleak and desolate figure lay collapsed on the ground. Knowing to be Chu Qingcheng, Zhuo Fan walked to her, his words blunt. Edifice Lord, I need to speak with you. It's regarding Drifting Flowers Edifice's future. I am sure you'd be interested. Zhuo Fan seemed like a different person. Unlike the silly and naive Song Yu, he had a crafty smile and a deep gaze, yet his words fell on deaf ears. Zhuo Fan looked down to find Chu Qingcheng's eyes dead. She didn't hear a word he said. Come on. You're a profound heaven expert and an Edifice Lord on top of that. Yet you can't take a hit. A man's betrayal was enough to bring you to this state. Zhuo Fan shook his head. No wonder men have been rulers since antiquity. A woman's heart is too fragile. Though, big sis, even if you want to give up, do that after you listen to my plan. At least give me the Bodhi Jade sap while you're at it, Zhuo Fan sighed. If this had happened yesterday, he would have laughed. thinking it would be easy to take the Bodhi jade sap and just leave. But now, things have changed. If anything happened to Chu Qingcheng, the Drifting Flowers edifice would collapse. Wouldn't that be to Regent Estate's satisfaction? For now, he couldn't steal the Bodhi jade sap and could only politely ask for it. Edifice Lord Chu, wake up. Listen to my plan to rescue Drifting Flowers edifice. I promise you will like it. Zhuo Fan waved his hand in front of her. Chu Qingcheng was still unresponsive, her eyes blank. Though the tears proved she was very much alive. Sighing, Zhuo Fan found himself out of options. After a person locked their heart to escape the cruel reality, the only one capable of saving them was themselves. Sister Chuchu, why are you like this? Zhuo Fan sighed, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, Chu Qingcheng moved and the light came back in her eyes. What did you call me? Zhuo Fan was startled, then happy. It seems his unintentional call brought this foolish lady back. He rushed to say, Sister Chuchu, wake up! Zhuo Fan shook to her as he used bewitching whispers. His voice was amplified hundreds of times in her ear. Chu Qingcheng shivered and woke up, looking back at Zhuo Fan. Her eyes softened. So it's you, thank you. It's nothing as long as you're awake now. Nodding, Zhuo Fan laughed inside. By the way, I have something. No need to say it. Nothing matters at this point. Chu Qingcheng stood up as she had made her newfound resolve. Her eyes flashed. Drifting Flowers edifice has entered such a crisis, and it's my responsibility to do everything to save it. This isn't your fault, and Drifting Flowers edifice still has. Song Yu. Chu Qingcheng didn't seem to have heard him as she smiled warmly. I really need to thank you. I don't know how you got Veiled Dragon Pavilion and Sword Markwise Abode to help us, to give us one last chance. Without this chance, I know that we would have been stripped of all dignity. Actually. All right, you don't need to explain. I understand. She used a delicate hand to help Zhuo Fan up and smiled. I know you want to comfort me, but there's no need. I realize it now. There is still time until the 100-pill meeting starts, and hope you can help me with some things. She pulled Zhuo Fan outside. The pitiful Zhuo Fan tried many times to get a word in, but was always shut down before he could finish. His only choice was to let Chu Qingcheng pull him. Big sis, can't you let me speak? I have a way to save Drifting Flowers edifice. Zhuo Fan sighed. How does this woman speak so fast? I can't get a word in. The moment I open my mouth, she lets out 10 words. It is just for some Bodhi jade sap. Is it really necessary to cut me off every time? Zhuo Fan shook his head and stopped talking. Regardless of how he worded it, Chu Qingcheng had a way to shut him up each time. As if talking to a child, Zhuo Fan was silent the whole trip, pulled along to a desolate cliff at the back of the edifice. And the cliff's wall had faint energy waves leaking from it, a barrier. Drifting Flowers edifice disciple Chu Qingcheng, requesting an audience with Aunt Tao. Chu Qingcheng bowed and shouted. An invisible ripple echoed and the barrier opened. An aged voice traveled from within. Chuchu, you are the Lord now. You do not need to act this way for this old lady. Aunt Tao is the master of this place. I may be the Lord, but I dare not enter without permission. Chu Qingcheng let out a rare smile and pulled Zhuo Fan inside. The instant he got in, he sneezed. It was so cold that he could feel it even through his diamond body. A cold cave such as this had to contain an extreme yin treasure. Sure enough, a 10-meter square block of black-bluish ice laid in the middle of the cave. Any yin cultivator would greatly improve their speed of cultivation here. This place was a naturally formed treasure. Although a tad lacking compared with Bodhi root, it was still enough to make a radiant stage expert become greedy. On the ice lay an old woman in intricate robes. She seemed in her 50s, but the black and blue on her face pointed out that she was poisoned, and from the looks of it, it had to be consuming most of her body. Damn. This old woman is so poisoned and can't move, yet she can still release this barrier? Just what's her cultivation? I didn't think it possible Drifting Flowers edifice could have another expert. Zhuo Fan spoke. Then a voice filled with contempt entered his ears. Humph, foolish child, that is a living corpse. It cannot hear, cannot speak, cannot move. How can it release the barrier? I am the one who did it. Frowning, Zhuo Fan turned to see deeper inside the cave. There laid an old woman cross-legged. She wore black clothes, and with how dusky it was in here, Zhuo Fan didn't notice her at first. Aunt Tao, he has very low cultivation and only a bit of physical strength. It is normal he didn't see you. Please don't blame him. Chu Qingcheng smiled. Aunt Tao teased, "Girl, I have never seen you protect a man before. Is he did you show it to him?" Chu Qingcheng blushed and nodded. Zhuo Fan was staring blankly, unable to make sense of anything. See what? Treasure. Song Yu, she is our top alchemist, Aunt Tao. Quickly, Bo. Chu Qingcheng pushed him forward. Zhuo Fan helplessly went, feeling more bizarre. Why suddenly bring me to your head alchemist? To teach her, in any case, teaching her depends on her aptitude. Zhuo Fan did not wish to bow right now, but he had to show respect. But when he caught a glimpse of the old woman, he jumped in fright. She had white hair, but also a green and blue face from being poisoned. Not worse than the old woman on the ice. Rainbow cloud palm. One look was enough to recognize the cause. What, did I scare you? Ha ha ha. Aunt Tao showed a frightening smile. Not all of Drifting Flower's edifices people are beauties. Song Yu, don't be rude and apologize. Chu Qingcheng urged. Yet Zhuo Fan didn't react, only watching her face as he muttered. Wait, it's similar but not quite like the rainbow cloud palm. The old woman's face moved and showed surprise. Child, you seem quite knowledgeable of poisons. To be honest, this isn't because of rainbow cloud palm, but from when I failed to refine its antidote. Are you making pills or poison? Zhuo Fan shouted. Ha ha ha, well said. With a sad smile, Aunt Tao felt mournful. Whether it's poison or medicine, I am yet unsure. But in these 3 years of research, I have come to understand this is like a pill yet not a pill, a poison yet not a poison. Vicious Pill King, you are indeed so remarkable that I can't even compare. With a crazed laughter, Aunt Tao fixed her eyes on the stone wall. Zhuo Fan followed her eyes and squinted. A human skin was sprawled on the wall, holding a record of rainbow cloud palm's antidote formula. Even with Zhuo Fan's extensive knowledge, he found it weird. How is this possible? Zhuo Fan muttered. The 7 ingredients, each is a rare natural treasure. But the refining, is that of a poison or a pill? Being silent for a moment, Zhuo Fan walked to the living dead on the ancient ice. He touched her hand and injected his Yuan Kai. As he expected, she was poisoned by rainbow cloud palm. And just like Chu Qingcheng, she had the Bodhi jade sap restraining the 7 poisons. With the help of this ancient ice, her life was preserved. Only that Chu Qingcheng's poisoned state was less grave, while this living dead was filled with it. Even with an antidote, her recovery was slim. If the ancient ice hadn't kept her in suspended animation, her life would have been over. Zhuo Fan turned to the formula on the wall and felt something was off about it. It's real, but there's a trick to it. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with a strange light. Chapter 121. Grandmother. All right, child. This is a secret formula of Pill King Hall. I have studied it hard for many years, yet its workings elude me. You may have some passable skill in alchemy, but there's no way you can see through its mysteries after just a glance. Picking up on his surface thoughts, Aunt Tao shook her head. She then turned to Chu Qingcheng. Girl, you didn't come here just for his sake, right? Chu Qingcheng's cheek went rosy and bowed as she related the feast's events in all its details. Aunt Tao cried out in shock. What, even Regent Estate came? Ah, this must be fate. Crying towards the heavens, Aunt Tao wiped the dry tears from her eyes and muttered, Chuchu, what are you planning to do next? Will you let them destroy Drifting Flower's edifice? Or will you plead the Venerable to fight them to the death? Venerable? Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow in thought. Each of the 7 noble houses raised their own venerable. They were radiant stage cultivators, their last line of defense. They would never ask a venerable's intervention unless a calamity struck. This confirmed that Drifting Flower's edifice was on the brink of annihilation. When he thought about it, going against another radiant stage expert would most likely end in the Regent Estate's venerable being wounded for a few decades. I guess it is another way to slow down their conquest. Sister Chuchu, ask the venerable to step in and let them know we will fight tooth and nail with them. Drifting Flower's edifice isn't their playground. Zhuo Fan instigated, The more chaos, the better it was for him. Chu Qingcheng shook her head, her eyes firm. Asking the Venerable will trigger a war among the 7 houses. The empire would be plunged into civil war and the people would fall into despair. My heart cannot bear it. If Drifting Flowers' edifice falls, we, sisters, will part ways, but in case of war, Drifting Flowers' edifice will lose for sure and my sisters will perish with it. As a lord, I cannot ignore their fates. Now I see why grandmother chose you, the least qualified, as the lord despite unanimous disapproval. Aunt Tao nodded with a faint smile. Zhuo Fan, on the other hand, rolled his eyes, softies the lot of him. If it were him, he would have divided and then conquered, attack openly and overtly, spreading slaughter everywhere and throw the empire upside down. That was where his chance laid, to rise above from that madness. I would rather turn my back on the world than have the world turn its back on me. The demonic cultivator path was cruel and ambitious, with everyone stepping on others to reach the peak. Unfortunately, Chu Qingcheng was not a demonic cultivator. Her kind nature was just not cut out for this, unlike Zhuo Fan's bold nature. And there are the overseers poisoned by that old dog. Chu Qingcheng gazed with worry at Aunt Tao. This is why I want to ask Aunt Tao to step out and protect the Bodhi root. Perhaps our only chance of getting the antidote is if we give it in exchange. You plan on making me face that accursed man in alchemy. Aunt Tao seemed to have heard the biggest joke, cackling like mad. But in her lunacy, a hint of woe was hidden. Qingcheng, look at me. In my trials of unraveling his rainbow cloud palm, I am now neither human nor demon. Do you think my feeble skill is enough to win? Her heart in pain, Chu Qingcheng whispered something in Aunt Tao's ear. Aunt Tao's eyes lit up and nodded. I see. So that's what you're planning. But, will it work? Chu Qingcheng's eyes were dead set, her nod firm. Then I will die a worthy death. So that's why you brought this child. Sighing, Aunt Tao patted Chu Qingcheng tenderly on the shoulder. She then turned serious as she eyed Zhuo Fan. Kid, come here and kowtow to this grandmother 3 times? Zhuo Fan was clueless, grandmother. Where, following her finger, he discovered she was referring to the living dead. He was still out of the loop, but the dead ought to be shown respect, he guessed. So kowtowing wasn't that big of a deal. And so, Zhuo Fan was quite casual in his kneeling and knocking his head on the ground. As he did, he realized Chu Qingcheng was kneeling next to him, kowtowing just as well. Good. The rite is complete. Zhuo Fan was still confused when Aunt Tao shouted and asked for him to kneel again. This time, he was against it. He was first clueless to what was going on, but now he had to kneel again to this damnable old bat. But Chu Qingcheng's piercing eyes left Zhuo Fan with no other choice. Crud, I'm sawing you now and can only kneel. Aunt Tao and Chu Qingcheng noticed his proud eyes and shook their heads. Next, Aunt Tao began reciting the teaching of Drifting Flowers' edifice's ancestors, along with their 1,000-year-old history. Zhuo Fan wasn't at all content listening to some senseless rambling. But around the middle, Zhuo Fan started paying attention. It turned out Drifting Flowers' edifice and Pill King Hall were in a tight alliance, frequently marrying one's disciples to the other. Also, the Pill King Hall's rainbow cloud palm wasn't so strong in the past. But thanks to Drifting Flowers' edifice providing Bodhi jade sap, it slowly improved, becoming what it was today, the dread of all the 7 houses. Later, because a Pill King Hall and Drifting Flowers' edifice couple quarreled, which led to a fight. It ended up with the husband using the rainbow cloud palm on the wife, and the wife returned, enraged, back to Drifting Flowers' edifice. Drifting Flowers' edifice didn't take it seriously at first, using Bodhi jade sap to cure her. But they were shocked to find the Bodhi jade sap, which could save one from imminent death, to be ineffective. From that moment, Drifting Flowers' edifice realized the seriousness of the situation. Pill King Hall's poison was out of control, so they cut off their supply of Bodhi jade sap. This enraged Pill King Hall and the houses became bitter enemies ever since. Until 100 years ago, the Pill King Hall kept harassing Drifting Flowers' edifice and killing 8 overseers with rainbow cloud palm. Not even the lords were exempted, with 2 of them falling victim as well. The imperial family turned a blind eye to their feud. How could they not? Pill King Hall was supplying them with pills. It got to the point where Pill King Hall drove Drifting Flowers' edifice close to destruction several times. One thing had to be said. When there's a will, there's a way. In Drifting Flowers' edifice's hour of most desperate need, a strange woman stepped up, Chu Bijun. She was none other than the living dead laying in the ancient ice. Not only was she strong, she was also wise. On one hand, she repelled Pill King Hall's attacks, and, on the other, connected with the other houses through marriage, expanding their power. This had led to Pill King Hall to suffer countless and heavy defeats over the last century. Everyone in the 7 houses had to admire this woman's skill. They all came to the realization that without her, there would have been no Drifting Flowers edifice today. Even Pill King Hall had to admire her. The people came to call her the Lady of Steel, while the disciples of Drifting Flowers' edifice called her grandmother. She was by no means the edifice lord, but she assisted 3 generations of them, holding Drifting Flowers' edifice strong. It was a pity the Lady of Steel ended up falling in an enemy's ploy. A decade ago, Vicious Pill King had 3 overseers under his control. They betrayed the house and called out for help. Chu Bijun went to their rescue, only to fall into their trap. Heavily wounded and poisoned by the rainbow cloud palm, she still managed to escape their encirclement. They always thought Pill King Hall was behind this, but now they knew it was Regent Estate all along. Her state was very precarious on her return, with but 1 breath away from death. In this moment of impending demise, she made a bold and radical decision. To make Chu Qingcheng the edifice lord, passing on the mantle to a mere 13-year-old girl with Iris and Peony overseers at her side. This decision earned disapproval among many overseers, but they could only bear it in silence before the might of their grandmother. In light of what happened, Chu Qingcheng's most trusted allies were the Iris and Peony overseers. With time, people started to think grandmother was dead, when in fact Aunt Tao froze her on her last breath and had turned her into a living dead. This ended the sorrowful history of Drifting Flowers' edifice. Chu Qingcheng dabbed her eyes and recalled those times as she looked at grandmother. Aunt Tao was looking stern at Zhuo Fan. "Kid, did you get all of it?" Zhuo Fan nodded. "Yes." "Good, now you will be the next one to pass it on. The Drifting Flowers edifice will never die as long as someone remembers it." She laughed and helped Zhuo up before he joined his and Chu Qingcheng's delicate hands together. "Just for a few days. Take care." Aunt Tao walked towards the cave wall and entered contemplation. Zhuo Fan was about to ask for clarification when Chu Qingcheng pulled him before the grandmother. She bowed again and left without turning around. With a rumble, the stone door closed and the array started again. "Sister Chuchu, what is going on?" Zhuo Fan asked, puzzled. He didn't understand why Chu Qingcheng prevented him from speaking and brought him to listen to their history. Chu Qingcheng shook her head and showed a rare but warm smile. "From now on, call me just Chuchu or Qingcheng." Zhuo Fan blinked. He was clueless to what Chuchu meant, but her gaze evoked something foreign in his heart. "Silly," Chu Qingcheng pulled his hand as she continued. "You are now one of us. Come, I will take you to see the members of my family." Chapter 122, Heaven-Toppling Pill. Chu Qingcheng took Zhuo Fan to a barren hill. 3 lonely graves struck a dreadful image in the midst of harsh and cruel winds. "They are my parents and my younger brother," Chu Qingcheng sighed. Zhuo Fan noticed that the graves had written on them, "Beloved mother, beloved father." However, the foremost one was a blank slab with a black cloak fluttering on it. On a closer look, there were some words on the cloak, "Heaven-Toppling Pill." Such audacious words. Zhuo Fan cried. Every cultivator knew that alchemy was a wide and long winding road. Even if you invested all your energy in it, you'd only pick up a few things along the way. What's more, refining skills abided by heaven's laws. How arrogant could one be to say the words, "Heaven-Toppling Pill"? Not even that narrow-minded, vicious Pill King would dare utter such a thing. He turned puzzled to Chu Qingcheng, who replied with a warm smile, "You must find them self-centered, right? Zhuo Fan nodded. Chu Qingcheng walked to the grave and caressed the cloak. This is my younger brother, Chu Qingshan, and this cloak is something I made for him. Chu Qingshan. Zhuo Fan's raised an eyebrow as he recalled. Wasn't he the spy sent by Drifting Flower's edifice to the vicious Pill King? It turns out to be her brother, but sending her own brother as a spy seems Drifting Flower's edifice has run out of talents. Zhuo Fan smacked his lips. Song Yu. Chu Qingcheng turned to him with a soft gaze, catching him by surprise. Did you know? When you gave me fruits in the slums when you fought for my sake, I saw Qingshan in you. Especially when you fought Yan Fu. Your reckless and stubborn nature is his spitting image. Chu Qingcheng had tears glistening in her eyes, recalling the past. Zhuo Fan blushed from shame. He always thought he got close to Chu Qingcheng thanks to Dong Tianba's skirt-chasing skills. It turned out he was only a substitute for her brother. Embarrassed, Zhuo Fan muttered. So Sister Chuchu took me for your little brother? Glaring at him, Chu Qingcheng reproached. I told you to stop saying sister. Did you forget? Zhuo Fan was baffled. A substitute little brother can't call you sister. Chu Qingcheng noticed his reaction and shook her head. Perhaps I did consider you as my younger brother at first. But after today, Chu Qingcheng's blushed and muttered, now you aren't my little brother anymore. She digressed so badly that Zhuo Fan had no clue what she was saying, though it didn't look like she'd explain as she spoke. My parents were normal disciples of Drifting Flower's edifice, which fell from Pill King Hall's poison. From a young age, I and Qingshan vowed revenge. Grandmother found our talent worthy of her attention and taught us herself. However, Qingshan was a man and Drifting Flower's edifice had only one use for such people: marry their disciples and carry on Drifting Flower's edifice forward. Qingshan's refining skill was beyond mere talent. He was unwilling to waste away living like this and defied Drifting Flower's edifice in becoming Pill King Hall's disciple. Wasn't he a spy? How come you used defy? Zhuo Fan interrupted. Chu Qingcheng nodded. You are correct, but we were unaware of the ploy at that time. I even wrote a letter to break all ties with him. Only 3 years later did he return to Drifting Flower's edifice. We then understood this was grandmother's plan all along. He did not abandon his mission and stole the Pill King Hall's Rainbow Cloud Palms antidote formula. Because of Pill King Hall's strict guard, he used a concoction to carve the formula on his back. It would never be visible unless a special liquid was poured on it. You're saying that human skin in the cave is your brother's? Zhuo Fan's heart shuddered. Chu Qingshan went through inhuman lengths for Drifting Flower's edifice. He had to use human skin to take the formula with him. It was obvious how dangerous, how hard this mission was. This also gave Zhuo Fan some plans he could use for the Luo clan. Should I also get some diehards and send them inside the other houses as a contingency? But his plan would have to have far more impact than Drifting Flower's edifices. While Drifting Flower's edifice wasted a decade for a formula, he had greater plots developing in his mind. Like getting his spies in the houses through some special means and reporting their every movement. The 9 Serenity's secret records had a secret art pertaining to demonic cultivators to aid in this endeavor, but it was too cruel. The secret art wasn't used on enemies, but on his own men. He could only harden his heart if he were to handle the 7 houses. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with coldness. Chu Qingcheng continued, oblivious of his reactions. Qingshan's return had everyone excited. With Rainbow Cloud Palm's antidote, we had no reason to fear Pill King Hall. While everyone was eager, Aunt Tao and Qingshan began refining it. However, the formula was too much of an oddity. The overseers who were already poisoned died when taking the refined antidote, while the refiners got poisoned themselves. And your brother died from poison. Heaven can be so cruel to geniuses? Zhuo Fan sighed. That was the truth of it, and he felt close to tears. The antidote was a 7th-grade pill. He was a freak of an alchemy genius to participate in its refining at such a young age. It is truly a pity his life ended so soon. Chu Qingcheng shook her head, eyes downcast. No, he was killed by the other overseers. What? But didn't he earn great merit? Why, Zhuo Fan was startled but soon figured it out. Who was the most unfortunate in this world, the nameless hero? Why? Ha ha ha, because neither side got what they wanted. Chu Qingcheng confirmed it. My other sisters suspected him as being Pill King Hall's spy, that he brought a fake formula to ruin the house. They took advantage of me, Peony Overseer and Iris Overseer's absence, and beat him to death. This is Drifting Flowers Edifice's shame. We had no choice but to say he died from poisoning, while Aunt Tao still believed the formula is real, studying it painstakingly. Tears fell from Chu Qingcheng's eyes. Zhuo Fan wanted to comfort her, but she waved her hand to refuse, stopping him in his tracks. Because Qingshan's body was in such condition, I could only bury him here. I was afraid he would be cursed and reviled, so I didn't leave his name behind. Later, I moved my parents' graves to have them reunited here. Chu Qingcheng pulled Zhuo Fan's hand into kowtowing 3 times before the graves. Song Yu, when I die, please bring my body here to rest with them. Chu Qingcheng's words were filled with sorrow and sounded very much like a dying wish, leaving Zhuo Fan puzzled. What is she planning? Silly girl with me here, there's nothing to worry about. Zhuo Fan showed a rare serious expression. Chu Qingcheng was startled. She rarely saw the stubborn Zhuo Fan display any semblance of reliability like right now. She soon rolled her eyes. You are never satisfied, are you? I told you to call me by my name, and now you dare call me silly. Ha ha ha. Bro Dong said this will bring women a feeling of safety. What, you don't like it? Zhuo Fan scratched his head, playing the fool. She glared at him. That brother of yours is a wastrel. Stay away from him. Zhuo Fan shrugged. Now follow me to the last place. After seeing grandmother and paying respects to her family, Chu Qingcheng took the cloak and pulled Zhuo Fan as she soared. 15 minutes later, they were at a familiar place. Zhuo Fan was amazed to find this place was the slums where they first met. Because of the Scourge woman, none dared to get close. Why are we here again? Zhuo Fan was baffled. Right. Why is the great edifice lord hiding here as a Scourge woman? Chu Qingcheng took a deep breath. I had no choice. Enraged by what happened to Qingshan, I went to Yansong to settle the score, only to be wounded and poisoned as well. I didn't let anyone know this, afraid of affecting Drifting Flowers Edifice's stability. I claimed to enter seclusion when, in fact, I have been using the moon's yin power to suppress the poison. This was how I came to be known as a Scourge woman. Zhuo Fan nodded, and Chu Qingcheng suddenly draped the black cloak on his shoulders. Zhuo Fan looked at her, startled. Chu Qingcheng smiled. Song Yu, I don't have much time. I hope you can take Qingshan's place, letting me feel the warmth of a family. Ha ha ha, so I'm still your brother in the end. Zhuo Fan laughed in spite of himself. Bam! Suddenly, Chu Qingcheng embraced his broad back and closed her eyes. Zhuo Fan was startled and did not continue to speak. I told you, you are not my brother. Just let me feel the warmth of a family one last time. Chu Qingcheng stared into his eyes. She hesitated before removing her veil. Her outstanding beauty was once again revealed to him, making his heart freeze. He was plunged into a daze a second time, despite seeing her once already. Chu Qingcheng noticed, and a hit of red colored her cheeks. Song Yu, Qingshan told me my smile can topple cities. His pill can topple heaven. I hope you will let me relive our short, warm memories together. Star Reader. Qingcheng equals city toppling. Star Reader. Qingshan equals heaven toppling. Zhuo Fan could not even process her words. He was too confused and lost, only nodding unconsciously. Chu Qingcheng showed a smile of gratitude. Thank you. The two began experiencing the lives of a man and a woman in a quiet and decrepit house. They were like average people, with Zhuo Fan repairing the house and Chu Qingcheng washing and cooking before eating together. The following 3 days, Zhuo Fan never felt so at peace. He would have never thought it possible before. How could the grand demonic emperor live his days in such a vile way? Yet, these days were spent without any bit of worry or remorse, as if he was living a dream. Unfortunately, this was an act that fell in a pair of vicious eyes hiding in the darkness. He was a profound heaven expert. The figure left and soon arrived at Drifting Flowers Edifice's guest rooms. He quietly entered one that was filled with people. Vicious Pill King, Mary Woods's Lin Zishan, Hell Valley's 5th Elder were all here. and leading them was none other than Regent Estate's second young master, Huangpu Qingyan. The figure whispered in the second young master's ear, "Bam!" The teacup in his hand was shattered into pieces. Huangpu Qingyan was enraged. "Second young master, what happened?" Vicious Pill King asked. Clenching his fists, Huangpu Qingyan spat. "That bitch took off her veil for that punk." Huangpu Qingyan ran out, flying straight to the slums. Chapter 123. Golden Tyrant Body Art. A morning ray of warmth spilled into the house onto Zhuo Fan's peaceful face. His eyelids trembled and he smiled, looking at the person in his arms. He and Chu Qingcheng lived their days in peace like a game of house. They toiled by day and rested in the same bed by night. Although nothing happened, they leaned on each other, giving a sense of peace to both. Zhuo Fan, who was a ruthless demon, never stumbled upon such feelings before. Perhaps this is the warmth of a family. Zhuo Fan watched the beauty in his arms absent-mindedly. Chu Qingcheng's appearance could incite wars. As the saying went, a woman was a hero's downfall. He has experienced this firsthand. Living a peaceful life with Chu Qingcheng was all that was on his mind right now. What's the point of rising to the top? What's the point of ruling the world? How can it compare to a beauty's smile? Perhaps this is what they call to fall from grace. But so what? I am willing to fall, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan laughed inside. The ever-unchanging demonic emperor was wavering. He gazed at Chu Qingcheng resting on his chest. Zhuo Fan couldn't help but want to lean in for a kiss. Whoosh! Tilda suddenly. Chu Qingcheng opened her eyes and threw them out of the house. Bam! The house went up in flames, turning into ashes in an instant. From the rising ashes, a figure emerged, the outraged Huangpu Qingyan. The fire in his eyes burned even hotter when he saw Chu Qingcheng and Zhuo Fan holding hands. "Man, I just fixed the house." Huangpu Qingyan was angry, Zhuo Fan was pissed. This was his and Chu Qingcheng's quiet home, and it barely lasted a couple of days before it went up in smoke. Son of a bitch. "You've gone too far? You take me for a meek lamb." These days of peace and quiet seemed to have gone to his head. It made him forget he was acting as Song Yu. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with killing intent. He took a step forward, ready to get Huangpu Qingyan acquainted with pain. But Chu Qingcheng blocked him and whispered, "Song Yu, stay behind me." Finally realizing what he was about to do, Zhuo Fan relaxed his fists. He couldn't step in now, or Regent Estate would have an excuse to move against Drifting Flower's edifice and ruin all his plans. "These days have been so relaxing that I forgot about the bigger picture." Zhuo Fan cursed inside, then sighed. "Qingcheng, I will leave it to you." "Qingcheng?" It only worked to inflame Huangpu Qingyan's anger. "You're on a first-name basis now, like a cheating couple. I will make sure you will die miserably today." Huangpu Qingyan, watch your mouth. "Who's a cheating couple?" Chu Qingcheng glared. "Humph, you're asking me. Chu Qingcheng, even when we settled on the agreement, you did not once remove your veil for me. Yet now you just let a damn punk see you first." Chu Qingcheng's eyes were cold. "Huangpu Qingyan, you're the one who broke our agreement first. Why would I ever show you my face?" Hold on, you lost me there." Zhuo Fan stepped in. "You are so petty. She only lifted her veil and you want to kill me. Even with Qingcheng as your childhood sweetheart, you only don't wish for anyone to have a look at her appearing. Your reaction is uncalled for. It is not like I steal your wife or something." As the saying went, silence was golden. Huangpu Qingyan was now an explosive, ready to blow. "Rotten punk, you dare feign ignorance? You're dead, you hear?" Huangpu Qingyan punched despite being 300 meters away. Nonetheless, a golden light flew from his fist and arrived in a blink. Zhuo Fan's heart froze. The body refining art he used could not be compared to Zhuo Fan's secret refining art, but was top-notch nonetheless. In normal cases, a profound heaven expert killing a bone-tempering cultivator was an easy feat. However, the distance had to be a bit smaller, or the Yuan Kai would fade before it could pass through a bone-tempering expert's tough body. Yet this light was different. Zhuo Fan was certain this attack would have nailed your average bone-tempering expert. Then again, he wasn't your average one either and could handle it. Zhuo Fan made some guesses, and even with this advantage, He knew his odds of winning were decent if he were to fight. He dispatched the third layer of profound heaven's stage Ugiki with ease. Yet currently he felt like he was going to have a hard time against this second layer expert. It spoke volumes of the Regent Estate's strength. Watch out! Chu Qingcheng pulled Zhuo Fan 10 meters away, dodging the light. He heard a boom and looked to see a 30-meter large stone pulverized. Chu Qingcheng was flustered. She knew Huangpu Qingyan was strong, but not to this extent. Her expression was grave. "Humph, Qingcheng, did you see that? That punk only knows how to hide behind your skirt. When danger comes, you always have to protect him in the end. Such a man is unworthy of you." Huangpu Qingyan snorted. Chu Qingcheng raised her head high. "And? This is what I desire. Aren't most of the drifting flowers edifices men all like this?" Qingcheng, I don't mean to argue, but I don't hide behind women." Zhuo Fan's voice was quite naive, but this was something he could not let go. He needed to make a point here. He was none other than the demonic emperor. His name was at stake. Even if he was in a disguise, this was a matter of pride, and he couldn't get sloppy in times like these. Glaring at him, Chu Qingcheng lashed. "Zip it! No one was talking to you." "Ha ha ha, well said. If you call yourself a man, then don't freaking hide behind a woman. Come out and face me alone." Huangpu Qingyan gave a taunting laughter. Zhuo Fan's eyes went cold, staring at him with killing intent, though he didn't let it get to him. "We will fight, don't you worry, but not today. There's no harm in killing you 2 days later." The two watched him in shock, and even Chu Qingcheng looked at him funny. What gave this brat the nerve to speak so boldly? Huangpu Qingyan was in the second layer of profound heaven stage, and a body cultivator, yet he was just a second layer of bone-tempering cultivator from a third-rate clan. The gap could not be bigger. Though his eyes spoke how confident he was of turning this threat into reality. "Ha ha ha, perfect?" Huangpu Qingyan was laughing from anger. He didn't expect a day would come when a nobody would predict his death. It was utterly ridiculous. This punk must have lived in a cave and knows nothing of Regent Estate's power. I just displayed my power, yet he still dares speak with such nerve. No need to wait. I will squeeze the life out of you right now. In the wake of Huangpu Qingyan's words, he leaped at Zhuo Fan. Chu Qingcheng held Zhuo Fan behind her in concern and had her other hand struck forward. Bam! Huangpu Qingyan's advance stopped. His fist was covered in ice, while Chu Qingcheng flew 20 meters, leaving a trail of blood. "Humph, Qingcheng. For a brat, you even dared to use the arcane moon art to block me." Huangpu Qingyan flicked the ice on his hand away. "You only have yourself to blame for what is about to happen." Roaring, Huangpu Qingyan stomped his feet and a golden light enveloped his body. There was even a faint golden dragon above his head. With a faint dragon roar, 6 golden dragons wound around his body. Dragon vein body refining. Zhuo Fan finally got to know the source of his body's power. He trained his body with the essence of dragon veins. Every dragon vein held the essence of earth. The power of earth was unshakable, lofty, and tough. Refining his body with this essence was like turning one's body into a mountain, holding both power and stability. Speaking of Huangpu Qingyan's body refining method, it was another path leading to the same result as his own. Zhuo Fan's body was cast using the blood of the earth, diamond, sand. It was made with a great deal of earth essence. Both of them held similar bodies, but there were some disparities. While Zhuo Fan was a living weapon, Huangpu Qingyan was half human, half weapon. The gap was small but will be magnified as one's cultivation increased. Chu Qingcheng cried in panic. "Regent Estate's profound ranked martial art, golden tyrant body art." He, Qingcheng, I told you not to shield this punk with your life." Huangpu Qingyan charged at Zhuo Fan. Only Chu Qingcheng's palms danced. Tens of white ribbons flew at Huangpu Qingyan and encased him like a mummy. Yet the next moment, they were ripped to shreds and Chu Qingcheng spat blood while recoiling 10 more steps. Huangpu Qingyan's speed wasn't affected in the least. Zhuo Fan clenched his fist, ready to unfold his lightning wings. "It seems that I have no choice but to reveal myself and fight this guy to the death." Chapter 124, Zhuo Fan's WR. Flowing spaces, 9 forms, space-rupturing form, purple lightning gold eye, cold jade palm, peony finger, following many yells, 4 attacks of great power descended. They were composed of purple lightning, lofty sword intent, a deep chilling wind, and a deep yet flexible power. They hammered Huangpu Qingyun and forced him to withdraw 3 steps as 4 figures stood in front of Zhuo Fan and Chu Qingcheng. Jian Suifeng, Long Jiu, Iris Overseer, and Peony Overseer. The Overseers rushed to Chu Qingcheng and checked her wounds while the first 2 were on high alert for any of Huangpu Qingyun's sudden movements. When the dust settled, Huangpu Qingyun had a frosty expression, but unharmed in any way. This caused a great deal of shock. The 4 elders used their most masterful skills against Huangpu Qingyun. But even though they lacked the intent to kill, he had no damage whatsoever, not even a bruise or a cut. This only worked to put them on guard. No wonder Regent Estate's golden tyrant body art was the strongest of the 7 houses. This is monstrous. Whoosh, 3 more figures landed. Vicious Pill King, Lin Zishan, and Hell Valley's 5th elder next to Huangpu Qingyun. They took a glance at the situation and could guess what happened. He, such gall you have to strike the 2nd young master. Vicious Pill King laughed coldly, taking advantage of the occasion to sow chaos. If you want to fight, we will gladly entertain you. Lin Zishan and 5th elder exchanged glances, then looked at Huangpu Qingyun. They had no choice but to bear through this. Not stepping forth now was getting on the Regent Estate's bad side. With shivering hearts, Long Jiu's group looked at each other with determination on their faces. Huangpu Qingyun was bad enough, but now that the other 3 showed up, it would be hard to come out on top in this battle. In an instant, Long Jiu and Jian Suifeng looked at Zhuo Fan without even realizing it. Zhuo Fan had Yugiki's killing under his belt. He was both brave and devious. The most dependable man here, weren't they, the elders, but him? Squinting, Zhuo Fan locked his eyes on Vicious Pill King. If battle erupted, Vicious Pill King posed the biggest threat. Long Jiu and the others would suffer at this old dog's poisonous tricks. Before anything happened, he had to remove this danger from the equation. This may diverge from Zhuo Fan's original plan, but things kept coming one after the other. Who knew it would come to this? I have no choice but to be firm with my decisions and get rid of this headache first. Zhuo Fan slowly moved, boring into Vicious Pill King with killing intent. Yan Song was in the dark regarding Zhuo Fan's threat. Killing him would be easy when his guard was down. Jian Suifeng and Long Jiu noticed his eyes and understood he came to a decision. Trading blows here was the same as falling out with Regent Estate and the other 3 houses. The 7 houses' war would erupt. None of them could see if this was a fortune or disaster for their house. What they did know was that the die was cast and they had to strike. Hold on. Huangpu Qingyun shouted to stop everyone in place, and he looked at Chu Qingcheng. Qingcheng, think this through. Are you going to side with them? Chu Qingcheng wiped the blood from her mouth and stepped in front of the others. She turned to Zhuo Fan, then the black cloak, and her eyes steeled. Yes, I have never been more certain. Fine, be that way. I wish you all a long life. Huangpu Qingyun spat the last 2 words with thick sarcasm, evident of the rancor and curses running through his head. He said his piece and left with his group. As they passed by Zhuo Fan, he gave a laughter seeping with contempt. Punk, Drifting Flowers edifice never had males, are you? Ha ha ha. Hold up, where did you get that idea? Zhuo Fan raised a taunting eyebrow. Wasn't Chu Qingcheng a man? His actions were foolish, true, but he was a man through and through. He hid for a decade for Drifting Flowers edifice, only to die at Drifting Flowers edifice's hands. Yet this pitiful hero was now viewed as a black stain. Zhuo Fan didn't condone such idiotic behavior. Why would anyone throw away their lives for a bunch of broads who treated men like nothing more than tools, only using them to secure their little sanctuary? That was no mere idiocy, but downright madness. However, his loyalty was praiseworthy even in Zhuo Fan's eyes. If he was truly a man, it would have been best if he stuck to sleeping with women, ha ha ha. Huangpu Qingyun mocked. loathing displayed on his face. Vicious Pill King snickered at Zhuo Fan, making it obvious he was speaking to everyone present. Chu Qingshan was once my disciple. To be honest, his alchemy skill was top-notch, but he was too blinded by pride, holding everyone beneath him. He was a helpless dreamer, believing he alone was enough to refine the antidote and cure Drifting Flower's edifice. The results speak for itself. He is more of a fool than anybody else. Vicious Pill King walked away, pleased after seeing Chu Qingcheng clenching her fists, but still couldn't help pouring more salt on the wound. This is a world of men and wisdom. Fools and women that dare covet it will only get burnt. Damn that Vicious Pill King. Long Jiu knew the ins and out of the situation, and his lone eyes flickered in rage. He looked back at Chu Qingcheng to see her trembling in anger. Long Jiu shook his head and whispered to Zhuo Fan, "Little brother, talk to Chuchu about the alliance between us 3 houses." "No need." Zhuo Fan's eyes flickered with coldness and spoke, eyeing the departing group. "That is your matter. What I want is to make that insufferable guy know the true meaning of being a man." Long Jiu's heart seized. He opened his mouth many times, but Zhuo Fan's unfeeling face stopped him. He never saw Zhuo Fan looking so scary before. When Huangpu Qingyun's group got back to Drifting Flower's edifice's guest rooms, the Vicious Pill King asked, "Second young master, why did you let them go? We were more than enough to deal with them." "Fool," Huangpu Qingyun berated. "Killing them is easy, but what then? It will incite war among the 7 houses. Even if we win, we will have to pay a heavy price for it." "Second young master, why do you say that?" the others asked. Huangpu Qingyun laughed mockingly and said, "Don't forget, Tianyu holds not just the 7 noble houses, but the 4 pillars." His voice drifted off, but everyone was clear. So Regent Estate's ambition was to reach such a height. In any case, Drifting Flower's edifice is already closed to fall. Don't mind those cornered dogs. As for Veiled Dragon Pavilion and Sword Marquise Abode, humph, I am now certain they are opposing us. We would have had to deal with them sooner or later. Brilliant second young master, they all bowed, but each thought differently. Pill King Hall had long surrendered, while Hell Valley was grinning at his enemy's predicament. Veiled Dragon Pavilion kicked an iron board this time. As for Mary Woods's Lin Zishan, he was an opportunist. Seeing others bowing, he did the same to avoid trouble befalling on his head. Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan walked out of Drifting Flower's edifice's guest room and sighed towards the sun. Yesterday, he was caught up in his own delusion. He thought the world was made of just he and Chu Qingcheng, where the others mattered little. Today, he re-entered the mortal world and shook his head out of regret. If not for Huangpu Qingyun's disturbance, I would have still been with Chu Qingcheng in that quaint house as nothing but simple farmers. But even without yesterday's event, he would have only one day until the 100-pill meeting where he had to put his plan in motion. His future didn't lay in that quiet farmhouse. I am but a simple worker. Zhuo Fan sighed at the sky. A white figure suddenly landed, Chu Qingcheng. But before he could scream, she took him into the air. "Come with me." An hour later, they landed in the slums again, but they weren't the only ones there this time. There were the Dong siblings and Ainz Audioverse. Zhuo Fan was puzzled as to what it was about. Chu Qingcheng giggled. "You visited grandmother and my family. Now it's only reasonable that I visit your parents, but it's a way off and can only see your friends for now." Chu Qingcheng pulled Zhuo Fan and invited the others into a small, run-down house. Ainz Audioverse was dumbstruck. Why is Edifice Lord with him here? She accomplished her master's order by bringing the Dong siblings here, where in fact they were meeting with Edifice Lord. While she was dumbstruck, the Dong siblings were floored. Meeting the evil Ainz Audioverse first thing in the morning, they thought Drifting Flower's edifice was about to settle the score with them and were on edge the whole way here. But seeing Edifice Lord holding hands with his brother, their whole world collapsed. Just how did Song Yu do it? How did a third-rate clan young master end up with the leader of one of the 7 noble houses, Drifting Flower's edifice? The #1 beauty in Tianyu, Chu Qingcheng. "Sister, I often told you, you should have caught him first. Now all hope is lost." Dong Tianba stared at the couple in a daze. Dong Xiaowen lamented inside, not expecting this to happen. How could I have known Brother Song Yu and Drifting Flowers Edifice's Lord would have become an item? While they were bitter, Xiao Dandan felt like crying. She finally found herself a worthy man only to have her boss become her love rival. What could she possibly do now? The three were now more bitter than ever. Chapter 125. Yours truly does not and will not owe favors. Sit down and relax. Many delicacies had already been laid on a worn and old table, courtesy of Chu Qingcheng's cooking. She was still hiding her face behind the veil, but her every gesture and elegant demeanor made her seem like the perfect wife. Her tone was neither haughty nor overbearing. She acted just like any ordinary young wife receiving faraway guests. The trio stiffly took seats. They had Chu Qingcheng's invitation, but this does not mean that their heart was at ease. On the contrary, Zhuo Fan was feeling right at home after having spent time with Chu Qingcheng the past few days. His movements were casual and frank. He spoke normally like a simple family. Dong Tianba began to envy him. Lil Bro must have had quite the heavenly fortune for Chu Qingcheng to look at him. Xiao Dandan and Dong Xiaowen were staring at him all this time, but Chu Qingcheng's presence left them sour inside. They felt inadequate in front of such a world-class beauty that they lowered their heads. They passed the day in a peaceful and cheerful manner. Once dusk was setting in, Chu Qingcheng sighed. It's getting late and we should part ways. What parting do you speak of when tomorrow's the 100-pill meeting? Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. Shaking her head in sorrow, Chu Qingcheng pulled his hand and said to the rest, "Come with me." She walked ahead, with others rushing to catch up. They soon turned to a lonely road where a worn-out carriage stood. That carriage belonged to none other than the Song clan Zhuo Fan reappropriated. There were also 6 people standing close to it. Dong Tianba's 4 elders and the Peony and Iris overseers standing at the front of the group. This caught them by surprise, not understanding what was going on. "Go!" Chu Qingcheng pointed at the carriage. "Leave by night and make haste in hiding your clans. You may still have a chance to survive." What's going on? Edifice Lord Chuchu, why are you driving us away? Did we offend you? Dong Tianba cried, so scared his legs were quaking. Chu Qingcheng shook her head. "Forgive me. It is not your fault, but mine. I didn't want to drag you into this, but Huangpu Qingyun is petty. I fear he will strike you out of spite." "Huangpu, the Regent Estate?" Dong Tianba was alarmed, on the verge of tears. "Why would Regent Estate be involved with us? We did nothing to them." "Your Dong clan has not been destroyed, so why are you crying?" Zhuo Fan snorted and turned to Chu Qingcheng. "What are you planning? Don't do anything stupid. There's still room to turn this around." Chu Qingcheng shook her head and caressed his cheek. "I know what I'm doing. Just that I need your help with something." Zhuo Fan eyed her suspiciously. She pulled Xiao Dandan, who was still in shock, and rested her hand in Zhuo Fan's. "Please watch over Dandan. She may very well be the last member of our Drifting Flowers Edifice house." "Edifice Lord." Xiao Dandan was panicking and Zhuo Fan paled. But before he could speak, Chu Qingcheng stopped them. "This is my last wish. You have to do this for me." Chu Qingcheng took her storage ring and gave it to Xiao Dandan. "Dandan, take this with you on your journey with Song Yu to his clan. But you can only look inside once you arrive. Take care of your husband and don't be so willful, all right." Xiao Dandan nodded in tears. Peony Overseer found it unbearable as she shouted, "It's late, leave quickly. If they find you, you won't get another chance." Dong Tianba didn't understand, but was clear to the danger, rushing inside the carriage with his sister. Zhuo Fan knew Chu Qingcheng wanted to give Drifting Flowers Edifice a chance at revival. He had a plan in mind, but wasn't sure it was foolproof. So he followed Chu Qingcheng's wishes and pulled Xiao Dandan into the carriage. At worst, he'd come back once they were far enough. His firm actions made Peony Overseer filled with anger. "Song Yu, look after my disciple, or I will never let you off." "Humph, your disciple is big now. She can take care of herself." Zhuo Fan shirked all responsibility and whipped the horses. Peony Overseer stomped her foot in anger, watching the carriage drifting further away. "Humph, I told you men aren't reliable. Once he gets wind of trouble, he flees. He jumped in with no hesitation. Chachu, was it worth entrusting everything to that man? Iris Overseer frowned. Shaking her head, Chu Qingcheng said, "Aren't all our hopes resting on them leaving safely? What more is there to say?" Yet, she couldn't fight back the tears, feeling disappointed by Zhuo Fan's last act. "We will never see each other again. Can't you at least show some reluctance for the sake of all the precious little time we spent together?" But they were unaware what Zhuo Fan was thinking. Their thoughts were completely worlds apart from each other. They took this as a final parting, while Zhuo Fan took it as making a delivery. He'd be dropping off Xiao Dandan to a safe place before running straight back. "I'm only a delivery boy and soon will come back running." What final? What parting? "Let us return. Tomorrow we have a bitter fight on our hands." Chu Qingcheng took a deep breath to rein in her emotions, then flew back. The overseers were right behind her. Night came, and soon darkness gave way to the sun's rays. Chu Qingcheng stood alone in her room, watching the grandiose building outside. It was the place where the 100-pill meeting was held, and their final battle. Chachu Iris Overseer flashed next to her and nodded. "Everything's ready. All that's left is for that old dog to come." "Good." Chu Qingcheng's eyes flashed with resolve. "Drifting Flower's edifice may fall, but that old dog will go down with it. Blood for blood. Let's go." Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan rode the carriage all night and was now 100 miles out of Drifting Flower's city. He thought it was enough, loosened the reins, and jumped down. "All right, you guys leave. I'm going back." "Darling, wait." Xiao Dandan cried out from inside. "You can't go back. Won't you make Sister Qingcheng's sacrifice in vain? Who's your darling? Don't shout without thinking." "Isn't Chu Qingcheng your edifice lord? What a cheeky disciple, calling her sister." Reddening, Xiao Dandan replied coyly, "Isn't it because you are my husband? Edifice lord has given my hand to you personally. So you are my husband in every sense of the word, and edifice lord is your wife as well. What else can I do but call her sister?" "What? When did Chu Qingcheng become my wife?" Zhuo Fan was floored. Scratching his head, Dong Tianba stuck out of the carriage and sighed. "Bro, how are you so slow in the head? Both of you were so close in that broken house that even a blind man could see you two are married. How could you not? What she said should have been an obvious enough hint. Yesterday, you visited her family. Today, she visited your friends. What else could it be if not to show everyone that you two were married?" That can't be. I always thought she saw me as her younger brother to relive her old warm memories. How?" Zhuo Fan was dumbfounded. He, a demon through and through, with his nose always deep plotting against others, was clueless in matters between a man and a woman. Even if he were to engage in such acts, it would only be a stepping stone for a greater purpose, faking through it all. He had never ever truly experienced romantic love. Xiao Dandan watched Zhuo Fan cautiously as she muttered, "Then, darling, let me ask you. Did you see her face?" "Don't call me that." Zhuo Fan shook away her approaching hand in loathing, then thought about it. "I have twice." "Then it is indeed so. Edifice Lord has never married before. If a man were to see her face, she would either kill him off or resign her duty as Edifice Lord and marry him." Xiao Dandan raised an eyebrow. "Since husband is safe and sound, it speaks of Sister Chachu's decision of recognizing you as a husband." Zhuo Fan suddenly recalled the moment he made a sneak attack on Chachu for her Bodhi jade sap, only to take her face cover. She was deeply conflicted then. She was hesitating whether to kill me or to marry me. That was way too dangerous. If not for my boyish charm and dashing good looks that no woman on this wide green earth can resist, Chu Qingcheng would have killed me by now. He, what can I say? I'm too much of a dashing rogue, only matched by my luck. Wait, aren't I song you now? Zhuo Fan's confidence hit rock bottom. At least the kid's pretty face had some use and saved my life. Or maybe it was my wonderful personality that won her over. Zhuo Fan sank in delusions. But what he didn't take into consideration was where exactly did the wonderful part fit a demon like him. "Darling, if you still don't believe me, the ring Sister Chachu gave has to be holding that item." His constant hesitation led Xiao Dandan to defy the task entrusted to her by Chu Qingcheng. She took out the item in the ring, all to justify her position as his wife. After the light dimmed, three things appeared in front of everyone's eyes. One was the black cloak Zhuo Fan already saw, and the second a small bottle. He also knew this contained the Bodhi Jade sap. He immediately snatched it, overcome with joy. I've run all over the place for this, only to fall so easily in my lap. Ha ha ha, Xiao Dandan said. The Bodhi Jade sap is Sister Qingcheng's dowry. If you take it, then you are accepting Sister Qingcheng and me. Xiao Dandan blushed at the last part. Zhuo Fan was in a daze. After he heard what she said, all smiles were wiped from his face. He was a demonic emperor that had no scruples, but never ever owed favors. It would have been better if he had stolen it. Yet the fact remained that it was given to him by someone, along with a free gift attached. If he took it, then he had to accept the gift. But accepting Xiao Dandan, ha ha ha, sorry, but the first impression I have of you already ruined it for me. I won't be taking you. Now he turned to the third item, a wooden piece of wood with the words beloved wife Chu Qingcheng's memorial tablet written on it. Zhuo Fan's eyes squinted and cried. What is this? Xiao Dandan sighed. I shouldn't be telling you this, but I once heard Master mention that they were ready to fall with the vicious Pill King. Damnation! You think they'll succeed to drag that old geezer down when they couldn't even keep this plan hidden from a mere disciple? Humph, a bunch of foolish women going to their doom. Zhuo Fan rained curses. Then he looked at the Bodhi Jade sap and snickered. He, yours truly does not and will not owe favors? He took the items into his ring and ran towards Drifting Flowers City, disappearing from sight. Dong Tianba and the rest were restless. He was a loafer, but not a fool. If the overseers and the Lord were in a bitter fight, didn't that mean Drifting Flowers Edifice was the worst place to be right now? Only would Zhuo Fan get out alive if he returned. Damn it, Darling won't be able to come back if he goes. We need to go after him. Xiao Dandan cried. Dong Xiaoan was also anxiously watching her brother, pleading. Dong Tianba gnashed his teeth and ordered, Let's go, I cannot allow my brother to face dangers alone again. Chapter 126. Complete Betrayal. The Drifting Flowers Arena was more than 100 meters tall, spanning a few kilometers, the largest building in Drifting Flowers City. This was where the 100-pill meeting was being held. It was divided into 3 layers in a circular shape. The first layer was where the competitors met. It was the stage where thousands of cauldrons spread across the entire floor. The second layer was for the second and third-rated clans who came to spectate. The third layer was for the glorious clans of Tianyu Empire. This layer hosted terraces, which acted as stands for the honorable guests of the 7 noble houses. Chu Qingcheng and her 2 overseers stood in the host terrace, furthest from the arena. The Bodhi root was placed on the pedestal, the prize of today's competition. The winner would have the glory of stepping forward and snatching Drifting Flowers Edifice's greatest treasure. None wanted to admit it, but they were clear it would be none other than Vicious Pill King. Is everything ready? Did that old dog notice? Chu Qingcheng's eyes flashed. Peony Overseer nodded. I task the ones I trust the most with this. That stage contains a dragon prison array. Not even the old dog can escape it once he enters. What of Huangpu Qingyun? Chu Qingcheng looked to the eastern stand with worry. The eastern stand also has a barrier placed. They won't get the chance to intervene when the time comes, so we will finally settle the score with that old dog. Then I can rest easy. Chu Qingcheng sighed. Senior sisters, this old dog isn't to be trifled with. Even if we 3 attack together, we may kill him, but we will also shortly after succumb to his poison. I don't mind dying, just that senior sisters will end up accompanying me. Qingcheng, you don't need to say it. Iris Overseer patted her hand. We have promised grandmother to help you without fail. As Drifting Flowers Edifice is about to die, then let it die with a bang. We will tell the world that women are not easy targets. Chu Qingcheng was moved and squeezed their hands. The 3 shared deep feelings for each other. Why haven't the other overseers arrived yet? Chu Qingcheng found it unusual. The other 2 were also puzzled. Suddenly, a wizened voice followed by familiar figures appeared before them. Ha ha ha, Edifice Lord Chu, are you looking for them perhaps? The 3's eyes were wide in shock. Behind Vicious Pill King stood 8 ladies in different colors and veils on their faces. They were none other than 8 of the Drifting Flowers edifices, 15 edifices overseers. The 8 avoided looking at the 3, lowering their heads in shame. Why you all? She knew they were under Yan Song's poison, but never thought they would stand in the open by that old dog's side. This was a naked betrayal. Peony Overseer was livid and couldn't even find words to speak. Chu Qingcheng rested her hands on the Peony Overseer to soothe her anger. Her tone was flat towards the 8 women. I feel your pain and I don't blame you. I just hope you will take care of yourselves, leaving this dreaded place as far behind as possible. Edifice Lord. The 8 were sobbing but did not show their appreciation for her words because of Vicious Pill King's threat. Humph, what a soft edifice, Lord. However, I wonder if you'll show the same softness to them. Vicious Pill King snickered and clapped 3 times. 5 figures flashed and the trio paled. They were the rest of the overseers. Of all the overseers, everyone sided with Pill King Hall, except for Peony and Iris overseers. They each had their reasons, but this was without a doubt the true power of Drifting Flowers edifice coming out in full force. Chu Qingcheng shivered and could no longer keep calm. She was unaware Vicious Pill King was so thorough in stripping them of their power, they had no way to even fight back. Overseer Chun Yu, you are the oldest among us. How is it that even you? Peony Overseer glared at one of the 5 people. The person was calm, however. Drifting Flowers edifice's power waned, and I could only look elsewhere for safety. I urge you to find your own and not do something you should not. At her odd words, Chu Qingcheng looked doubtful at Peony Overseer. Peony Overseer bit her lip, filled with regret and anguish. Forgive me, Qingcheng, I have trusted that matter to her. I thought she was still trustworthy, but... Chu Qingcheng trembled and her body swayed. Despair swallowed her eyes. She knew what Peony Overseer was referring to, the array to counter Vicious Pill King when he got the Bodhi root. The one tasked with it turned out to be a traitor. It was clear the Vicious Pill King was privy to all their plans. Their last chance to end this old dog had failed. I already told you. Drifting Flowers edifice is under my complete control. All your efforts are useless. Why not spare yourselves the ordeal? Vicious Pill King cackled and waved his hand. Clattering resounded as sparkling spirit stones landed at their feet. They were the ones to be used for the dragon prison array. By the way, I also managed to undo the barrier on the eastern stand. We can't have the second young master watch the 100 pill meeting from behind a barrier, now can we? You've been most rude to Regent Estate, ha ha ha. Vicious Pill King descended the stairs laughing, with the traitorous overseers having little choice but to follow with their heads down. This made all onlookers watch slack-jawed. Why were 13 overseers following the Vicious Pill King? Any man with a brain would know that the Drifting Flowers edifice had now lost most of their power. Ha ha ha, Edifice Lord Chu, see how I take your precious treasure through legitimate means. Vicious Pill King laughed at the bottom of the stairs. Chu Qingcheng's eyes felt like they were in a fog. She clenched her fists so hard that scarlet blood flowed. Peony Overseer was overcome by guilt as tears flowed unimpeded. Qingcheng, hit me. It's all my fault for ruining everything. Peony Overseer, how could you be so dazed to let others know of our plan? Chu Qingcheng stood there frozen. It felt like the sky collapsed, her heart in pieces. Iris Overseer sent a reproaching glare to Peony Overseer and sighed. What would be the point in pointing fingers when the matter was done? Vicious Pill King achieved victory in the most anticlimactic way possible. All that was left was for them to wait for him to strut and claim his prize. Old dog Yan Song, don't think it's that easy to take our treasure. A shout echoed and Yan Song looked over only to snicker. I wonder who it was, but then I saw it was only you, old hag. It was Drifting Flowers Edifice's best alchemist, Aunt Tao. Aunt Tao flashed beside Chu Qingcheng and said, Girl, don't cry, we haven't lost yet. Humph, empty words. When I last saw you 2 decades ago, you were but a 6th grade alchemist while I'm a 7th. After all this time, you would still come up short of my skill even if you can refine a 7th grade pill. Humph, that remains to be seen. Time can change anything. Don't think you'll get anywhere near the Bodhi route with me around. Vicious Pill King mocked. Old hag, show me if all those years were of any help. Vicious Pill King flicked his sleeve and left with his entourage. Chu King Cheng looked at Aunt Tao with hope. Aunt Tao, can you truly win? Aunt Tao let out a downcast sigh, her previous vigor sapped. Silly girl, I was only pretending. The Vicious Pill King is indeed the best alchemist in Tianyu. You're saying we're hopeless then? Chu King Cheng's eyes were now dead, with the last burning kindling of hope put out. Aunt Tao felt pained as she spoke. That may not be the case. Regardless of how strong an alchemist is, failing in refining speaks louder. If an alchemist is distracted in mid-refining, then the pill would most likely end up in failure. Not even Vicious Pill King with decades of refining experience could escape such predicament. You're saying there's still hope? Chu King Cheng's eyes sparkled, as well as the other two overseers. Aunt Tao's heart could not bear their pure eyes, but forced a nod. Though she knew Vicious Pill King's decades of experience forged him a steady mind. How could he make such a rudimentary mistake? In the case she failed 10 times at refining Vicious Pill, King may never fail even once. Sighing, Aunt Tao dragged her body down the stairs. I will go prepare. Don't be discouraged, we still have a chance. All this senior could do was give these young ladies words of comfort, even if she herself did not believe in them. Her word had the desired effect, and Chu King Cheng looked livelier. The trio watched Aunt Tao with hope. Yet this last hope of theirs was an old woman walking to certain death while also having one foot in the grave. Chapter 127. Gathering of Experts. After the courtesy had been being slowly dispensed at the 100-pill meeting, the clan's delegates stepped in the widespread arena. Meanwhile, the guests had slowly gathered and the audience seated. Regent Estate, Hell Valley, Pill King Hall, and Merry Woods were guided to the eastern stand. Huangpu Qingyun watched the prize on the pedestal, already sporting a winner's attitude, and smiled. On the other hand, the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, Sword Marquise Abode, and the ones who stood in favor of Drifting Flowers Edifice were guided to the western stand. Long Jiu was with Zai Tianyang and the rest, watching the endless stream of people with a critical eye. However, there was no sign of Zhuo Fan. If this kid doesn't show, who will deal with the Vicious Pill King? Seconds ticked by, then minutes, as the arena was gradually filled with contestants. Oh, if it isn't Master Huang, you're also competing? Yeah, everyone aims for higher standing. Drifting Flowers Edifice's 100-pill meeting happens once every few decades. How could I not come? Ha ha ha, I'm the same. I hope to rise in fame as well. Even if I cannot enter Drifting Flowers Edifice, I can at least make an impression on some of the first-rate clans. Isn't that Master Zhang? It's an honor to meet you. Oh, Master Chen, such an honor. The competition had yet to begin, and the contestants were greeting each other. Suddenly, an elderly with a powerful aura stepped in with a split mustache on the corners of his mouth. He glowed with confidence. Before his presence, everyone halted what they were doing. Aren't you the head alchemist of the Ximen clan of Thriving City, Liu Yizhen? Ximen clan is a first-rate clan, and you're even their head alchemist. Why on earth did you come here? Yeah, everyone has heard of your skill already. You earned second place at the Great Alchemy Tournament in the Imperial Capital. You were but seconds behind completing your refining, only to end up forfeiting the first place to the Pill King Hall's genius disciple, Yan Fu. You are already well known, so why come to this competition among nameless juniors? Indeed, you are a famous grandmaster, a glorious fifth-grade alchemist, so why come to this competition? You should give us all a chance too. Everyone was complaining when Liu Yizhen showed up. Yet the elder had a faint smile and a poised face, as if he relished every bit of rancor aimed at him. Ha ha ha, I may have a bit of a name in alchemy, but I still have so much to learn. I have come today not to seek fame, but to open my eyes and learn from everyone. As if, who are you kidding? You clearly came to enter Drifting Flowers Edifice. Everyone here knows Ximen is great, but they are still not one of the 7 noble houses. He was looked down on and despised by everyone. The result of the contestants' deep-seated fear. Liu Yizhen was greatly known throughout the empire for his alchemy. They would have no chance now that he was here. More and more reproachful gazes settled on him, but he responded with a haughty attitude, as though he was the king of the world. "Settle down, everyone." A sweet voice, soothing to the ear, came. It was followed by a young lady in a violet dress who floated down from the sky. Silence ensued so deeply that the clamor of before seemed more like an illusion. The lady nodded, pleased. "Greetings and welcome, competitors, to our Drifting Flowers Edifice's 100-pill meeting. I am the judge of today's competition, Zaya. Clap." Zaya clapped lightly, and a string of demure girls appeared in a line, with each settling at every cauldron. This time, every participant will be accompanied by one of our disciples to prevent cheating. Drifting Flowers Edifice is truly great, settling every detail. Liu Yizhen was the first to gush praises and give his thumbs up. Indeed, with a beauty around, refining will be a breeze. This young master appreciates it, ha ha ha. They all sighed in admiration. Only one of the 7 houses could employ such a method, to have thousands of alchemists paired with one disciple each. Zaya extended her hands at the 20 most prominent cauldrons. Everyone has different masteries, and alchemists are no different. These 20 cauldrons are for the most outstanding alchemists. If you are confident, please stand in one of them. The arena was quiet. The majority of the thousands of alchemists here were of equal skill. There was no way to know who was the best. Except for a few superior figures around, who could say they were in the top 20 in this group? Liu Yizhen twirled his mustache, his face beaming with pride. Ha ha ha. Alchemists may appear to be refining on the surface, but they are actually refining their mind. Without even a bit of confidence, will one be able to make any passable pill? Grandmaster Liu is right. We don't know who among us is the best, but he is definitely among them. Someone instantly spoke for Liu Yizhen. Laughing towards the sky with pride, Liu Yizhen continued, "I am not conceited, only confident as an alchemist. To refine great pills, one must believe he is the best alchemist in the world. As such, I will not shy from my duty." Liu Yizhen strutted to the first cauldron while laughing, but his third step was welcomed by a cold shout. "You're in my way. Beat it." Yan Fu stomped by him. Liu Yizhen faltered and his face twitched, cursing inside, "Damn it. Why is this rotten prick here as well? Why join the 100-pill meeting when he's already in Pill King Hall? Isn't he the winner of the great alchemy tournament in the imperial capital? Yan Fu of Pill King Hall. Why is he here?" Someone recognized him and also peeked at Liu Yizhen's frozen state, whispering, "Grandmaster Liu, your opponent is here. What if—" Ha ha ha, Yan Fu is indeed an alchemy genius seen once a century. He managed to win last time, so let him have this one while I take the second cauldron. I truly admire Grandmaster Liu's modesty. Liu Yizhen's light tone earned the crowd's praise. A true grandmaster. But how would they know Liu Yizhen was cursing Yan Fu in his heart? "Wretched spawn, you got ahead of me in the imperial capital, and now you followed me to the 100-pill meeting. Are you being hard on me on purpose?" In the middle of his inner rant, an aged voice came. "If you're not going, stand aside." An elderly shoved him, slowly moving forward. That green face got everyone scared. Liu Yizhen almost jumped in fright. Who is that old woman? Such a scary face. Is she also an alchemist? Liu Yizhen watched her figure dumbfounded. Why her too? Grandmaster Liu, do you know her? Liu Yizhen was close to cursing again. Of course I do. 30 years ago, when I was a second-grade alchemist, Sage Dr. Tao made a name for herself as a 5th-grade alchemist. She is as famous as the vicious Pill King. But isn't she the head alchemist of the Drifting Flowers Edifice? What is she doing here? His words spread shock to others. There was actually someone equally renowned as vicious Pill King. No one had seen this coming. The small 100-pill meeting was now a gathering of experts, but Liu Yizhen's forlorn figure eased their shock. He, Grandmaster Liu, don't be so down. Isn't there a third spot? It definitely belongs to Grandmaster Liu. Liu Yizhen took a deep breath and stood up straighter as his eyes spat out flames of rage. It is as you said. I may not be the first or the second, but winners always come in threes. Even in third place, it will not be the least bit lacking from the first two. Grandmaster Liu, that's just self-comforting. They now realized their words of comfort were wasted on Grandmaster Liu, could contort anything to be positive. Don't block my way. Take a hike. Then another aged man shouted. A green figure passed through the crowd, his eyes sending shivers through their bodies. Vicious Pill King, Yan Song. This scared them witless. Vicious Pill King, the head alchemist of Pill King Hall, was joining the 100-pill meeting as well. The hell is he doing here, for heaven's sake? You're the best in the Empire, for crying out loud. Can you be any more obnoxious? Only Grandmaster Liu, your third place seems to be gone. Someone sympathized with Liu Yizhen's situation. His lips trembled, and Liu Yizhen felt more wronged than ever watching the three up there. Just then, someone ran into him hard, ruining his calm and lofty image as he broke out a string of curses. We are all damn famous here, all right. Why in goddamned heaven are all of you taking part in this competition, stealing my seat? You're going too damn far. The crowd froze, their faces twitching. They all thought to themselves, you're one to talk. Chapter 128. Kingshan's back. Liu Yizhen ended up in fourth place behind Yan Fu, Tao Danyang, and the vicious Pill King. In spite of all that, he accepted his spot without any complaints. As for who was behind him, he had other more important things on his mind right now. The rest of the spots were taken by people of renowned and unquestionable skill. Zioya smiled. Everyone else, please move to the area in accordance with your clan's strength. The first-rate clans in front, second-rate clans in the middle, and third-rate clans in the back. Please take your positions. This method also showed their relevant alchemy skills. It was a common fact first-rate clans were better than second, who were better than the third. It was also made easy for the great clans in the stands to see their abilities. It would have been an embarrassment if the third-rate clans would have started making protests. Drifting Flowers Edifice's consideration for everyone earned the admiration of many great clans. The alchemists had nothing to say, moving to their spots. Now that thousands of alchemists were in the arena, they were ready for the competition to begin. A bronze cauldron was laid before them, with a gorgeous Drifting Flowers Edifice disciple beside it. With everyone seated, Zioya smiled as she explained the details of the 100-pill meeting. The competition is divided into 3 rounds. Contestants will be eliminated in each round, and only the top 20 alchemists will be worthy of stepping onto the final round, where we will finally decide on who is the Pill King. In other words, Drifting Flowers Edifice only cared about the first 20 alchemists. The participants were sporting serious faces. They knew it would be hard, but it was not that disastrously hard. Of the thousands of alchemists, only 20 would be allowed entry in the final round. These 20 were without a doubt the best alchemists the Tianyu Empire had to offer. With their spots set, their position would be unshakable. It could be said that not even 300 rounds would be enough for the other contestants to get a chance to earn one of the 20 spots. The participants were vexed, while the 20 on the stage looked on with smiles of pride. Zioya had a flash of contempt in her eyes as she continued. This meeting has gathered a wide variety of renowned alchemists from every corner of the empire. For this, Drifting Flowers Edifice prepared their most prized treasure as a reward for the winner. Zioya clapped, and 2 disciples brought a red wooden box on the pedestal. Zioya flipped it open. Something akin to a green root appeared before everyone. What was even more astonishing was that the root throbbed like a heart. Drifting Flowers Edifice's Bodhi root. None saw this coming. Drifting Flowers Edifice was staking their most amazing treasure in this meeting. Only a handful knew the true reason behind it, squinting when the item in question appeared on stage. Elder Yan, you must get it. Huangpu Qingyun clenched his fists in the eastern stand, eyeing the root with yearning on the first stage. Vicious Pill King licked his lips, his heart throbbing to get his hands on it. He knew it was real too. All he had to do was win, and the Bodhi root was his. Humph, old dog with me here, don't even dream of getting it. Tao Danyang snorted, Snickering, Vicious Pill King mocked. Just you? How? Liu Yizhen realized now why Drifting Flowers Edifice's 100-pill meeting attracted these two towering figures of alchemy in the Empire. They all came for this treasure. Liu Yizhen wiped his sweat and cried in his heart. Forget about even winning against them, even if fantasy became reality, and he managed to win with two tigers glaring at him, taking it would be a one-way ticket to the underworld. Curses. I shouldn't have come here. Liu Yizhen regretted it until his insides turned green. It was too late now, though. Now that he was on stage, he'd lose his name if his performance was subpar. He considered himself fortunate that he was not on their level and losing wasn't that much of a big deal. Liu Yizhen sighed happily for the first time in life that he was doomed to lose. His thoughts would have widened no few pairs of eyes. Grandmaster Liu, didn't you say just now that one has to be confident when refining? Why are you quitting before even starting? Each had their own thoughts. Yet most decided to take a step back on this. In such an ardent competition, they didn't have the nerve to join. Zioya noticed the prevalent atmosphere but ignored it. The target of the first round is a first-grade pill. Those that already took a step back shivered with confidence. Is there anyone who can't make it? Why the hell would we come here if we can't make one damned first-grade pill? Zioya continued. A first grade is simple, but the method isn't, as well as the efficiency. In this first round, you will be competing with your refining skills. The alchemist must accomplish the refining of a first-grade pill as soon as possible. Only the quickest 100 can advance. What? This crushed their kindling hope to dust. A competition involving thousands of participants had the first round eliminating most of them. Was it really necessary to be so cruel? I have with me a little bell, as do the Drifting Flowers Edifice's disciples. One ring gives the start and another the end. And begin. Ding, Zioya directly rang her bell. The competitors were startled. Then scrambled to get out their Yuan Kai flame and begin refining. The top 20 alchemists sneered, not at all hurried. It was more accurate to call this round a test of one's mind than that of speed. Getting worked up over such a minor thing, not even a third-grade alchemist would be able to refine a first-grade pill. A bunch of morons. Vicious Pill King laughed coldly. His hand revealed a scarlet flame and he threw 6 ingredients inside. Under the naked eye, each ingredient was refined. Every one of the 20 alchemists could do it, albeit not at the same speed. Liu Yizhen sighed, he is truly the best in the Empire. Even when refining a first-grade pill, it shows how skillful he is. Tao Danyang was the second fastest. She wasn't at all pleased but was aware of her limits. Vicious Pill King mocked her. I only used half of my skill. Just thought you should know. It's best you give up now if you can't do even this. Stop wasting your energy. Humph, Tao Danyang snorted. She knew it was a trick of his to shake her heart. Up on the terrace, Chu Qingcheng's group was watching the two closely. They were worried since the difference in their speed was so great. Urgent footsteps approached as an elderly shouted, Chachu, where's the kid who was with you? Chu Qingcheng turned to find Long Jiu, Zai Tianyang, and Jian Suifeng watching her group in anxiety. It was too dangerous here, and I made him leave. Chu Qingcheng watched them strangely, not knowing what their connection was with Song Yu to be so worried about him. But her words threw them in a panic. What? He left. Then who is competing with Vicious Pill King? Zai Tianyang asked, unsettled. This baffled Chu Qingcheng and the two overseers. How could a mere third-rate clan young master be a match for Vicious Pill King? Humph, forget about facing Vicious Pill King when that brat left. He didn't even waste time. Peony Overseer recalled Zhuo's attitude with coldness. Long Jiu's group was gloomy. Zhuo Fan ran, so what were they staying around here for as patsies? He was the one who mentioned allying, and they even offended Regent Estate for his sake. Yet he was the first to run away without hesitation. Bastard, did he just sell me out again? Zai Tianyang frowned and spat in rage. Then a sudden sobbing came. It was Xiao Dandan and the Dong siblings running up the stairs. Chu Qingcheng was anxious. Why are you back? Sister Qingcheng, master. Darling left us behind and rushed back. Did you see him? What? Song Yu came back as well. Chu Qingcheng's group raised their eyebrows in shock. Before they could find out more, Zai Tianyang jumped in. "Sister-in-law, you're saying that punk didn't leave and came back instead?" "Ha ha ha, he didn't sell me out. Where is he, tell me?" Zio Dandan didn't even get to reply to the sister-in-law part, as Zai Tianyang was immediately actively searching for Zhuo Fan through the thousands of participants. Damn it! The vicious pill king's almost done. Iris Overseer gnashed her teeth. They all focused on the old man, and indeed, the vicious pill king's pill needed only a few seconds more. Tao Danyang, however, needed a minute. They all knew what that meant. The first round had its winner, and their moods sank. Tao Danyang couldn't gain the advantage even when refining a first-grade pill, which spoke volumes of how their competition would be when refining higher-graded pills. Chu Qingcheng's heart sank to the bottom of the abyss. Her final hope was fading. Yan Fu saw vicious pill king's pill and bowed. "Master, you're the best there is." "Naturally." Vicious pill king laughed, throwing a mocking glance towards Tao Danyang. A ding sounded at that moment. Far in the third-rated clans area, the bell rang. There was someone here who could refine faster than the best alchemist in the empire. Who? Whoosh, they turned to see where the ringing came from, but what appeared before them was a black-robed figure with the heaven-toppling pill words inscribed on it. Chu Qingchen. Yan Fu's eyelids trembled as he cried out. Chapter 129, Show of Skill. Qingchen. Chu Qingcheng's eyes were glazed. Long Jiu and Jian Suifeng sported a wide grin, then laughed to their heart's content, having a heavy stone relieved from their shoulders. "Ha ha ha, Chuchu, you're wrong. That's not Qingchen, but that brat." It was now that a crisp voice came from that direction. "Nitrain City's Song Clan, Song Yu, first-grade pill has been completed." "What? Song Clan? Who on earth is that? We've never heard of it." Shock after shock, every single one of the people there stood speechless. A nameless alchemist hailing from a nameless clan stole the first spot in the 100-pill meeting's first round, stepping over the best alchemist in the empire, the vicious pill king. Just who is this Song Yu? Did he cheat? How did he refine so quickly? Under everyone's admiring gazes, Zhuo Fan swaggered from the third area and onto the first spot. That narcissistic attitude was as if he was on top of the world and asking for a smacking. Thankfully, this was Drifting Flower's edifice, or the thousands of participants would have jumped him. "Go ahead, enjoy it while you can. Look, it's darling." Zio Dandan cried, and the Dong siblings whipped their heads. Chu Qingcheng frowned and grumbled. "Damn brat, why did I get you to leave early? So you could return." Despite her harsh words, her heart was filled with warmth. This showed he was not the heartless man he led her to believe. In her most desperate hour, he chose to return and spend this last part of their journey together. The other two overseers' anger for him went up in smoke. At least this man has a conscience. On the eastern stand, Huangpu Qingyun glared at Zhuo Fan with the full intent to kill, clenching his fists in anger. He, second young master wants that brat's life. It will be simple to do. Just let us get the Bodhi route first, second young master, then I will deal with him personally. Hell Valley's fifth elder saw his anger and jumped at the chance to earn his favor before vicious pill king stole this one. Huangpu Qingyun only nodded. His hatred for Zhuo Fan seeped into his bones. Not only did he steal his wife, but he talked back to him at the feast. Yet again, this man was going against him. However, killing him himself was beneath his standing. The key was that he did not wish to earn Chu Qingcheng's resentment. He still hoped for the day when his betrayal would be forgotten and she would return to him. But this man suddenly showed up, preventing that from ever happening. Zhuo Fan didn't notice that two pairs of eyes watched hopefully as he slowly strutted to the first stage. He was afraid he didn't garner enough hatred, finishing his act with a sidelong glance at the vicious pill king. Not even vicious pill king could stay calm after such obvious contempt. So he poured all his energy into finishing the refining. He relaxed after the ding was heard next to him and bore his eyes towards Zhuo Fan. "You little shit, what the hell are you staring at? Wanna die? Are you threatening me?" Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow and kicked at the alchemy table next to the cauldron and cursed. "What do you think? I'm afraid of you. What an idiot. Clamor erupted. Where did he come from? Where does he get the nerve to curse the vicious Pill King? Even the other 19 alchemists had to reel from this, almost ruining their refining. Goddamn it. Where the hell did this brat pop out from? He's too much. The rage got to vicious Pill King so badly that he was turning from green to purple. If not for fear of this indirect strike unnerving his mind, he would have long slapped the punk into the grave. Vicious Pill King took deep breaths to calm his anger. He couldn't let impulsiveness ruin his plans. Punk, you came to pick a fight with me, and I would have killed you where you stand if not for reasons I cannot say. Reason? You dare talk about goddamn reason? Bam Zhuo Fan kicked at the alchemy table again, pissed. Old fart, step aside. You're in my spot. Startled, vicious Pill King was stunned for a moment. But Audioverse spoke in an apologetic tone. Please excuse us, Elder Yan. Young Master Song Yu has earned the right to this table. Your ranking is one step lower. Hear that? Now shoo. Zhuo Fan kicked the alchemy table again. Vicious Pill King took deep breaths, working his hardest to calm down. Wretched bastard. You were just lucky. I will be back the next round. Stepping to the second table, Vicious Pill King cursed. Moving is moving, so what's with the kicking? Today's generation has gone out of control. What's it to you? I was kicking my own table. Old farts these days are too short-tempered. Zhuo Fan said as he stood at the number 1 spot. Vicious Pill King reeled at his comeback. His mouth moved but didn't say a word while his heart was consumed by hatred. This punk's tongue is too sharp. There's no end talking to him. Once this is over, I'll settle the score. The two looked like they fought over a mere alchemy table, but they were engaged in a battle of the mind, using this chance to throw the other off his game. No matter how fine and amazing one's refining skill was, it was useless in the hands of one with a frail mind. Vicious Pill King was very close to having his inner peace ruined when the self-important Zhuo Fan strutted in. But as he was a veteran in alchemy, he noticed it fast, working hard in quelling the anger in his heart. The competition resumed. After Yan Fu finished his pill, Tao Danyang followed closely behind. Then came Liu Yizhen and the rest of the 20 alchemists. As time passed, more and more finished, and the ringing never stopped. As the ringing increased, the hearts of the competitors became more chaotic. Even a first-grade pill had a high chance of failure. The many that failed started refining again in annoyance, but time was running out. Ding. The 100th ring sounded, and Audioverse drew the first round to a close by eliminating the rest. The ones who were hard at work in refining froze. They doused their flames and dragged their feet up to where the audience were. There were many third-grade alchemists here, but their mind was still lacking, failing to refine even the most basic pill. Now, the first 100 participants entered round 2 with one tiny detail off. It wasn't Vicious Pill Master in front, but a third-rate clan young master, Zhuo Fan. As a result, the 20th alchemist was kicked from his table. Goddamn it. Who said the 20 spots were set in stone? It's only been the first round and I got kicked by a black horse. Even the Vicious Pill King lost and was now in second place, and all the others along the line as well. Who knows how many great alchemists are getting kicked out this round? Whether or not black horses were in vogue in this competition, the audience watched on enraptured for the next kicking. Judge, Vicious Pill King called Audioverse's attention. I would like to inspect the kid's pill and check if it was a first-grade pill. I still find it hard to believe someone can beat me at the speed of refining. Yeah, make sure he is not cheating. This got the crowd wild. Vicious Pill King was the best alchemist in Tianyu. It was unbelievable how someone just popped in and dethroned him, especially when it was a rotten punk. He's been weaned just for a few days and he already mastered alchemy? How is that possible? The last one that barely got into the second round was also voicing his complaints, asking for justice. Audioverse had no choice as she said to Zhuo Fan, Young Master Song, is it possible for you to refine one more time, letting them see your speed? Casting a side glance, Zhuo Fan deadpanned. No, thank you. The crowd went hysterical. Look, he's scared. He doesn't have the nerve to refine another one for us. I knew he smelled fishy. How could he beat so many great alchemists? He's done for. Drifting Flower's edifice doesn't tolerate cheaters. All denounce him, while Vicious Pill King and his disciple watched with a cold smile. Tao Danyang shook her head. She knew the kid wanted to help Drifting Flower's edifice, but to get caught cheating meant that not even she could save him. Child, one's mind must remain true and not practice vile methods. You will be the one to suffer in the end. Tao Danyang gave earnest guidance and turned to Zioya. Change his position from the first to the last. Zioya nodded to the cheer of the crowd, but Vicious Pill King sneered. Cheating has been found in the 100-pill meeting and you're only eliminating him. Since when did Drifting Flower's edifice's rule become so lax? The place got rowdy again. Zioya now turned her attention to Chu Qingcheng. Chu Qingcheng sighed and shook her head. This brat caused endless troubles. Vicious Pill King now had a legitimate reason to end him. Escape looked bleak. Long Jiu's group was stunned. A cunning guy like him could make such a mistake. Watching them all with a cold eye, Zhuo Fan yawned. What gave you the crazy idea that I cheated? I only said that I won't do it again. That just means you're scared. Yan Fu coldly smiled, feeling good kicking someone when they were down. Only Zhuo Fan gave a patronizing glance to all of them. A bunch of idiots. Don't you know I had a gorgeous lady next to me the whole time? How could I cheat? You only need to listen to how yours truly refined it, and you'll know why it took so little time. Zhuo Fan beckoned towards his previous table. Gorgeous, please tell them the name of my pill and get them acquainted with real skill. Whoosh. They all then whipped their heads towards his supervisor. Chapter 130, Crooked Path. A 16-year-old girl stood at that table, still young and unaware of the true world. With so many looking at her, she couldn't help but blush and fidget. Zio Lion, you don't need to be so nervous. Just speak up. Zioya smiled. Zio Lion regained some of her calm by taking a deep breath, but looking at Zhuo Fan's pill in her hand, she got redder. Not from shyness, but at how hard it was to describe. She didn't know what was wrong with her at the time that she judged this pill to be first grade. She now felt embarrassed when she thought about how she declared her verdict. Despite all that, she had no choice but to proceed. Young Master Song refined an appetite pill. She then lifted it way up high, letting its fragrance drift about. However, the crowd was silent before bursting out in laughter. Ha ha ha, is that even a pill? He is a cheat after all. That thing is not even a first-grade pill. They give it to children to help digestion. Is that what you call a pill? I can make a handful of them in less than a minute. I won't accept it if he wins with this. The crowd was getting rowdy again. Zio Lion was scared. Because this was her judgment, she couldn't avoid punishment. She turned her hateful glare at Zhuo Fan, blaming him. Any random quack on the streets could make this appetite pill. Why did she have to speak out for the most basic pill? She didn't know, but Iris Overseer knew fully well. He must have used bewitching whispers. He used it first on Dandan and now on Zio Lion in the third layer of Kai condensation. Humph, this brat is on a crooked path. Peony Overseer snorted. Damn girl, you always have that dopey look on your face. Are you still under his spell? Master, Senior Aunt undid it for me. Blushing, Zio Dandan watched Peony Overseer shyly, then her eyes looked pitiful when she turned to Zhuo Fan. Actually, I couldn't be happier if he used it on me again. Peony Overseer held her forehead and sighed. What's so charming about that brat? That got her brash disciple so smitten Chu Qingcheng didn't mind, only sighed. Bewitching whispers isn't important. What matters now is that Song Yu failed to become the winner. The Vicious Pill King will once again condescend us. The only thing that changed is turning cheating into Zio Lion's mistake. The scene played out as what Chu Qingcheng had said. Zioya gestured for the excited crowd to calm down. Forgive us, this is a mistake on our disciple's part. The first place in the first round will. Wait, Zhuo Fan waved and eyed her from the side. Judge, you're not taking my appetite pill for a first-grade pill? Ha ha ha, you call that a pill? Yan Fu cut Zioya off before she could reply with his ridicule and made those around him laugh. Thousands of scornful pairs of eyes bore into Zhuo Fan. You dare come to a competition with such a pill? You must have been blind. Perking the corner of his mouth, Zhuo Fan looked past the mockery sent his way and spoke matter-of-factly at Yan Fu. "Then please, the best alchemist of Pill King Hall, vicious Pill King's prized pupil, young Master Yan Fu, enlighten me. Just what exactly is the appetite pill?" "Of course it's—" Yan Fu suddenly froze. He recalled something, but he didn't get the chance to continue. Snickering, Zhuo Fan turned to the crowd, finally resting his cold smile on Yan Fu. "What, cat got your tongue? Ha ha ha, then let me refresh your memory. There are 12 pill grades, and first grade is the lowest. I can just throw the ingredients in the fire, and as long as it's refined, the least it'll be is first grade." The hubbub stopped in a flash, from the sheer shock his words implied. Even the faces of those mocking him froze, yet their eyes were bulging out of their sockets. Why didn't I think of that? Because the appetite pill was that easy, that simple, even a normal person could make it. This made the alchemists look past it. But by definition, the lowest grade a pill could be was first grade. As long as the ingredients were refined, it was called a pill. Even the abaton of the barrel pill is considered to be first grade. Speaking of it from this point of view, the appetite pill was undeniably a goddamned first-grade pill. Although, for everyone else, getting the first place in the 100 pill meeting with such a lame pill was too insulting. This led to everyone turning to Xiaoya to hear her verdict. Xiaoya fell on pins and needles. Every single one of the participants here gave their all, even with a first-grade pill. They all wanted to excel. Who could have foreseen such a weirdo use the lowest of the lowest pill to compete in the meeting? And to top it all of, he fucking won. Giving him first place would make the other alchemists feel unfair. So Xiaoya could only compromise. "Young Master Song, your pill may have somewhat fulfilled the bare minimum, but the first PL is mine." Zhuo Fan cut her short. His haughty attitude led vicious Pill King to feel newfound rage for him. "You little prick, are you that shameless? You already cleared a spot, so don't push it. That appetite pill may be a first grade, but it's the worst there is. It can't get any lower than this." "Isn't the worst also a first grade?" The judge clearly stated, "Refine a first-grade pill and compete in speed. Each of you are morons. You didn't listen to the rules and tried to refine a great pill. Who's to blame for your loss? There's no way I'm giving up my spot." Zhuo Fan's attitude was beyond arrogant and earned the ire of every alchemist, but they had no words to refute. They could only stomp in hatred. Son of a bitch. Why couldn't I have found the loophole in the rules? This damn runt used it instead. I could refine an appetite pill even faster than him. Dismay flowed like a river in the hearts of each of the thousands of alchemists. But who could blame them? The opportunity to win was right there in front of them, but they did not see it. So they chose to direct all their anger onto Zhuo Fan. They looked at him as their worst enemy. It was fine if he had used real skill to win, but Zhuo Fan just got the biggest advantage, a cheap trick to get in front of them. None of them could ever accept it. All their killing intent seemed to fly right past Zhuo Fan, who found the time to even smile. "Oh my, you know what they say? Envy of talent and all that. It seems that yours truly has been pretty outstanding so far." The crowd was a powder keg primed and ready to blow. Xiaoya shook her head helplessly. "Young Master Song, I've seen my fair share of shameless people, but you're the worst by far." He, what are talking about? This is yours truly's nature?" Zhuo Fan grinned. "They didn't consider their own nature, while yours truly is the most at peace with myself. I earned first place, prop and all." Seeing him tooting his horn, Xiaoya felt sick and no longer paid attention to this dissolute young master. The alchemists looked down on him. He had no skill, they thought. He used a crooked path, they thought. He'd be washed up next round, they thought, though one man among them looked at him with a stern face. It was none other than the newly kicked-in 5th spot, Liu Yizhen. He was just like the others at first, mocking Zhuo Fan for saying the end justified his demeaning means, taking him for an incompetent fool. But Zhuo Fan leaked the fact the first round wasn't about speed but one's mind, a test to their nature. This shocked him, and he began to look at Zhuo Fan with different eyes. Were there even a handful among these thousands of alchemists who caught the test's real meaning? Yet this immoral young master saw through it with a glance. Was he perhaps a hidden gem, a grand alchemy genius? If so, then refining the appetite pill may not have been his limit, only complying with the rules. Liu Yizhen no longer wore a casual expression, but one of dead seriousness. The Tianyu Empire had many talents crop up in recent years. Not only the vicious Pill King's prized pupil, Yan Fu, but now this outstanding genius as well. This would make the 100-pill meeting more intense by the second. I thought getting third would be all right, but by the looks of things, I might not even make it to the 5th place. Grandmaster Liu started sinking into depression. Refining all his life, he never achieved anything great, and many outstanding youngsters kept overtaking him. It was sad and regretful. Although I do not wish to, I still must declare young Master Song as the first-place winner of this round. Not paying attention to the old man's lament, nor Zhuo Fan's true strength, Zio Ye declared with a sigh. In an instant, everyone hissed. Zhuo Fan couldn't care less, grinning at them. To him, they were just a blind fool with no future. Vicious Pill King snorted, "You had it easy this time, but I will throw you out the next round." "Humph, can you?" After a sneer, Zhuo Fan turned around and pointed at the words on his back with pride. "Take a good look. You're just the Vicious Pill King, while I am Heaven-toppling Pill." Vicious Pill King laughed coldly. "You think wearing a dead man's cloak will help you?" "Ha ha ha, Chu Qingshan was a genius, but couldn't compare to me in alchemy. Heaven-toppling Pill is just his own egotistical words. Speaking of it, his death at the hands of my antidote is proof of how naive and immature he was." "Yan Song, is that formula truly fake?" Tao Danyang couldn't help but ask. Yan Song snickered. "Would you be looking like this if it weren't? He, that foolish kid didn't know his limits, stole my formula and ended up killing himself with it, taking down others with him. Getting beaten to death by drifting flowers edifices people was his just desserts." Tao Danyang clenched her fists, her eyes burning with anger. "I have worked 3 years on it, only to find out it's fake." Up on the terrace, Chu Qingcheng bit her lip as the killing intent in her eyes grew. It was thanks to the 2 overseers stopping her that she didn't charge at Yan Song. Long Jiu sighed. He understood Chu Qingcheng's feelings. Who could stand to watch their most hated enemy that put their little brother to death continue to humiliate him? Zhuo Fan then said something that left them speechless. Yet here I am, standing before you in his cloak." His tone was calm and looked at Yan Song with a challenging grin. Yan Song couldn't help but clench his fists, his eyes gradually reddening, burning with endless rage. Chapter 131. Qingshan's Final Wish. Challenge, yes, a naked challenge, not only that, but it also promised retribution for the departed. Zhuo Fan's words were blunt. He wore Qingshan's cloak right in front of Yan Song. That meant he was going to surpass Yan Song as an alchemist in Qingshan's stead. How could the best alchemist in the Empire, Vicious Pill King, take this lying down? But that wasn't the most important thing right now. If Zhuo Fan said it 15 minutes ago, he would have laughed, calling him still a child that didn't know his limits. Now, after the first round, Zhuo Fan stood in the first place, the place he took from Yan Song. Even if one disregarded the stunt he pulled in the first round, the fact he spoke as such was truly shocking. Because in truth, he was standing ahead of the Vicious Pill King. And because it was the truth, it angered Yan Song. Never had there been a case where someone stood ahead of him. Yet, this man somehow did it while also openly challenging him. If he were to take this down, he would no longer be Vicious Pill King. The silence was deafening. The people watched dumbfounded as if they forgot to even breathe. Zhuo Fan earned the first place through devious tricks and was now challenging the Vicious Pill King. Was he tired of living? None could understand, not even the people on the terrace. Only Chu Qingcheng bit her lip as tears glistened in her eyes. Thank you, she knew Zhuo Fan did this all for her. Whether he won or not, he would challenge Vicious Pill King in her stead. This was Qingshan's final wish. As Chui Qingshan's elder sister, she has never managed to do it. But Zhuo Fan had Chu Qingcheng's gaze on Zhuo Fan turned passionate at that moment. This man was a third-rated clan young master, but he was willing to give everything for her. It was not wrong of her to entrust her dignity to this man. He and Qingshan were the same, albeit a bit more immoral. Chu Qingcheng's heart felt as if it was beating out of her chest. What she didn't know was that Zhuo Fan did all this mostly because of the Bodhi Jade Sap. All because the Grand Demonic Emperor did not owe favors? Ha ha ha, someone has the nerve to challenge the great vicious Pill King. This is the first time it happened to Elder Yan, so he must be pissed. In the eastern stand, Huangpu Qingyun smiled as he looked around. The others nodded, with Hell Valley's fifth elder joining him. Ha ha ha, that old bag of bones Yan Song considered everyone beneath him. How satisfying to see an ignorant pup mock him to such a degree. Huangpu Qingyun nodded in glee, his eyes shining. It seems we won't be needed to deal with this kid. Once Elder Yan wins the next round, with his temper, he would immediately kill him. Second young master is right. The kid will die after the second round. He challenged Elder Yan, so even if he ended dead, Drifting Flowers Edifice has no grounds to blame Elder Yan and second young master. Young Miss Qingcheng won't feel any more resentment towards you. Lin Zishan fawned with a smile. It had to be said, his words hit the nail on the head. Huangpu Qingyun gave a satisfied nod. In the arena, assaulted by Zhuo Fan's contemptuous challenge, Vicious Pill King was trembling from rage. He took deep breaths to force it down, but his face had become frightening. Rotten punk, you want to challenge me in Chu Qingshan's stead? Zhuo Fan shook his head in mockery. Old coot, get real, me challenge you? Bam! Suddenly, Zhuo Fan stomped on the alchemy table, jarring the ears of the others with the noise. Then he proudly declared, "Take a good look, I am in first place. Isn't it more accurate to say that you're the challenger? You!" The Vicious Pill King was so pissed his vision blurred, his hair whipped about. He knew the punk was insufferable, but clearly didn't know by how much. With a bit of luck and a clever mind, this punk thought it was enough to flaunt as the best in the empire, and get to make the Vicious Pill King challenge him. The Vicious Pill King's chest shook with every breath, rancor dripping from every word. Little prick, you're more insufferable than Chu Qingshan, but most arrogant people don't end well. Ha ha ha, the ending isn't based on arrogance, but strength. Giving him a side glance, Zhuo Fan coldly smiled, stomping on the table again. Take this table from me and you'll be the best in the empire. Humph, I intend to. Then let's add one more condition. If you can take this spot, I will offer you my head. The people froze, betting one's life in a mere pill competition. Or did the kid know his end would be bleak after offending the Vicious Pill King and decided to go for broke, Chu Qingcheng, and the rest became grave? Huangpu Qingyun's side laughed even harder than before. This justified it even more when the kid lost his head. Long Jiu's group was anxious. Why is this brat playing such a dangerous game? As to how cautious Zhuo Fan was, he wouldn't use such arrogant words easily. Xiao Dandan was so worried she was on the verge of tears. Master, what do we do if Darling loses? He isn't the Vicious Pill King's match. Will he really die? Will I be a widow? You haven't even been with him yet. What widow nonsense? Peony Overseer cursed. This kid is so stubborn he doesn't know what he's saying. Now, when he loses, we won't be able to save him. The Dong siblings watched everything blankly. Where did bro get all that courage from? Is he still the same Song Yu we know? Ignoring the clamor, the Vicious Pill King sported an insidious smile. He, it's you who said it, punk. Don't go begging me later for mercy. Enough with the boasting, brat. Yan Song is an elder and you are wrong about him. Take back those jokes and he won't argue with you either. Because of Chu Qingcheng's relation with him, Tao Danyang gave Zhuo Fan a signal to pull him out of this mess. Zhuo Fan seemed to have turned a deaf to her help, upping the ante. He turned to everyone. My word is gold. It's not just for the old guy, but it applies to anyone. Whoever takes my place, yours truly will present his head. What? The crowd exploded again. He wasn't just challenging one man, the Vicious Pill King, to settle grudges, but all of them. More aptly put, a challenge towards all alchemists in Tianyu. He was obviously looking to establish himself in the 100 Pill meeting as the best alchemist in the empire. But putting the vicious Pill King aside, does a snot-nosed brat have anything to back those words? In a blink, the scene erupted. All the alchemists were now glaring at him, becoming the public enemy #1. They only felt mockery at first, but now it vanished, with anger replacing it. Vicious Pill King smiled evilly. "You're digging your own funeral?" Tao Danyang shook her head. She could not understand what Chu Qingcheng found in this reckless brat. He stirred the crowd into focusing their anger on him. On Huangpu Qingyun's side, they were laughing with glee. After all, Zhuo Fan had turned himself into the target of everyone's hatred. He was begging to be put down. Meanwhile, the two overseers sighed. "Damn rotten brat, are you that hard-headed?" Chu Qingcheng was confused about it all. Song Yu was brash, but not to this extent. Then, Zhuo Fan looked at her and pointed at the words on his back with a smile. Chu Qingcheng seemed to have been struck by lightning. She was shaking all over as tears flowed unabated. "Qingcheng, what's wrong?" Iris Overseer asked in worry. Chu Qingcheng watched Zhuo Fan from afar and muttered, "I was the one who was wrong all along." "How?" Peony Overseer asked. With a bright smile, Chu Qingcheng replied, "I always thought Qingcheng's last wish was revenge, to surpass vicious Pill King in alchemy. But I was wrong. He only ever wanted one thing, a heaven-toppling pill, to be the best alchemist in the whole world." The familiar cloak left Chu Qingcheng laughing, despising herself. "I made that cloak myself, but never truly understood Qingcheng's heart, while Song Yu knew just from a glance. I'm not qualified to be his elder sister. What Song Yu is doing this to fulfill Qingcheng's final wish." The overseers exchanged a glance, then looked at Zhuo Fan's back, feeling that this thin figure had grown in their eyes. They always said men were unreliable. But there was a man, here and now, that dared take on the whole world for the woman he loved. They could only have respect for him. And their eyes also hid something stirring deep within. The vicious Pill King was the first in the empire. Everyone knew that, but no one could reach him. The brat fulfilled Chu Qingcheng's wish, but now he was on a road of no return. He, this punk sure knows how to draw hatred. The three were startled to find Zai Tianyang grinning. "You're saying the kid first humiliated Yan Song, and then plans on taking his head, to make him lose in his refining, then fly into a rage over his failure as an excuse to take his life. And this brother is truly cunning. I presume he has what it takes to win." Long Jiu caressed his beard. "Humph, Uncle Jiu, you expect too much of him again. He may win against others, but how can he win against the vicious Pill King, the best in the empire?" Long Kui grumbled. "I only see this brat being afraid of losing. He will most likely use the opportunity when Yan Song is busy refining to end his life. Someone like him won't possibly accept a loss at this point, especially if he has to throw his face away." They all had to nod at this. Zhuo Fan had always been cool-headed, while also engaging in underhanded tactics more often than not. Sneak attacks while refining wasn't beneath him. As they discussed, Peony Overseer cursed, "Uncle Jiu, I thought you are on Drifting Flowers Edifice's side. Yet when we are facing a calamity, you are taking joy in our plight." Long Jiu was startled and knew they misunderstood. Zai Tianyang watched the angry Chu Qingcheng and Zaya Dandan. "Edifice Lord Chu, Lady Dandan, we don't mean any insult for that fellow. We were only talking." Suddenly his eyes shined, and he gave a vague smile. "Also, sister-in-law, it doesn't look like you've seen the true face of your husband yet. You better watch closely. You'll surely get the fright of your lives. He may look docile near you, but in fact he is the devil. No less than vicious Pill King, ha ha ha." They were startled, clueless to his meaning. Then a ding sound off and the second round began, Chapter 132. Secret Refining Skill, 9th Heaven Roaring Dragon Claw, ding. Zaya Oya shook the bell in her hand, earning everyone's attention. It seemed Zhuo Fan's cocky attitude from before chilled even this lady. Being a judge of the 100 Pill meeting, held every few decades, was her arrogance, pride, and honor. Then, Zhuo Fan showed up halfway with his bag of devious tricks to throw everything in disarray. His endless smug attitude cut her glory down a few levels, from honor to a nobody. That was what she became. A judge would have kicked out such an incompetent fool on the spot. Zhuo Fan's logic made an irritating good point that left her speechless. She had to concede the first place to this silk pants. His sloppy and conceited manner earned the rage of all alchemists and her hatred. But any other option, she could only rein it in and work hard to calm down. She then announced the second round to hurry up and get rid of this brat. The second round's objective is a third-grade pill. Zaya-Oya's clear voice echoed, and her eyes shined with splendor. Talking about making a third-grade pill when most of them here were third-grade alchemists. But just then, the Drifting Flowers Edifice disciples accompanying them presented a storage ring. Zaya-Oya spoke while they were in a stupor. I ask that everyone refines with Drifting Flowers Edifice's ingredients as to avoid any cheating from occurring. But they're all second-grade ingredients. Is this some kind of a mistake? Someone already voiced his doubts, just as Zaya-Oya finished. And once there was one, many followed. Zaya-Oya ignored them. The main test of this round is pill quality, followed by speed. The first 50 will advance while the rest will be eliminated. Hey, Judge, all you gave me are ingredients for a second-grade pill. How do you want me to refine a third-grade pill? While the back was complaining, the first 20 alchemists sneered as they ignited their Yuan Kai flame. These morons still didn't get what this round was about. It wasn't testing their ability to make a third-grade pill, but their formulas. Normally, a third-grade pill could be made with the appropriate ingredients of the same grade. But that does not mean third-grade pills could not be made with second-grade pill ingredients. It was just that usual refining method most were used to would not work in such cases. For such a leap in grade, the refining of the ingredients needed to complement one another, boosting each of their effects to create a third-grade pill. This test was aimed at an alchemist's formulas. How many one had Drifting Flowers Edifice gave a ring filled with second-grade pill ingredients. It was only expected to be possible to refine 5 types of third-grade pill from them. After the ingredients were handed out, what mattered now was how they could extract their effects, to make the ingredients suitable for refining a third-grade pill. The first 20 alchemists had such formulas aplenty. The back alchemists, though, were pulling their hairs out in frustration, with some still barking at the Drifting Flowers Edifice. Drifting Flowers Edifice's disciples kept silent when receiving their rants but held disdain in their eyes. Zhuo Fan was toying with the ring, thinking which formula to pick. The others were vexed they knew too few formulas. While Zhuo Fan was also vexed, it was for the opposite reason, though. He had too many to choose from, which to use to make that vicious pill king take the loss lying down. Young Master Song. Zaya-Oya watched him in delight over his misfortune. The others have already started. How is it that the first place hasn't as well? You can't mean you can't even refine a third-grade pill, right? The kid's skill might not be as awful as you think. It was Vicious Pill King who answered first, with his mockery. He must be still doubting why you gave him such low ingredients. Ha ha ha, the other 20 alchemists laughed along with him. Tao Danyang shook her head, focusing on her own refining. In the end, this bag of bones will be the one who will compete with Vicious Pill King. Yet, there was one man alone who wasn't laughing. He was watching Zhuo Fan's every move. It was Liu Yizhen. He believed Zhuo Fan was more than he led others to believe. Raising an eyebrow, Zhuo Fan smiled towards the crowd. Ha ha ha. Yours truly thought that as the winner and in first place, it was poor manners from my part to pick on a bunch of newbies. But since you are so eager to lose to me, yours truly will open your horizon in the true field of alchemy. This remark only earned their glares. Where did this punk come from, calling us newbies? Absurd. After that, they were all watching dumbstruck. Secret refining art, ninth heaven roaring dragon claw. Zhuo Fan spoke in his heart, then his eyes flashed. His finger beckoned tens of ingredients into the air as a Yuan Kai flame ignited in his palm. A roar echoed as the flame took the shape of a dragon and sped towards the ingredients. It opened its maw and swallowed the first ingredient. The item was refined in an instant, becoming pure medicinal liquid. The shock was palpable as everyone watched amazed, even the alchemists around. What goddamned refining skill is this that can refine an ingredient in an instant? Even the great vicious pill king, despite his fastest speed, could only do it after minding every step. The least he could do was make it visible how the ingredients were refined. But Zhuo Fan's actions seemed to go against all alchemical laws, refining the ingredient in a blink of an eye. While others were hard at work in their refining, he had refined them all. Roar! With another yell, the blazing dragon turned the ingredients into a paste. It then turned into a fire tornado and revolved in Zhuo Fan's palm. The dozens of ingredients ebbed calmly among the flames, separated from each other. All that Zhuo Fan had to do was put them together and finish the pill. He was in no hurry, apparently, watching over the others coldly. Newbies, yours truly's refining hasn't devolved to your mime show. You have still much to learn to reach my level. He was as obnoxious as before, but this time his words struck their core. Before, they mocked him for boasting and his immoral character. Now he was the one reprimanding them as a superior alchemist. They had no room to refute. Even vicious Pill King was stupefied. This reckless brat possessed a miraculous refining skill, a skill not even the best in the Empire could fathom. Master W, what is this skill? Yan Fu stammered. Vicious Pill King tried many times to speak, but settled to rebuke him and hide in humiliation instead. Mind your pill. Don't ask so many questions. Yet his heart felt like bleeding, and for the first time he turned serious when he saw Zhuo Fan, hiding a hint of killing intent in his eyes. This time, Zhuo Fan had become a real threat to him as the best alchemist in the Empire. Zhuo Fan noticed everything but wasn't of a mind to care. He kept on belittling Vicious Pill King as he pointed at the firestorm in his palm. Elder Yan, if you don't hurry up, yours truly will get the first place again. Flushed, Vicious Pill King's beard began to quaver. His chest moved with ragged breaths, but he didn't utter a word. He was truly and utterly speechless. He could not accept it, but he knew it was the truth. In the host terrace, Chu Qingcheng was shocked silly. Zhuo Fan made it possible to even leave the Vicious Pill King without words of reprisal. The fact the Vicious Pill King was now solemn against Zhuo Fan's challenge meant that he admitted in his heart that what Zhuo Fan said was true, despite not voicing it out. Amazing, darling is the best. Xiao Danden's delicate face was red as she danced in joy. Iris Overseer was still lost, finding it hard to believe. Am I dreaming? Did that brat outshine the Vicious Pill King? Yeah, we never took him seriously. Peony Overseer blinked, then sighed at the Iris Overseer. Senior sister, pinch me. I think I'm still dreaming. How is he able to do this? Shaking her head, Iris Overseer turned to Chu Qingcheng. Qingcheng, did you know of this? Is that why you chose him as your husband? How can our great edifice lord marry a third-rate clan young master otherwise? Chu Qingcheng's cheeks turned pink and rolled her eyes. Senior sister, don't tease me. I was so saddened at the time, thinking only about living and dying with Drifting Flowers edifice. I could not trust anyone. But then I met him. He was so similar to Qingshan, and I threw all my faith to him. I saw his miraculous refining skill once, but never thought for a second he could shut the grand Vicious Pill King up. The overseers were shocked. This kid is truly unpredictable. Sighing, Iris Overseer looked around. At the least, the Drifting Flowers edifice's survival can be entrusted to someone. I hope he and Aunt Tao can dispel the imminent disaster facing the Drifting Flowers edifice. Chu Qingcheng and Peony Overseer nodded. Watching Zhuo Fan's smug face, for some odd reason, Chu Qingcheng felt at peace, a foreign feeling over the last few years. Perhaps this is what it means to lean on someone. Chu Qingcheng's gaze on Zhuo Fan grew even warmer. Chapter 133. Being played, thump. Huangpu Qingyun pounded the stone table, which was as strong as a first-grade spiritual weapon. Cracks like spider webs spread through the entire table. Watching Zhuo Fan with his hawk eyes, Huangpu Qingyun spat in anger. Is there anyone who can tell me where this guy came from? Why is it that he can surpass even Elder Yan in alchemy? Shuddering, the people around looked at each other, but none wanted to earn his ire. However, Hell Valley's fifth elder rolled his eyes as he laughed. Second young master, relax. Elder Yan is more than capable to deal with that obnoxious brat. He must have already thought of a way. Once he wins this round, he will not hesitate to get rid of that pest gnawing at his heart. He must be itching to finish him off. Ha ha ha. Huangpu Qingyun took a deep breath as he watched Yan Song. Sure enough, the shock faded from Yan Song's face and was now replaced with deep-seated killing intent. This somewhat eased the second young master's anger. Lin Zishan watched fifth elder askance as he wiped the cold sweat off his brow, crying inside. Curses. No one here is good. Fifth elder looked as if he was appeasing Huangpu Qingyun when in fact he was placing the responsibility of dealing with Zhuo Fan solely on the vicious Pill King. If the vicious Pill King killed the kid, he'd be settling a grudge and Huangpu Qingyun would reward him. If not, then the second young master would pour all his rage on vicious Pill King. And by the look of things, Yan Song had no idea this was happening. Such scheming was vicious. I'll have to tread carefully around these people, or I won't even know how I got betrayed. Sighing, Lin Zishan shook his head as he watched Huangpu Qingyun. In the arena, Zhuo Fan had to praise vicious Pill King for managing to get his anger under control, though inside. He was the best alchemist in the empire after all, and didn't get distracted so easily. Yet he did not relent with his mockery. You're so slow in refining the ingredients. What do you say I wait for you? How about 3 breaths to catch up? To a normal man, 3 breaths passed in a blink, but to alchemists, this period could mean the difference between victory or defeat. In these crucial moments, Zhuo Fan was laid back in his battle against the vicious Pill King. It was naked humiliation. He would have been mocked if he spoke of this before the round, but now, no one could do so after his display of skill. Slowly, Zhuo Fan's arrogance was taken as something normal. Well, he is a grandmaster after all. If you got the skill, then you can be as cocky as you want. Right? The vicious Pill King had eyes only for his own pill, although his speed has lowered. Tao Danyang was a bit nervous as she urged Zhuo Fan. Child, you're still in the lead, so hurry and finish. Don't drag it out any more than necessary. Yeah, young master Song, grandmaster Song. After Zhuo Fan revealed his skills, Xiaoya felt she needed to change how she addressed him. Anything can happen at any moment in a competition. Use this chance to your advantage. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow and snickered. Judge, do you know what this pill of mine is called? Is Grandmaster testing me? Xiaoya let out a sweet smile. Grandmaster chose mostly yang ingredients, and according to the formula, it should be the yang pill. Its main use is to dispel the negative energy in one's body. It is gentle on the meridians and can increase a Kai condensation cultivator's cultivation by 1 layer. Ha ha ha, Miss is truly knowledgeable. However, do you know who I'm giving it to? Xiaoya shook her head. What does it have to do with me? You, Zhuo Fan smiled. Blushing, Xiaoya averted her eyes from him and muttered, I am but a normal disciple of Drifting Flower's edifice. I've long surpassed the Kai condensation stage. Why is Grandmaster giving it to me? His smile growing colder, Zhuo Fan mocked. Because you have a vile mouth, so your body must be filled with negative energy. I am doing this for your own good. Xiaoya was shocked, speechless, as everyone burst out laughing. They all knew Xiaoya mocked Zhuo Fan, and now he was only returning the favor. Xiaoya felt slandered, and her eyes glistened with tears. She gave a hateful glare to Zhuo Fan out of spite. Zhuo Fan, however, still sported that insidious grin. This brat is so petty. He even shamed a young lady. Chu Qingcheng couldn't help but grumble seeing a fellow sister of her Drifting Flower's edifice being mocked. Zai Tianyang nodded after a pause. Edifice Lord Chu is right. This brat's eyes are so narrow that it's best we don't mess with him. His revenge is never welcomed. Xiao Dandan felt it on her own skin and nodded with force, although she wasn't the least bit vexed over what she went through. Instead, she was prideful. He dares. Chu Qingcheng raised her head up high. It was the image of a wife who got her husband on a leash. But noticing their looks, her cheeks blushed and she lowered her head back down. As if they rehearsed it, they all looked at each other and laughed. Only Chu Qingcheng's blush grew a shade deeper. Whoosh. Suddenly, as everyone was paying attention to Zhuo Fan, who got a bit carried away in his teasing of Xiaoya, a green liquid shot into the firestorm in his hand and melded into his concoction. Zhuo Fan's heart was in a panic. He noticed that the direction it came from was Yan Song. It was unknown when, but the ingredients in his hand had already finished refining. He slowed down on purpose to get Zhuo Fan to drop his guard. Vicious Pill King let out a vile snicker. Grandmaster Song, I already finished refining my concoction, so I will be going ahead and form the pill. You don't need to spare me 3 breaths, rather you should stick to your own matters. Ha ha ha. His eyelid twitching, Zhuo Fan's face grew colder. What did you throw in my concoction? Throw. Vicious Pill King denied it completely. I would never do such an immoral act as ruining others' refining. Just that I was a bit sloppy and a few drops spilled from my concoction. It just so happened to fall into yours. This was all just a big mishap. I'm sure Grandmaster Song won't mind at all. Mishap. When an alchemist slacked in concentration, the Yuan Kai flame faltered and the concoction did spill. But that only happens to beginners. It wouldn't happen to even a first-grade alchemist. Yet it happened to the best alchemist in the Empire, the Vicious Pill King, a grand 7th-grade alchemist. It couldn't get more deliberate than this. Everyone knew it, and so did he. But there was no way to contest it. He said he was careless, and no one could prove otherwise. Gnashing his teeth, Zhuo Fan ignored him and returned his focus on the changes in his concoction. He cried out in shock from what he saw. Green python scale concoction? Zhuo Fan cried. This shocked everyone. They knew Zhuo Fan was refining a yang pill. All of his ingredients were of yang property. But the green python scale concoction was made with a base from a 2nd-level spiritual beast, green sky python scale. The snake had yin properties and was also cruel, making this ingredient the worst addition to Zhuo Fan's. This poison was now attacking the yang pill's ingredients. Once used, it would reduce the yang of the pill a great degree. He would be hard-pressed to make a 2nd grade, let alone a 3rd-grade pill. It was most likely going to end up as a common 1st-grade pill. Everyone shook their heads. Zhuo Fan's refining skill was a rare one that gave incredible speed. A pity his ingredients were now wasted. If he started from scratch, he would never catch up to the Vicious Pill King. The easy win had now turned to failure, all because of Zhuo Fan's ego. Vicious Pill King laughed coldly. Punk, you remember your promise. If you fall from your spot, your head will be mine. I'll be right here waiting for you to bring it to me, ha ha ha. Vicious Pill King's laughter reverberated across Drifting Flowers Hall. The people sighed. This outstanding genius was now going to present his head to Vicious Pill King because the latter pulled a dirty trick. Tao Danyang sighed, disappointed, and resumed her focus on her pill. The child is amazing, but his mind is unstable. Liu Yizhen watched Zhuo Fan in a daze, only to shake his head in the end. In the eastern stand, Huangpu Qingyun was laughing his heart out. Elder Yan did have a way. The rest around him nodded. In the host terrace, 3 people stomped in anger. This brat is insufferable. He brags about saving Drifting Flowers' edifice, and now he falls to Yan Song's ploy. Peony Overseer flared. In your arrogance, you threw away the prestige we worked so hard to get back. Indeed, this brat's manner is causing everyone headaches. Iris Overseer sighed. Forget about saving Drifting Flowers' edifice when we can't even save him. Only Chu Qingcheng watched Zhuo Fan without complaining. He is in Qingshan's stead. Even if he is a little arrogant, does that mean he is in the wrong? Qingshan would have done the same as him. Master, save darling. Xiao Dandan pleaded. Peony Overseer was powerless and turned to Long Jiu. Everyone, seeing how familiar you are with Song Yu, what do you think of this? Her anger flared, but her heart was clear. She knew saving Zhuo Fan with only Drifting Flowers' edifice power was impossible. They had to ally with Veiled Dragon Pavilion and Sword Marquise Abode, though they didn't even react to her words, calm as ever. Save? Who? That brat needs our saving. Zai Tianyang said, I reckon he must be so pissed he's about to pop a vein. A shrewd man like him was being played by another. It'd be odd if he could hold it in. Peony Overseer didn't understand. Suddenly, Dong Tianba staggered and fell with a terrified face. Dong Tianba cried out before they could ask. He's not Brother Song Yu, Jay just who is he? None understood what he meant and looked at the stage. One look was enough to scare the life out of them. Because Zhuo Fan's eyes had so much killing intent, it actually took form. It was as if an Asura from the underworld stepped into the world. Those eyes made everyone feel a razor blade bearing on their necks. As if any moment their lives could be reaped, Zhuo Fan was royally pissed. Chapter 134. Sacred Dragon Call. Damn it! I'm the one who usually playing with others. Now I am on the receiving end. Squinting, Zhuo Fan controlled the firestorm in his hand while the other clenched and shivered. It was poised to strike at any minute. The glorious demonic emperor had always been a close follower of being the first and the last to strike. Yet here he was, playing fair, while the others took advantage of him. He just couldn't take it lying down. Only the head of the accuser could now salvage the demonic emperor's dignity. His killing intent was hidden behind a pair of eyes. Hidden so well, in fact, the vicious Pill King, who was the closest to him, was not even able to sense it. Only those on the terrace noticed, since they were always focused on him. But because of this, Drifting Flowers Edifice's people finally realized how scary Zhuo Fan was. They always took Zhuo Fan for a pig-headed and arrogant kid who knew nothing of the world, and was close to losing his life on numerous occasions. If not for these women's timely intervention, he'd be long dead. But now they understood he was not so simple. First was the fact of concealing all his killing intent in his eyes wasn't something anyone could do, not even them. A killer had killing intent, and the more he killed, the more he had. It was great for scare tactics, but useless in subtle matters. So every assassin learned to hide their killing intent. But hiding it from the vicious Pill King and the surrounding experts normally would not work at all. Zhuo Fan's was different, though. As long as you didn't look in his eyes, you wouldn't know the depth of his killing intent. His technique was the best for assassinations. It was clear Zhuo Fan was an expert at killing others from obscurity. Secondly, Zhuo Fan's killing intent was so thick it took shape, scarring even them, profound heaven experts. Just how many did one have to kill to reach this state? Peony Overseer finally understood what Dong Tianba's meant. He was not Song Yu. Since when did a third-rate clan young master have such strong killing intent? Just who is he? Why is he acting as Song Yu then appearing in our Drifting Flowers edifice? Iris Overseer's heart shivered. Chu King Cheng and Peony Overseer frowned. While Veiled Dragon Pavilion and Sword Markwise abodes people long knew the truth and were calm. Smiling at Chu King Cheng, Long Jiu said, "Worry not, Chuchu. This brat's presence is Drifting Flowers Edifice's fortune?" "Yeah, Sister Chuchu. This brat, although deceitful, can save Drifting Flowers Edifice, the only one perhaps." For the first time, Long Kui was actually speaking in Zhuo Fan's favor. Everyone looked at her suspiciously. Long Kui blushed. "What are you looking at? I'm telling you the truth." Long Jiu shook his head. A strange power revolved around Zhuo Fan that could even make those who hated him admire him. The way they talked in riddles left the three women confused. But despite the threat he posed, he wasn't against Drifting Flowers Edifice, so they all relaxed. The brat had enough. He can't take it. He'll act soon. Zai Tianyang's snicker made them look at the arena. Sure enough, Zhuo Fan could no longer dispel the killing intent in his eyes, the point where he was about to make a move. Then his boundless killing intent just vanished. Zai Tianyang was startled. What's going on? Why is he holding it in? This isn't how he normally does things. He knew Zhuo Fan well. The brat would never relent until the one who shamed him was in pieces. It was also the best moment, so why stop? It was the same for the rest. They knew how determined Zhuo Fan was and would never miss a golden opportunity for a sneak attack. Killing and slinking back in obscurity had always been his plan. Why the sudden change? Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan calmed his heart. Looking at the cloak on his back, he once again had a sneer on his face. His aim today wasn't only to block Regent Estate's conquest and buy time for the Luo clan to rise. but also to return the favor to Chu Qingcheng for the sap. By saving the drifting flower's edifice, he would be having her owe him a favor. But it was still along the lines of his main objects. Therefore, in his heart, he could not really consider that as a favor she owed to him. So he also acted as Chu Qingshan, rising to be the best alchemist in the empire. Heaven-toppling pill was Chu Qingcheng's final wish and aspiration. A demonic cultivator was free and unrestrained. He must never owe anyone anything. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed and flicked his hand. The lid on the cauldron was lifted, and another flick sent the firestorm inside. Grandmaster Song was using the cauldron to refine. Everyone watching him was startled. A grandmaster's control over ingredients was high, only using the cauldron when refining high-grade pills for assistance. Since it was just a mere third-grade pill, none of the first 20 used one. Yet, Zhuo Fan was the first to act, and in a splendid fashion too, clearly displaying his perfect control. So using the cauldron at this point was all to mask his actions. All eyes were now on him. Snickering, vicious Pill King saw the burning concoction going inside the cauldron, which had already fused, and mocked. "Your pill is ruined. Using a cauldron at this point won't make a difference. Admit your loss. My skill is not something boors like you can understand." Raising an eyebrow, Zhuo Fan pointed at his cloak before yelling, "Look closely. You are Vicious Pill King, and yours truly is the heaven-toppling pill. Our levels are as different as heaven and earth." Under the eyes of everyone, Zhuo Fan jumped on the cauldron and removed his belt. "Ah!" Cries of women rose as they all blushed and hid their faces. Xiaoya squinted as she yelled, "G Grandmaster Song, what are you doing?" "What do you think? Refining, of course." Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes, and under the eyes of everyone, he let go. A stream of clear liquid smoothly entered the raging inferno inside the cauldron. I knew it. Grandmaster Song is taking a piss inside the cauldron. The audience was speechless. Is this goddamned alchemy? Or is he just throwing a tantrum cause he lost? Vicious Pill King and the alchemists were dumbfounded. Even if refining failed and he had to present his head, he ought to at least keep his dignity, his ethic. The hell is he doing? Was he venting on the pill or an outcry to them? What was happening was too insane for them to comprehend. What is he doing?" Zai Tianyang was dumbfounded watching Zhuo Fan pissing into the cauldron. Along with the flowing and smooth stream, the raging fire dampened. Looking at the concoction inside, there was no doubt that it was ruined. He plans to lose the competition without any dignity. Why would he do such an obscene act in front of a crowd? Is he? Zai Tianyang thought of something and then cried, "No one look, especially the overseers. Who wants to anyway?" Chu Qingcheng's group had long since covered their eyes and turned around with flushed faces. Xiao Dandan was the same for a time, but Peony Overseer forced her to turn around and stare long and hard. Xiao Dandan didn't blame her, though. He was her husband in the end. If she didn't look, who would? Damn, the brat went mad. Seeing them turned around, Zai Tianyang did the same and cursed. "I know what he wants to do. With his stinking temper, he plans on using this humiliation of seeing him pee as an excuse to kill them all." "What?" Peony Overseer was panicking. "Impossible. Won't that make him a demon in this world? Did the world have someone like him?" "Humph, he has been a freak from the start, one that enjoys killing. He is a demon through and through." Zai Tianyang was certain of it. "So don't look at him below his waist, or he'll use it as an excuse to kill us." Long Jiu stroked his beard. It was a far-fetched possibility, but Zhuo Fan was very much capable of doing it, especially when mad. So he pulled Long Jai and Long Kui and turned them around. Seeing even Long Jiu doing it, Chu Qingcheng and the overseers believed him capable of it with a nervous heart. They knew not who Zhuo Fan was in reality, but the way these people behaved was as if they were afraid of him. If Zhuo Fan ever found out, he'd give Zai Tianyang a thrashing he would never forget, and scold something along the lines of, "Since when have I become a murderous demon?" Well, yes, people have called me a freak, but that's about my strength. I also killed, true, but only my enemies. I am also a demon, true, but that's because I'm the proud demonic emperor. Are you looking to ruin my name by spreading these falsehoods? Luckily, Zhuo Fan didn't know or he'd go on a killing spree. With his job done, he jumped off the cauldron. Under the astonished eyes of the crowd, he saw that vicious pill king was close to finishing his pill. He turned to his own cauldron and nodded at the strange colored paste. Good, there's still time. Perking his mouth into a smile, Zhuo Fan turned to the dumbfounded vicious pill king. Old fart, yours truly will let you see what is a true refining skill. Only Zhuo Fan formed a gesture and pointed at the cauldron. A man of true skill will persevere and push through to rise like a dragon. Sacred dragon call. Roar, in a blink, the almost extinguished fire in the cauldron flashed with a golden splendor. A sky-trembling dragon roar battered the ears of the people, that forced even the women shying away to look. Chapter 135. Fading Pill. Whoosh tilde a golden pillar of light shot from the cauldron. The sputtering flame suddenly flared and spiraled around the golden pillar in the form of a fire dragon. Zhuo Fan's hand shifted gestures as he chanted. Yin turns to yang. A snake transforms into a dragon. Ascend and scale the gates of heaven. Roar, with another dragon roar, the mixture in the cauldron that Zhuo Fan irrigated flickered with a golden glow. Soon, this golden liquid began to move like a stream along with the dragon. As the golden concoction flowed upward, the dragon's aura grew and grew, as if the golden liquid was its blood, its life. The audience was dumbstruck, including Tianyu's most renowned alchemists. They have forgotten their own refining, watching this unbelievable spectacle. They had refined for dozens of years, but this was their first time seeing someone doing it with such flair. As he watched in a daze, the slowly rising liquid in the dragon, vicious pill king's heart was restless. He began to rush the refining of his own pill, pouring more power into his flame. Snickering, Zhuo Fan shouted, "Old fool, you're too late. The second round's top spot is for no one else but me." Zhuo Fan punctuated with a change in his gesture and called out. Sacred Dragon prevailed and returned successfully. Dragon power flows into the fire and gives birth to the pill. Hum tilde a sudden ripple spread from the light pillar and burst into golden lights that littered the sky. The fire dragon stuck the light pillar to turn its head and smashed into the cauldron. Boom! The fire dragon's body exploded and formed a fireball. Before the fire passed, the sparkling golden lights gathered around the flaming cauldron. The lights formed a net that tightened the fireball as it shrunk. With a final heaven-shaking dragon roar, all the golden lights gathered and condescended into a golden pill. Zhuo Fan beckoned, and the pill landed in his hand. He raised it way above him and shouted, "Third-grade pill, Yang Dragon pill, complete." Zhuo Fan's announcement rang in everyone's ears, but they were still in shock, marveling at what they just witnessed. When they recovered, they were gobsmacked. Especially the alchemists, they found it unimaginable. Wasn't Grandmaster Song's pill a failure? How did it succeed? They turned their confused eyes to the judge, Zhaoya, understanding their concerns. Zhaoya muttered under her breath before walking to Zhuo Fan. However, she was hesitant about getting anywhere near the pill, even more so about touching it. Everyone saw how Zhuo Fan made this crazy pill. He poured his very essence into it. Regardless if it was a third-grade pill, it was hard for Zhaoya to even approach it. Grandmaster Song, are you certain it's a third-grade pill?" Zhaoya fidgeted in embarrassment. Arching an eyebrow, Zhuo Fan presented the pill with a sneer. "You're the judge, it's your call. If you can't tell with your eyes, eat it and make your decision." Zhaoya's face was twitching, anger bubbling from within. Zhuo Fan was obviously poking fun at her. Forget about it being a third-grade pill. Because of the ingredients, this missy here wouldn't eat it even if it were a seventh-grade pill, though many were eyeing her with expectant gazes. She had no choice but to hold it in and give them an explanation. She sighed and took the hateful pill made with, but not limited to, this spiteful man's golden essence. But the moment it landed in her palm, she felt it was ice-cold to the touch. Why wasn't the pill hot after just being refined by such blazing fire? Zhaoya was puzzled, and after more analyzing, she was baffled. The pill wasn't hot at all and didn't even have a fragrance. Like a mud ball without anything great about it. No way. With the show this brat put on, there's no way it's a dud. It is possible for a pill to be this strange. Zaya couldn't for the life of her make anything out of it after a long time. Sorry, Grandmaster Song. I can't tell your young dragon pill's grade. The audience was speechless. All pills had grades. Was she saying this pill was made of waste and was beneath grading? Listening to the endless comments, Zhuo Fan smiled. Then why not eat it and feel for its grade? The crowd cheered, eat, eat, eat. Zaya felt pained, glaring at Zhuo Fan. She now looked at the pill in her hands on the verge of tears. It was great if it was a real pill. If not, doesn't that just mean I drank his pee? Zaya was in a pickle, not knowing what to do. Suddenly an aged voice came. Judge, no need to eat it. Split the pill and you can discern its grade. Only. What only? Anyways, we'll do it as Grandmaster Liu suggests. Zaya was grasping straws at this point. She gave thanks for his help and split the pill. Whoosh, golden mist drifted from within, still containing the roars of dragons. The pill fragrance instantly swept the whole arena. With each whiff, the people's souls shuddered and their yuan kai surging. It was already strong without taking it. How great would it be once it was eaten then? It was no longer just a third-grade pill. They all waited for Zaya's verdict. She was also out of it as she cried. It's a fifth-grade pill. Her answer caused chaos. What in God's name was that secret skill? How did he make a fifth-grade pill from second-grade pill ingredients? Where did this Grandmaster Song come from? Wait. Zaya blinked and sported doubt on her face. This pill just dropped a grade. It's now a fourth-grade pill. The people were again shocked. This was too damn odd. We never heard of a pill that drops in grade. Zaya then followed with, it's now third grade, second first? Zaya's voice made the audience's heart skip. Then, Zaya took a deep breath, watching everyone perplexed. I am correct. This pill lost all of its effects. She watched the split pill in her hand. These are only waste. Silent as the grave, none could utter a single sound. A pill could actually have its effect fade, only leaving behind waste. This was too bizarre. The pill wasn't alive, so how could it run away? But even if it was and ran away, there were too many people here for it to get out alive. Grandmaster Song, what is this? Zaya spoke with a trembling voice. Zhuo Fan shrugged. I told you to eat it, but now it's too late. She should have known this punk would mess with her. So she ignored him and looked at the rest of the alchemists. It was only now that Vicious Pill King withdrew his flame and held a red pill. He sighed. I didn't think I'd be a step behind, but it still isn't too late. He then threw the pill to Zaya. She cried, as expected of Vicious Pill King. This is a fourth-grade pill. Your skill is marvelous to refine such a pill with only second-grade pill ingredients. Though she sang praises, her words didn't get the expected reaction from the crowd. They only oh-ed and ah-ed. Seeing Zhuo Fan's heaven-shaking secret skill, who would dare utter the words marvelous skill? Even Vicious Pill King just closes his eyes, striking a lonely figure. What's wrong with everyone? We are not sure what grade of pill Grandmaster Song's pill is. What do you mean unclear? Some may not see, but the top 10 alchemists are clear on that pill's outstanding effect. Liu Yizhen cut her off. Lady, you're too young. You may be enough to judge our pills, but not enough to see the true value of Grandmaster Song's pill. Zaya vehemently denied it. She was no grandmaster, but saw countless pills and judged them all fairly. How can I possibly not be able to judge a stinky kid's pill? But then she saw the top 10 alchemists sporting solemn expressions. Even Vicious Pill King had to make a nod. Just what is this? Isn't he and Grandmaster Song in a bitter battle? Why is he taking his side? Vicious Pill King didn't want to admit Zhuo Fan's ability, but sensed the value of his refining skill. However, was he the only one? If he denied it, he would only earn the others' ridicule. He held the highest ability in alchemy up till now. But now, he didn't even have the right to shame his opponent. After all, Zhuo Fan's skills were indeed incredible. Did I see it correctly? Zai Tianyang blinked. Vicious Pill King just admitted defeat in front of everyone. Is this still Elder Yan, who always cared about his reputation? Chu Qingcheng's group was amazed. It wasn't easy squeezing a win from this old coot's mouth. Just where did this fake Song Yu come from? Peony Overseer's eyes flashed. Young Master Zai, you know this fake Song Yu, don't you? I don't think you know him at all, describing him as a murderous demon. He is an alchemist, right? Peony Overseer blushed at the end. Zhuo Fan's recent conduct wasn't exactly stellar. After all, he did something so unrefined. Lifting his head in pride, Zai Tianyong snorted. Did I ever say otherwise? I've been through hell with him. Then what is his name? But Zai Tianyong caught himself before playing into Peony Overseer's game and snickered. I won't tell you, just enjoy the show. Peony Overseer glared at him with gnashed teeth. Long Jiu shook his head, but his eyes were filled with admiration for Zhuo Fan. He not only knows of ancient arrays, but an ancient refining skill, too. Just who is he? How does he have so many treasures on him? He was but a servant in the Luo clan before. Was it possible that? Chapter 136, Secret Art That Shakes the Pio. In the arena, Zioya was pacing back and forth, her brows locked in deep thought. Many alchemists started turning in their pills, qualifying for the next round. But regarding the first place, she was still uncertain what to do. It was a spot that could only be taken by either Grandmaster Song or Vicious Pill King. While Vicious Pill King's fourth-grade pill was held in her hand, Grandmaster Song's pill turned into a waste after cutting it in two. How could she possibly judge this? Despite not being so erudite, the fading pill was a fifth-grade pill. But why did it drop grades? What was up with that? Without getting to the bottom of it, she couldn't make a call if she put Grandmaster Song in first place. She wouldn't know how to explain if the need arose. Putting Vicious Pill King first would earn the scorn of the top 10 alchemists, as if saying this lady was too green and unable to see the pill's secret. What vexed her most was Vicious Pill King also looked at her the same. She was thoroughly stuck. This was her first time in all her years of judging that she encountered such a problem. She could only turn to Liu Yizhen, pleading for guidance. She found him the most amiable among the top 10 grandmasters. As for Zhuo Fan and Vicious Pill King, one smug, the other an iceberg, it was best to ignore them. Meanwhile, she avoided asking Aunt Tao or Yan Fu as they might play favorites. Grandmaster Liu, could you please explain to me what is so great about Grandmaster Song's pill? Liu Yizhen bowed to Zhuo Fan first. It was a gesture of respect to seniors among alchemists. Liu Yizhen was among the 10 best alchemists in the empire. Yet he has never bowed, even to Vicious Pill King. He was convinced Zhuo Fan's refining skill was a cut above everyone here. He was on another level. This bow made everyone drop their jaws, even the amateur alchemists. They knew Zhuo Fan was amazing, but not this much. Until Liu Yizhen, a grandmaster, bowed to him as a junior. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow, not expecting the old guy to disregard his own reputation, and nodded. This nod had another meaning. Among alchemists, secret skills were passed down through the generations, never divulged. If someone guessed some points about a pill, they could not speak without the owner's explicit accord. It would be a gross form of disrespect. Cutting all ties at best, or fighting to the death at worst. Liu Yizhen bowed in respect, and Zhuo Fan nodded his assent. Liu Yizhen smiled. Young miss, Grandmaster Song's skill is beyond amazing. Did you know that Grandmaster Song's secret refining skill is the legendary long-lost skill Sacred Dragon Evocation? What? Ancient secret skill? The people froze in shock, even Long Jiu's group, as well as Huangpu Qingyun's. They all went slack-jawed. The ancient refining skill had been lost for so long they became legends. It was inconceivable how such a legendary skill would appear in the hands of a youth. The people started to get excited, watching with shining eyes. Zioya looked at Zhuo Fan incredulously. She found him too young at first. But now he could compete with Vicious Pill King and make everyone speechless. But it went far beyond that. He used an ancient secret refining skill, one long lost in legends. That was why the proud Vicious Pill King conceded. Who could contest with an alchemist that used an ancient secret refining skill? But Grandmaster Liu, why did Grandmaster Song's pill turn to waste like this? Zioya bit her lip and rushed to ask for an answer. Shaking his head, Liu Yizhen showed great veneration. This is exactly what made Grandmaster Song's pill so miraculous. It wasn't fading, but used by all of us instead. What? His words sent ripples of shock through the audience. Liu Yizhen continued. A normal pill, regardless of grade, could only use 50% of its ingredients' effect. But the ancient secret skill Sacred Dragon Call was said to make use of everything they had. Everything was refined. Once eaten, it would immediately dissolve. That golden mist coming from the pill was its true essence. If someone swallowed it, it was the same as a fifth-grade pill. But it was instead dispersed to the surrounding, and everyone else benefited from it. Now it has been used up. It is no different than leftover material. This is why I immediately felt deep regret when I said you could split the pill. I see. I now understand why I felt so energized after breathing in the pill's aroma. They all agreed and looked at Zhuo Fan with admiration. Grandmaster Liu, why did the grade drop? Zioya asked her most pressing question. This had to do with judging who was in first place. Liu Yizhen's face froze and shook his head awkwardly. Ha ha ha, I'm not sure either. I have only read some records regarding this ancient secret refining skill. The only one who knows its secrets is only Grandmaster Song. Whoosh, in a blink, eyes whipped to Zhuo Fan. Zioya was no different. Zhuo Fan raised his eyebrows and grinned evilly. Want to know? He, but I won't tell you unless you beg for it. You. Zioya glared with hatred at him. She may have been disrespectful, but not enough to condone such constant mockery, but that's how petty Zhuo Fan was. He looked askance, clearly meaning to evoke others to know his thoughts. On your knees and beg for it, or yours truly won't say a word. I already displayed my skill and earned my right as the first place. Now you want me to share my secrets with the whole crowd. His attitude allowed others to understand the reason. So even if they were in the Drifting Flowers edifice, they lifted their fists. Beg, beg, beg. The crowd roared with mighty force, shaking the entire Drifting Flowers arena. Huangpu Qingyun's mood darkened. He didn't think Zhuo Fan had such skill to turn this around and grasp everyone's hearts. This was the way of a ruler. This man must not be allowed to live. Huangpu Qingyun glared with hatred. His followers nodded. Liu Yizhen didn't think much of the scene and only shook his head. Grandmaster Song is such a prankster, ha ha ha. With the hall shouting beg, Zioya was on the verge of tears. While Zhuo Fan just leaned on the cauldron impassive. It seemed he'd only give up after she kneeled. Helpless, Zioya's tears flowed and her slender legs began to buckle. But an angry roar came from the terrace. Song Yu, stop playing around? Zhuo Fan was startled and looked at the angry Chu Qingcheng. With a helpless smile, he relented in her favor and shook his hand at Zioya. Whatever, it was only a joke. You take me for such a heartless man? I do. Zioya didn't dare say it, however. She gave a look of thanks towards Chu Qingcheng. As to why yours truly used this secret skill, you have Vicious Pill King to thank for that. He was so careless in spilling some green python scale mixture after all. Now that Zioya was off the hook, Zhuo Fan started explaining. But the first thing he did was drag Vicious Pill King into this. The crowd had become calmed, listening enraptured to Grandmaster Song's lecture of his skill. Grandmaster Song is still blaming me for my inadvertent mistake. Vicious Pill King squinted. Shaking his hand, Zhuo Fan shook his head. Why, I would never. I am only thanking you. Sacred Dragon Evocation has the dragon word in it and had to have an ingredient related to dragons. The Yang pill had no such ingredient. Meanwhile, a snake was, for all intents and purposes, can be considered a small dragon. Your mistake granted me the liberty to use this secret art. But the snake is yin, while the Yang pill only had Yang ingredients. And Grandmaster Song's Yang dragon pill is also Yang. I did not sense any yin inside. Vicious Pill King's eyelid twitched, clenching his fists. Snickering, Zhuo Fan mocked. You think the likes of you can unravel the mysteries of an ancient secret skill? Yin and Yang restrain each other, but can also interchange. To evoke the Yang out of this yin green python scale extract, I had to rely on yours truly's essence to wash it down with additional incentive. Holding his belly, Zhuo Fan laughed out. Pi is water, and water is yin. but a virgin is pure yang. Yours truly used his pure yang pi to change yin into yang, to turn a snake into a dragon. Not only has the ingredients been refined completely, but there was also the extreme yang dragon power. This allowed the second-grade pill to rise to the 5th grade. A pity that once the pill is split, the pill's effect starts to leak along with the dragon power, lowering its grade and potency. Now, everyone understood and looked at Zhuo Fan with a greater admiration for his secret refining skill. Vicious Pill King was no different, clapping his hands with force, fully admitting defeat in his heart. Grandmaster Song is unparalleled in his refining skill. I concede this round to you without remorse. However, Grandmaster Song, you're at a disadvantage. The next round is mine. Vicious Pill King's eyes flickered with killing intent. Zhuo Fan grinned. The two locked eyes, and even a blind man could see they were at odds. Tao Danyang was moved. It caught her by surprise, the fact that Zhuo Fan could make Vicious Pill King admit his loss. His future was boundless. Then she started worrying. Vicious Pill King's last words pointed at Zhuo Fan's weaker cultivation. Even with Zhuo Fan's unparalleled refining skill, he could not beat Vicious Pill King. Helpless, Tao Danyang was thinking on how to settle this and not let such a great youth fall here. It was only now that Xiaoya spoke after having made her decision. In this round, 39 passed and 11 forfeited. The first place stays with Grandmaster Song. The second place is Vicious Pill King's. Her words traveled far, and the crowd began to wonder why so many people withdrew. They had no way to know that many felt inferior after they witnessed Zhuo's refining skill. Their confidence was in shambles. If an alchemist had no confidence, how could they refine Chapter 137, Zhuo Fan's weakness? Wonderful, we won another round. Peony Overseer cried in joy. The other two women were also sporting smiles. Song Yu was a fake, but his refining skill couldn't be more genuine. If it weren't for him, Vicious Pill King would have been in the lead. If things continue like this, the best alchemist in the empire would finally be defeated. Dong Tianba saw them so excited and hesitated to speak. Edifice Lord Chu, I may be presumptuous, but I am certain that man is not Brother Song Yu. To be blunt, me and Brother Song Yu are very close. There's no way he's a virgin. So what if he isn't Song Yu? It was Xiao Dandan who spoke in his defense. No matter who he is, he will always be my darling. Chu Qingcheng and the overseers nodded. Chu Qingcheng smiled. Dong Tianba, his killing intent must have scared you, to the point where you did not manage to hear our conversation. Young Master Zai already stated that that man is a friend of his and not Song Yu. Then what happened to Brother Song Yu? Isn't it obvious? He killed him. Why else would he dare take his face and run around the place? Zai Tianyang laughed, patting Dong Tianba's shoulder. Then admired Chu Qingcheng. Great sister-in-law knows how to handle her husband well. I will rely on you in the future to get this brat to fall in line. Don't ever let him harm others, especially me. Chu Qingcheng blushed and hid it with anger. Young Master Zai, what nonsense are you saying? Nothing in particular. Zai Tianyang blinked as he stated in all seriousness, that brat is petty and spiteful. If someone punched him, he replies with 10 slashes of the sword. But your earlier words restricted his nefarious temper. Great sister-in-law is highly valued in his heart. Perhaps only you can curb his murderous streak and also appreciate him more. Chu Qingcheng's blush was fierce and demurely nodded, but her heart was overjoyed. Is he that frightening? Chu Qingcheng muttered. Frowning, Zai Tianyang looked at Long Jiu and the rest, then they all nodded. They all held fear in their eyes, no exception. Sighing, Chu Qingcheng smiled broadly. If such a terrifying man changed for her, that meant his feelings for her were real. My ideal husband is like Qingshan, a dashing hero willing to risk his life for me. Today I have found him. Chu Qingcheng watched Zhuo Fan with a warmer gaze, her feelings for him growing ever more. Boom. In the western stand, Huangpu Qingyun banged the table. The heavily cracked stone table turned to dust. The others by his side jumped in fear and reeled a step. The second round is another failure, and Elder Yan even admitted defeat. Tell me, does he have any chance of getting the Bodhi root and that punk's head on a platter? Huangpu Qingyun's eyes were chilling to the bone. None made a peep. Lin Zixin's eyes shifted. This is a perfect chance to kiss some ass. He advised, "Second young master, please quell your anger. Elder Yan is known as the Vicious Pill King, the best alchemist in the empire. A slight oversight, causing him to lose 2 rounds, is of no consequence. Believe in him, as he is sure to have a plan." Lin Zixin's words were more or less the same as Fifth Elder's, shoving the blame on Yan Song regardless of the outcome. Too bad, this time was different. Huangpu Qingyun's eyebrows trembled, trying his hardest to calm himself. "Oh. Since Elder Lin believes Elder Yan so much, then I will hold you responsible if he fails." "Allah, wah." Lin Zixin was dumbstruck. "Why aren't you treating me the same as you were to the Fifth Elder?" Watching this scene play out, the Fifth Elder was now laughing and mocking him. "Lin Zixin is an opportunist, but has no ass-kissing techniques. Copying me is not helpful at all and will be detrimental instead. Playing the same flattery won't work. Huangpu Qingyun valued Yan Song greatly before. Therefore, raising Yan Song in esteem worked then. But now that he failed a second time, Huangpu Qingyun's thoughts on Yan Song have changed. He is pissed at Elder Yan's inability to do anything. Praising him now would only set Huangpu Qingyun off in directing his anger onto you. Fawning is also a skill, so as an opportunist, you better start practicing it." Fifth Elder cackled in his heart while Lin Zixin was on the verge of crying. What bad luck. "I always—" Ding, a clear ringing signaled the start of the 3rd round. Xiaoya looked at the 40 alchemists. "This round will be regarding your refining ability." At her words, everyone focused on the first place on Zhuo Fan. They witnessed his ability and were clear that Grandmaster Song ruled in the refining skill department. One man sighed, another watched the sky in sadness, both equally depressed for having no chance to win. Only the top 10 alchemists kept a calm face. They knew that alchemy was based on refining skills, but it was not the only deciding factor to make a pill. After 2 rounds, they realized the conditions were increasingly harder to fulfill. As the grade of the pills required increased, Zhuo Fan began to reveal his weakness. This was what they've been waiting for. Zhuo Fan was indeed a grand genius of alchemy, but wasn't infallible. He could not use his refining skill and refine any kind of pill he wanted. In this round, Grandmasters need to refine a 5th-grade pill, Xiaoya declared. Zhuo Fan began to frown while the top 10 alchemists expected it. Vicious Pill King, in particular, showed his sinister smile towards Zhuo Fan. "The faster you can make it, the higher you will climb. The first to finish will enter the Pill King finals of this competition. Begin." They started igniting their Yuan Kai flame just as she finished. Most had no choice but to make use of the cauldron. But only Vicious Pill King and Tao Danyang refined with their hand. These 2's skills were far higher than theirs. But when people looked at Zhuo Fan, they saw him just standing there. Even his expression was grave. "Oh no, he's in trouble?" Long Jiu was getting anxious. The others too watched him nervously. Peony Overseer, with her fiery temper, was even more so. "Uncle Jiu, what's wrong? Wasn't he unparalleled so far? Why isn't he moving?" Long Jiu stared at the frozen Zhuo Fan and sighed. "Because of this brat's weakness." "Weakness?" "Yes." Long Jiu spoke gravely. He won in the first 2 rounds against everyone, and even made Vicious Pill King concede because of his incredible secret refining skill. There are 3 deciding factors to an alchemist's level: cultivation, flame, and refining skill. Cultivation is used to supply the flame for longer periods of time. The flame is for refining ingredients, and the refining skill needs to be high enough to handle high-grade pills. But Long Jiu clenched his teeth. This kid's refining skill is amazing, however that is all he has. His flame is just a normal one made from Yuan Kai. But what's worse, his cultivation is only in the 2nd layer of bone tempering stage. Any alchemist with this cultivation could refine a 3rd-grade pill at most, yet he used 2nd-grade pill ingredients to make a 5th-grade pill. That is his limit. now that he is competing against the other grandmasters, with fifth-grade pill ingredients being used, his flame is inadequate. Meanwhile, his cultivation is shallow. I am certain he will not be able to refine the ingredients before his Yuan Kai runs out. Refining such high-grade ingredients is a whole other matter. The shock was palpable, and they turned to watch Zhuo Fan on his last leg, but this time with sorrow. "Master, if Darling loses, will he lose his head too? Please save him," Xiao Dandan pleaded. Long Jiu and the others weren't worried, though. Zhuo Fan wasn't one who lost his head that easily. It was more correct to say others lost their heads to him. Even in the off chance he lost, he'd just stick to the basics, killing people and uprooting their any source of trouble. In their minds, he was in no trouble. They did not realize, however, how important this competition was to Zhuo Fan. He couldn't fail here. It concerned returning Chu Qingcheng's favor. The Luo clan was already running him into the ground with all its needs, and having Chu Qingcheng's drifting flowers edifice hanging overhead was too much for him to handle. Zhuo Fan was now considering whether to use the Azure Flame or not. Chapter 138. Failure. The mysterious Azure Flame was what Zhuo Fan had got from the expert in All Beast mountain range. His low cultivation didn't allow control over even 1,000th of its power, but one thing was certain. This Azure Flame was a legendary flame even in the sacred domain. So 1,000th was enough to refine a high-grade pill. However, taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan watched the top 10 alchemists hard at work. Vicious Pill King, his disciple, and Tao Danyang were the only ones relaxed. They had to have a card up their sleeve to use at the right moment in the finals. Meanwhile, the Azure Flame was Zhuo Fan's hidden trump card. Taking it out so soon would get Vicious Pill King to target him. Best leave it for last. That left him with only one choice, though somewhat volatile. Zhuo Fan sighed and made his move under the riveted eyes of the audience. They wanted to see what shocking achievement this amazing genius with a secret refining skill would give them next. Yet Zhuo Fan simply ignited a red Yuan Kai flame in his palm and threw fifth-grade ingredients in using hand signs. Without the godly secret refining skill, and without using the same refining ability he started with in the second round, the ingredients' refinement seemed to go nowhere fast. Zhuo Fan's display was so plain because the flame he was using was even weaker than all other alchemists. Those fifth-grade ingredients in that weak flame got refined at a snail's pace, needing a long time for even a drop to be extracted. Compared to earlier show of force, Zhuo Fan's refining time was not only average, but even lackluster. As if all other alchemists' refining ability here looked far better than his, such disparity disappointed everyone. They saw the greatest talent in alchemy climb to the top only to fall back into the mud. The top 10 alchemists watched on with regret and helplessness, but mostly with content. This punk's weakness is finally revealed in the third round. Among the snickers, Zhuo Fan's figure standing in the first spot looked quite bleak. As if to correlate his inability this round, his smugness was nowhere to be seen. Xiao was a bit curious, speaking somewhat without meaning to. What is wrong with Grandmaster Song in this round? He isn't himself anymore. He, that's normal. Vicious Pill King took pleasure at his plight. His refining ability had reached his peak and can go no further. Xiao asked skeptically, "Elder Yan, what do you mean?" The other alchemists started letting out a carefree laughter. "What I mean is that he can only refine low-grade pills." Still not understanding, Vicious Pill King was quite patient and enjoyed explaining this to her. In alchemy, flames are divided into gentle and fierce flames. Common ingredients for low-grade pills use the gentle flame, otherwise the fierce flame will burn them. And when refining high-grade ingredients, the gentle flame falls short. But this punk's cultivation is too low to control the fierce flame. He has no way to refine fifth-grade ingredients. Vicious Pill King snickered, then mocked Zhuo Fan. "This is your weakness. Am I right, brat?" Ignoring him, Zhuo Fan was still as patient as he was calm, focused on his refining. But how did Grandmaster Song refine the fifth-grade Yang Dragon Pill? Shaking his head, Vicious Pill King derided. It was made with second-grade ingredients, forcefully refined, then turned into a fifth-grade pill. It is not a true fifth-grade pill, but even I must admit that refining skill is indeed legendary. If he were to refine fifth-grade ingredients, he could make a seventh-grade pill. What a shame, he. The people looked on with lament at his words. Their hearts were filled with the odd sense of grief when they gazed upon the lonely yet persevering figure. No one knew when, but for the thousands of alchemists around watching, Zhuo Fan caught all their attention. The shock Zhuo Fan's secret refining skill instilled was far too great. With how lonely he looked now, he made others feel sad. Vicious Pill King, however, couldn't be more chipper, casting stones at the helpless, kicking him when he was down. This earned the public's distaste. "Grandmaster Song, you can do it. We're cheering for you." At some point, someone cried out in encouragement. After one, many soon followed, and cheers broke out everywhere. "Grandmaster Song, you're the greatest. Grandmaster Song, we love you. Grandmaster Song, I want your babies." The entire Drifting Flowers arena was aboil. Zai Tianyang and his group were dumbstruck by the waves after waves of cheering. This punk made one pill and now has everyone siding with him. There was even one saying she wants his babies. "What does he have that eye? The grand sword Marquise abodes, young master. Don't." Turning around, Zhuo Fan gave a small wave and the crowd settled. Not even 7 houses' elders had such a sway over the masses. "Thank you all for your support." Zhuo Fan's face was solemn, his words sincere. "I hail from a third-rate clan and have already shown everything that I've learned so that I may die without regrets. On the path of alchemy, what we refine is our hearts, and my heart wants is to be the best. I only ask that you watch my final refining and honor my parting." With his final word, Zhuo Fan returned to work hard on his refining, the difficult fifth-grade ingredients. But the heaven-toppling pill written on his cloak had everyone in tears. He was no mere genius of alchemy, but a man who pledged himself to alchemy. A hero with a noble pursuit. He was not like Vicious Pill King and the others, making use of vile acts while refining. No, his heart was being refined to be the best in the world. It was a pure and grand heart of gold. "You are so modest, Grandmaster Song. Please receive this salute from us." The eliminated alchemists watched the persevering Zhuo Fan despite knowing he'd fail. Their heart was filled with admiration, especially those who forfeited. On the eastern stand, Huangpu Qingyun laughed, unrestrained. No matter how much sympathy he'd garner, his life was through, as far as the 7 houses were concerned. Would these third-rate clans dare rebel against Regent Estate, the strongest of the 7 houses? On the terrace, Chu Qingcheng and the overseers knew he was a fake, but their eyes reddened still. Zhuo Fan's grieved figure, like a tragic hero, touched a soft spot in their womanly hearts. Xiao Dandan was bawling her lungs out, taking Zhuo Fan's words as a eulogy to himself. Zai Tianyang curled his lip in helplessness. He's good faking again. However, he should avoid faking it like before, allowing someone else to trip him up while he does it. He, this brat is shrewd. How can he fall for the same trick twice? Long Jiu shook his head. The way I see it, he has something big planned. If not, he would not change tune so quickly. What plan? Rubbing her red eyes, Long Kui sniffed. This brat is so evil. If he's not making people angry, he's making them cry. Long Jiu was out of sorts. Little Kui, don't you also understand that he is acting? Why are you also crying? Long Kui complained. I was too engrossed. Staggering Long Jiu and Zai Tianyang laughed bitterly and wiped the cold sweat off their brows. Women, in the arena, Vicious Pill King had finished refining the ingredients and was beginning to combine them. The other alchemists were also halfway done with refining, but Zhuo Fan's refining hadn't even passed 20%. Vicious Pill King saw it and mocked. Punk, it's pointless to grasp the heart of the public. Even if you stir those trash into saving you, they have no power. Just wait patiently for me to climb onto the first spot and take your head. I wouldn't speak so soon if I were you. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow, then gestured at the slowly refined ingredients. Universe Palm. With a muffled sound, light smoke started drifting from his hand. Vicious Pill King laughed. Ha ha ha, killing the fire before the ingredients finished refining will destroy them. You should work hard even if you lose. Or is this your last act before dying? Zhuo Fan ignored his yapping. He was nervous inside, his attention riveted to his slowly opening fist. A pity that what greeted him was ashes and not a complete pill. Failure. Only Zhuo Fan's heart sank and looked at Vicious Pill King. His concoction has melded. The only thing that is left is to shape it into a pill. If this went on, the third round's first place would be his. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed coldly and his mouth perked into an evil grin. Old fart, you dared play tricks on yours truly before. This time I will return it tenfold. Chapter 139, Payback. Heavens, what's going on? Grandmaster Song, who brought a failed batch of refining last time, has lost for the first time in 3 rounds. Is Elder Yan's deduction correct? Can Grandmaster Song really not make a 5th-grade pill? Zhuo Fan opened his fist and showed the black ash. Zio even cried. She couldn't get to speak as a sharp glare landed on her. Shivering, Zio watched Zhuo's eyes in fear and closed her mouth. But her cry was already loud enough and everyone heard it. People started to feel uneasy and watched Zhuo Fan with worry. Those high on the terrace were even more nervous. Since the start of the 100-pill meeting, Vicious Pill King had been stifled. Especially the arrogant air that surrounds him. This is all because of Zhuo Fan. If Zhuo Fan lost, then who would be Vicious Pill King's match, Tao Danyang? Haha, she was quite a renowned 6th-grade alchemist, but Vicious Pill King never took her seriously. Everyone knew Zhuo Fan's secret ancient skill, and his talent had placed the Vicious Pill King on the 2nd spot. If Zhuo Fan was gone, he would once again be the best in the empire. The people now looked on at Zhuo Fan with hope. Even those who came only to bring some good alchemists back to their clans couldn't keep calm and looked towards Zhuo Fan. It was a disastrous loss for a young genius alchemist to lose the competition, lose his life all because of his low cultivation. But this was the reality. After his first failure, Zhuo Fan froze ashen on the spot. It felt like an unimaginable blow and sank into despair. Ah, what a pitiful child. Many women started shedding tears. Vicious Pill King was snorting, no longer paying this despairing loser any more of his time, focusing on his own pill. The Yuan Kai flame in his hand burned hotter, and the concoction was slowly taking the form of a pill. It wouldn't be long before Vicious Pill King finished. Meanwhile, Tao Danyang was getting nervous, trying to rush things. But her ingredients had only just finished being refined and didn't have enough time to catch up to Vicious Pill King, who was close to finishing. This was a time of crisis. Chu Qingcheng's group was also nervous, shifting their gazes from the depressed Zhuo Fan to Tao Danyang and Vicious Pill King, watching them with clenched fists and sweating in anxiety. Ha ha ha, I win. The 3rd round's first place is mine, and so is the punk's head. Just as Tao Danyang's pill took a tentative form, Vicious Pill King laughed. Among the flames in Vicious Pill King's hand, a lustrous pill appeared. The completion was now imminent. No one could stop him from being the next Pill King. Humph, you're hundreds of years too early if you think you can best me. Vicious Pill King roared in glee. It wasn't easy. That punk had pushed me back the last 2 rounds, but now I can show off my skill. The closer the pill was to finishing, the more outrageous Vicious Pill King's smile became. He was more glad now than when he made his first 7th-grade pill. Huangpu Qingyun was also nodding in satisfaction. Tao Danyang clenched her teeth in regret, and Chu Qingcheng's group was filled with hatred. Everything had turned to dust and impossible to come back from. Vicious Pill King would become the winner of the 3rd round and was 1 step closer to earning Drifting Flowers Edifice's Bodhi root. No one could stop him now. Drifting Flowers Edifice would fall at this moment. A sudden and violent sneeze echoed around, and the fire in Vicious Pill King's hand exploded. Vicious Pill King lost focus for a moment, and his beard and eyebrows burned alongside the pill to ashes. Oh. This shocked the crowd silly, looking at each other in a daze. Why did it blow up all of a sudden? The best alchemist in the Empire wouldn't make such a mistake. Trembling, Vicious Pill King's body froze. He turned his head with a face so livid an explosion was about to occur. And where was he looking at? It was nowhere else but at Zhuo Fan. The others also looked to find in shock that the depressed Zhuo Fan was no more, back to his usual self and sporting an extra sly grin. Below his nose there were 2 trails of green snot dangling. SSS tilde he sniffed the green snot back in, and Zhuo Fan smiled as he rubbed his nose in apology. Ha ha ha, do forgive me, Elder Yan. I must have caught a cold. Everyone's eyes bugged out. Their faces twitched and couldn't figure out if they should cry or laugh. Grandmaster Song, your excuse is beyond lame. Even worse than Vicious Pill King's. Since when do cultivators catch colds? After Chi condensation stage, no minor disease works all right. Plus, you're in the bone tempering stage for crying out loud. If you wanted payback, then do it. No one's stopping you. But do everyone a favor and pick a better excuse next time. Do you think we're 3-year-olds? Everyone could see it. Not to mention, Zhuo Fan particularly targeted Vicious Pill King to become the victim of the explosion. Vicious Pill King was so angry he was about to lose his mind. He was only a blink away from finishing his 5th grade pill and winning. But at this critical juncture, Zhuo Fan played a trick on him and made all his effort go out in smoke. It was the same as looking 5 decades for the treasure of his dreams, and just when he reached for it, someone pounded it with a hammer. Such pain was enough to make even his heart cry. P-Punk, I will kill you. Vicious Pill King's shaking was obvious to anyone with eyes. He was pushing the anger back. Though he didn't manage to hold everything in as his shout released his mighty power, causing the flames of other alchemists to sway. Backed by incredible pressure, Vicious Pill King struck a palm towards Zhuo Fan. Yet Zhuo Fan stood there smiling like everything was normal in the world. Whoosh! A silk ribbon flew that locked Vicious Pill King's palm in place. Chu Qingcheng's figure stood next to Zhuo Fan and pulled on the ribbon to divert Vicious Pill King's attack. Elder Yan, this is the 100-pill meeting of Drifting Flowers Edifice. If you want to cause trouble, please leave. Chu Qingcheng glared. Gnashing his teeth, Vicious Pill King stared at Zhuo behind Chu Qingcheng and knew it wouldn't be easy to attack now. He pointed at Zhuo Fan and rebuked. Edifice Lord Chu, it's not me who started it. This punk broke the rules and disturbed my refining first. When did I disturb you? Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow, not backing an inch. Snorting, Vicious Pill King pointed at the crowd. Everyone saw you. My pill was almost finished and your sneeze ruined everything. Mishap? Zhuo Fan smiled. Didn't I say already? I caught a cold. Cut the crap. Can a bone-tempering cultivator even catch a cold? You cut it. A 7th grade alchemist can splash his mixture, but yours truly can't catch a cold. Zhuo Fan bit back at every turn. Vicious Pill King stammered for a while, tongue-tied. He was waiting for this. In any case, there was no way a bone-tempering cultivator could catch a cold, nor a 7th grade alchemist could splash his concoction. Since he used such an excuse before, then this brat could use it too. Vicious Pill King hated himself from being such a blabbermouth. He only had to use that old brain of his more and think of a better excuse and get the upper hand. However, now this punk had ruined everything with but a sneeze. Worse, there was no way to refute it. Taking deep breaths, Vicious Pill King calmed down with much difficulty. His green eyes flashed with hatred at Zhuo Fan. You sure have gal, punk. Your snot was too damn precise. It chose the perfect timing to land on my pill and ruin it at the last moment. If the fire was still at the strongest, then your snot would have been burnt instead of landing in the crack of the pill and making it explode. Ha ha ha, what a genius. You are so precise in his sneezing that I have to admire you. Vicious Pill King's killing intent grew as sarcasm dripped from his tone, but Zhuo Fan took it in stride. You're far too kind. It's because we are the very best. Great minds think alike, you know. Just look. You are Vicious Pill King and I am Heaven-toppling Pill. You splashed some of your concoction and I caught. Don't you goddamn dare say you caught a cold? Vicious Pill King cut him off in anger. I don't want to hear it. So he turned around, going back to his spot to begin a new refinement. Zhuo Fan shrugged. Only Chu Qingcheng saw vicious Pill King go and sighed, knowing that trouble had been averted. With most of their power in this old coot's hands, and in Regent Estate's favor, falling out now would mean their loss. Thankfully, he still cared about his face and didn't want the world to know how despicable the Pill King Hall was, quickly diffusing this situation before matters blew out of proportions. Otherwise, Chu Qingcheng turned Zhuo Fan and spoke so only the two of them heard. "Dear, can you tell me who you are?" Chapter 140, The Shocking Universe Palm. A shiver went through Zhuo Fan as he looked at her. "Why you? How did you know?" "How could I not?" Chu Qingcheng smiled and reproached. "Dear, I'm waiting for your honest answer." "Jay, just don't shout, all right." "Edifice Lord Chu, it's all just a misunderstanding. I really didn't know this was what you meant at the time." Zhuo Fan was waving his hands frantically, then caught vicious Pill King beginning his second refining and was getting nervous. "We will talk about this later. After I kick this old coot out." He started to run as soon as he finished speaking. Chu Qingcheng was startled and was more disappointed than bewildered. It wasn't narcissistic of her when she always thought that her character and appearance were outstanding. She saw with her own eyes how 99% of the men who looked at her had dirty thoughts, and even those exceptions would at least talk to her like normal human beings. But none went as far as to run away. Zhuo Fan ran as if a crone was out to get him. She couldn't help but feel angry. Why is this brat so different as compared to other men? Others will try to act like gentlemen on such occasions. Eloquent and smooth-talk me into doing what they want. Well, I guess those men normally pluck the flowers of hundreds of women already. Meanwhile, this guy is still a virgin. Chu Qingcheng's blushed, admonishing herself, just what am I thinking? But she had no way of knowing what was truly on Zhuo Fan's mind. He ran because he once climbed to the demonic emperor position. He knew full well that righteousness and women were the biggest dead weights in a man's pursuit for power. He wanted to regain his demon emperor power, to rise above and beyond. And to do that, he had to cast aside such weights. Chu Qingcheng didn't return to the terrace. She stood there, watching the only man who moved her heart running towards his first-place spot. Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan only had a thirst for victory in his eyes. Tacking a side glance as his returned archenemy, vicious Pill King, now that he got his anger more or less under control, smiled wickedly. "Brat, why did you even return?" "To make pills, of course." Zhuo Fan sighed inside. Vicious Pill King is the best in the empire after all. He recovered his calm after just a few breaths. Few people were capable of such a feat. He, making pills, more like you came here to bother me. "You overestimate me. How could I possibly dare to mess with you?" Zhuo Fan snickered. Shaking his head, vicious Pill King was refining his ingredients with one hand while he grinned. "If not to mess around, then what other point is there? With your snail pace speed, there's no hope you can win. So that's why you thought I came to mess around." Zhuo Fan was quite calm. Vicious Pill King eyed him with contempt. "Ha ha ha, if this was your plan all along, it may not have been half bad. Stopping me from making a 5th-grade pill would get that Tao Danyang to finish first. Too bad. You were too conceited and spoke that nonsense about letting anyone who took first get your head. Wouldn't that also apply to Tao Danyang?" Startled, the people's hearts grew nervous. Indeed, in this competition, only Zhuo Fan couldn't afford to lose. Once he fell from the top, his head would fall with him. "Ha ha ha, I will enjoy killing you just as if I was the one who won. You think Tao Danyang can stop me?" Vicious Pill King cackled, finally venting and releasing his anger. Chu Qingcheng frowned in worry for Zhuo Fan with a hint of reproach in her eyes. "Be as insufferable as you want, but within limits. This old guy has leverage and will have your head. Yet this is just how Qingshan would have acted." Chu Qingcheng watched on with love and hatred. Was she going to lose her loved one a second time? Tao Danyang was close to finishing when she heard this. Her hand trembled and the process stopped. "Old hag, go on then. If you won't finish, someone else will." Zhuo Fan turned from her to vicious Pill King and his eyes grew colder. "Old coot, I told you. I will never leave this spot and no one can take it from me. Not you, not anyone. Zhuo Fan's hand suddenly ignited into a raging fire and gestured for tens of ingredients to fly inside. Watching the flame, it was no different from Vicious Pill King's or the other profound heaven expert's Yuan Kai flame. But after one breath, Zhuo Fan was sweating. Vicious Pill King laughed even harder. You little prick, your cultivation is not nearly enough to sustain such a strong flame. You're looking to die if you keep this up. Humph, narrow-minded old goat, yours truly will show you the difference between us. Zhuo Fan shouted and slapped the burning hand. With a bang, the flame burned twice as strong and consumed all of Zhuo Fan's Yuan Kai in an instant. At this moment, Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed and his burning hand made a fist. The fire and the ingredients were all now squeezed inside. In one blink, the towering flame had vanished into thin air. Only Zhuo Fan held his fist tightly. It was bright red, and billowing smoke leaked from between his fingers. This whole process of putting the ingredients inside the flame and closing his fist took a few short breaths. Many didn't even catch him doing it. Scratching their heads, many looked at each other lost, not understanding what was going on. Vicious Pill King stared fixed at the fist and laughed. I was wondering what you're planning. But it's the same as before. Isn't it destroying all ingredients again? With ragged breath and ashen-faced, Zhuo Fan collapsed from exhaustion. But his smile turned unprecedentedly wicked. It seemed to convey endless confidence. Old coot, I may have done the same, but the result isn't. Taunting Vicious Pill King with his eyes, Zhuo Fan pumped his fist and then opened it. Everyone, the refining of a 5th-grade pill is now complete. Zhuo Fan's shout resounded throughout the hall, and a golden pill gleaming brilliantly spun around in his palm. The soothing fragrance, the luster, they all confirmed that it was indeed a 5th-grade pill. In an instant, the audience devolved into chaos. Just what did Grandmaster Song do? How did he suddenly refine a pill? The top 10 alchemists closest to Zhuo Fan cried incessantly, "That's impossible." They saw it most clearly. How Zhuo Fan turned a batch of ingredients into a pill in an instant. But this was also why they just couldn't believe it and couldn't accept it. They not only never seen such a godly, refining skill, but did not even catch a rumor of it. Liu Yizhen watched Zhuo Fan in a daze, almost forgetting about his own task. His brain froze. He didn't understand ancient refining skills, but read records of them. Yet none of them held any reference that might allude to what this heaven-defying skill was. He made a 5th-grade pill just by closing his fist. If refining is that easy, what pride would the alchemists of today have? A pill taking 2 hours to make just took seconds in your fist on the terrace. Long Jiu and the rest were dumbfounded. How was this alchemy? It was clearly pulling something out of thin air. This refining skill was too goddamned insane. It was no different from swindling. On the eastern terrace, Huangpu Qingyun and his men were dumbstruck as well. This brat. Huangpu Qingyun was so surprised he could barely speak. His men didn't fare any better. The only eyes not looking at the pill was Zhuo Fan, who was holding it. Swallowing hard, Zhuo Fan waved the pill before the flabbergasted Vicious Pill King. Old coot, ever heard of Universe Palm? Vicious Pill King blinked hard and swirled his head. He looked at Zhuo Fan like looking at a freak. He stammered for a long time, but all that came out was a garbled mess. The shocking Universe Palm was unlike any ancient secret skill he used before. This was a heaven-defying ability. The alchemists seemed to have been in a dream. A refining skill that defined the heavenly laws actually existed in the world. Snorting, Zhuo Fan said, "Did you see, old coot? This is our difference. The difference between heaven-toppling pill and Vicious Pill King is as big as heaven and earth." Vicious Pill King watched him dazed and couldn't get any word out in rebuke. Zhuo Fan sneered with a shake of his head and showed the pill to Zioya. "Forgive me. My cultivation isn't enough and could only refine a high 5th-grade pill. A perfect one shouldn't influence my spot, right?" The alchemists' faces twitched, feeling like crying. Making a 5th-grade pill in a blink is heaven-defying enough, so why in God's name do you have to make it a high one too? Are you trying to steal our bread? Zioya felt dizzy. Zhuo Fan had to call her out a few times before he got a reaction. She rushed to receive the pill and assess it in detail. Grandmaster Song's high 5th grade pill is successful. He keeps the first place and enters the final round to compete for the position of Pill King. At her words, Zhuo Fan turned around and spread his arms. He looked at the audience, his cloak billowing, a manner exceedingly arrogant, and shouted, "As long as I stand in this spot, no one can take it." Grandmaster Song Tilda, the crowd's passion was ignited and pumped their fist as they called out his name. The Pill King finals had yet to start, but he had already become a Pill King in their eyes. Chapter 141. Yours truly wants to kick you out. Hearing the rumbling and fanatic cheers shaking even the heavens, Zai Tianyang looked envious. This punk does the same wherever he goes. If the world was in chaos, he'd be an overlord by now. Ha ha ha, even peace can't stop this kid's rise. Long Jiu caressed his beard, his eye trembling with admiration. I knew long ago he isn't someone to mess with, but it still leaves me in awe whenever I see him. I can't help but wonder, what's his limit? The others heard him and turned to Zhuo Fan, being the star of the show, acting just like a king. They had to nod at Long Jiu's assessment. Xiao Dandan listened to them praise Zhuo Fan, and pride got to her head, her heart sweetened like honey. I found the best husband. He is leagues above the other men. Her thoughts were echoed by Chu Qingcheng as well. Seeing Zhuo Fan worshipped by the crowd, the cheers he evoked unknowingly changed her slim body's position, striking a dignified and imposing look as well as love-struck eyes. Every woman, even Chu Qingcheng, hoped to find a shoulder to lean on. However, this was Drifting Flowers edifice, a place where women governed. Furthermore, the people of Tianyu whose shoulders she could lean on could be counted on one hand. Not to mention, some had evil thoughts and were unworthy of trust. Not too long ago, she rested her weary body and hoped on the strong-armed Huangpu Qingyan, only to find out the latter chose his house over her. In spite of it all, Zhuo Fan came through in the end. She took him as a mere child and used him to comfort her heart. But she slowly came to realize that this man was the only one worthy of her trust. The praises, the veneration, and the kowtowing of the crowd was still ongoing, shaking the sky and jarring even the ears of the alchemists, meddling with their refining. Xiaoya was in the arena gesticulating all over the place and demanding silence. "Don't shout. Please remain." But no one heard her. Her sharp voice was drowned in the flood of praises. The only thing she could do was stomp in distress. Grinning, Zhuo Fan raised a hand to catch everyone's attention. The uproar from before was gone in an instant, like it never existed. The crowd seemed to have faded from the silence, with only the flames of the alchemists in the arena making small, burning noises. "Everyone, other alchemists are still refining. Please keep quiet for me." Zhuo Fan calmly flung his hair. There were nods all around and even some zipping their mouths. Xiaoya was exasperated. Whose goddamn competition is this? Grandmaster Song is too damn liked. Zai Tianyang's face twitched, damn it. This punk is showing off again. In the eastern stand, Huangpu Qingyan's mood sank ever lower. The bigger Zhuo Fan's popularity was, the harder it was for him to act. And this was something he did not want to see. As Zhuo Fan gained his current fame through alchemy, this was also the only way to crush it. And the only one up to the task was Vicious Pill King. But Vicious Pill King's confidence had begun to falter at this point. Looking at him, one could see Vicious Pill King ignoring everything around him and focused on refining his pill with all haste. The situation had gone out of his expectations. Instead of losing, Zhuo Fan kept his first spot in the third round, while Vicious Pill King was now on his second round of refining, putting him in last place. The only thing that worked as intended was his speed, still very much capable of overtaking the others. Zhuo Fan knew this as well, and his grin turned into a sly smirk. A shiver struck Vicious Pill King out of the blue, but his mind was on refining. Suddenly, a flame flickered and Tao Danyang put out her flame, leaving behind a spinning and shining pill in her hand. Tao Danyang refined a high 5th grade pill. She enters the Pill King round? Xiaoya's crisp voice resounded. Zhuo Fan raised his eyebrow and directed his belligerent eyes along with his flout at Vicious Pill King. Oh, even the hag finished. Elder Yan, didn't you say something about taking first place? How come you didn't even make it second place? Vicious Pill King's heart boiled with anger, despite his quiet state. He knew Zhuo Fan's aim to mess up his concentration and ruin the refining. Replying would fall into Zhuo Fan's trap. So he chose to bear it in silence. No matter what insults Zhuo Fan threw at him, he would ignore them. This time, Zhuo Fan had a lot of time on his hand. Time which the Vicious Pill King needed. He was rushing as fast as possible, or the chance of elimination would be high. At that point, the problem wasn't getting the bod high route, but saving his reputation. Zhuo Fan knew Vicious Pill King's mental state and wasn't worried. When you want to hit a person where it hurts, you need to do it at the precise time. It can't be too early or too late, and when you decide to go in for the attack, make sure he is sent to hell. Else, there will be heavy retaliation. As such, Zhuo Fan's nagging was only setting up the playing field. He was simmering the opponent and would only truly act when the perfect chance availed itself. High 5th grade pill refined? A familiar voice suddenly came, and Yan Fu showed the pill in his hand with pride. Zhuo Fan's eyelid twitched and laughed. Elder Yan, you taught one amazing disciple. He surpassed you, but now another spot in the finals slips from your grasp. Vicious Pill King didn't reply, but his raging glare pierced his prized pupil. The proud and cheerful Yan Fu felt a frosty pair of eyes watching him. When he discovered they were from his master, he started shivering and lowered his head, sweating bullets. He had now realized his blunder. In this competition, how could a disciple dare finish refining before his master? Wasn't this taking his master's limelight, openly defying him? He regretted it until his innards turned green. But what was done was done. Vicious Pill King also didn't waste time arguing with his moronic disciple, rushing to finish his own pill. Oh ho, that's Vicious Pill King for you. He can still hold it in. Zhuo Fan scratched his nose and smiled faintly at Yan's song. Ha ha ha, I must say, I do admire Elder Yan's staunch character, able to bear even your disciple's disgrace. Too bad you fell for it regardless. Vicious Pill King only snorted, knowing it all to be a ploy to mess with his head. He would fall for the trap if he truly replied. Uncaring if he heard or not, Zhuo Fan kept on talking. Did you know? I failed the first time I used the universe palm. Vicious Pill King's ears peeled without wanting to. He knew it was all a trap, but not even Vicious Pill King could block his ears when it came to a heaven-defying alchemy skill. With a vicious grin, Zhuo Fan resumed. I failed because the flame was too weak. I was perfectly aware of this even before I started. I didn't think of succeeding, just trying it out. In brief, I failed on purpose. Squinting, Vicious Pill King's heart skipped alongside his flame. He hastily calmed himself and resumed refining, but his hearing was now sharper. I only assumed the posture of losing for your benefit, while also earning the others' sympathy. All of it was to lower your guard, or my sneeze would have been stopped by you. With his jerking, Vicious Pill King's flame also trembled. He finally turned his head. So you acted right where the pill was at a crucial point, when I was most relaxed because of imminent success. Punk, such a vicious ploy is no less than Ugicki's. Ha ha ha, don't please. You're flattering me, Elder Yan, Zhuo Fan said. A plan is something that makes use of all available elements around oneself. Elder Yan said that these people can't save me no matter how stirred they are, and you are indeed correct. They may not be able to save me, but they can help me deceive an old geezer. If you weren't taken by my wretched display, I fear you wouldn't have lowered your vigilance around me so quickly. Vicious Pill King clenched his empty fist. He hated himself for being toyed with by a brat at his age. Ha ha ha, don't be so hard on yourself. Picking up on his thoughts, Zhuo Fan laughed. Since you've always been focused on alchemy, you're not that erudite in schemes. Losing is only natural. If it were Ugicki, he wouldn't have been duped. Humph, no matter what, I have suffered greatly this time, but don't get too excited. There won't be a second time. Vicious Pill King spat through clenched teeth. Arching an eyebrow, Zhuo Fan laughed hysterically. Oh, forgive me, Elder Yan, this may be a tad insolent, but I must inform you that you've been had again. Startled, Vicious Pill King didn't understand. It was now that Liu Yizhen and two others shouted. In these few breaths of time, 3 more people entered the final round. You may be quick in refining, your heart may be calm despite my words and didn't fail in your control, but I got to slow you down. A demonic smile was plastered on Zhuo Fan's face. Correct. Yours truly's aim isn't to mess your concentration, but to drag out your refining and kick you out. Frightened, Vicious Pill King saw more and more alchemists around him were about to finish and was anxious by the second. For the first time he was afraid. This punk is a plague. From the 3rd round, no, since the beginning, he set up such a vicious trap for me to spring it. What's even more frightening is that he got me twice. Seeing the half-refined ingredients in his hand, Vicious Pill King's mood grew gloomier. He walked this earth for so many years, but this was his first meeting with a deceitful opponent like Zhuo Fan Chapter 142. Pill-breaking wind. Since there was no way to block him, kicking him out was option B. This was Zhuo Fan's plan cooked up from the moment he heard of the 3rd round's condition. As this round was based on speed, cutting the old coot's speed would make it harder for him to enter the finals. With an evil smile, Zhuo Fan watched Vicious Pill King. The latter had been duped already, so why would he keep paying the brat any more attention? He was going as quickly as he could to finish the refining. And indeed, the best alchemist in the Empire wasn't one to disappoint, speeding through the process like a bullet. In but a few breaths, he was done with refining the ingredients. Next was forming the pill. Raising an eyebrow, Zhuo Fan wasn't the least bit worried. There were some things that even though one knew they were wrong, they still couldn't stop themselves from doing them. Because they were still holding an interest in those things, and Vicious Pill King was no exception. Ah-he-hem. Zhuo Fan coughed lightly. Elder Yan, I noticed your pill's ingredients and decided to run by you the 9th heaven-roaring dragon claw's secret I used in the 2nd round. His ears perked without his knowledge, despite knowing it was one of Zhuo Fan's ploys, despite being certain that this secret was bogus. No matter how bad it looked and felt, the temptation was too great. He wanted to know more about such a magical refining skill, especially since he was an alchemist. He was only a breath from forming the pill's shape, but now the process was halted. His speed was now under Zhuo Fan's complete control. Laughing inside, Zhuo Fan still kept a serious face. Oh, going by its name, it has a dragon and claw in it. So your hand must also take the shape of a dragon claw. What a load of obvious bull. Vicious Pill King was clear as crystal of Zhuo Fan's scheme and didn't want to listen, but he only got his ears to blame for betraying him. Yet, hearing the mention of a secret, he stopped to listen more closely. But what reached his ears was nothing more than some superficial talk from Zhuo Fan. He felt like crying, so wretched that he wanted to cut his ears off. With no choice, he turned to Zioya and blabbed like a little kid to his teacher. Judge, this brat is disrupting my refining. What, Grandmaster Song is hindering you? How? Zioya looked skeptical. With a red face, Vicious Pill King gnashed his teeth. The brat keeps gallivanting in my ear and distracts me. Silence followed throughout the arena, then shortly followed by rambunctious laughter. An alchemist's most important feature was his state of mind. What kind of alchemist are you to mess up your refining from a few words? How did you become the best alchemist in the Empire anyway? Everyone looked out with mocking smiles. This never ever happened before. How could they have known Zhuo Fan's words struck a nerve? He didn't want to listen, but his ears were a whole nother matter. Everyone would feel the same if they were in his stead. The more he heard the maniacal laughter, the redder Vicious Pill King got. His face was thoroughly caked in mud. Zioya's eyelid twitched and cursed. Elder Yan, you're not a child. Why are you complaining to me about such a simple matter? Yeah, we're just chatting and getting to know each other. Why did you have to go out and tattletale? Zhuo Fan liked to make a mountain out of a molehill and jested. This launched the crowd into another round of laughter. Getting his anger under control after a few breaths, Vicious Pill King shouted at Zioya. Wench, aren't you a judge? Do you even care? Why aren't you kicking this brat out? Fine, 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 I do care, all right. Zioya shook her head helplessly and giggled an apology to Zhuo Fan. Grandmaster Song, I appreciate it if you would not speak with Elder Yan as he refines. Why not come into the guest's corner for a drink? Raising an eyebrow, Zhuo Fan said, Fine, I'll listen and won't talk. True to his words, Zhuo Fan's lips were sealed. Then, the next second, Vicious Pill King found the world around him got quiet and turned to see the other competitors. Most of them reached the step to complete their pill while he was only at the molding phase. He sped up at once and gathered all the refined mixture into one place and took the final form of a pill. 5th grade pill completed. Another shout, another finalist. In total, there were 7 who qualified for the Pill King round. Vicious Pill King wiped the cold sweat from his brow and rushed urgently to finish the pill. Although worry had not left him in regards to a certain punk, fearful he might be up to something. For the remainder of the process, he divided his attention to Zhuo Fan's every move. Who, at this point, was on his best behavior, as if he abandoned any thoughts of thwarting Yan Song's progress. This punk is faking again. The last time you got me out of carelessness, but this time I will be on guard. The more this punk is at ease, the more certain it is he is waiting for me to show the slightest slip-up. Squinting, Vicious Pill King laughed coldly inside while his heartstrings were also stretched taut. You won't get me a second time. Judge, I finished. Another shout marked the taking of the 8th spot of the finals. Vicious Pill King took a deep breath and worked hard to keep his calm while steadying the flame in his hand. Such a crucial time needed him to calm and tranquil. Seeing the pill in his hand had taken shape, Vicious Pill King gnashed his teeth and gave his 120%. This was a key moment, and failing was not an option. The silent and unmoving Zhuo Fan looked askance at his cautious nature in making the pill. Soon, he reached the final step. All that was left was to spur the flame and condense the pill, though he started to recall Zhuo Fan's sneeze and was overly cautious of his interference. He could not be defeated a second time with the same trick. Vicious Pill King suddenly shouted inside, and the flame towered. At this exact moment, the nightmarish sound came again. Tilde Vicious Pill King's heart seized and flicked his sleeve to protect the flame while also turning his back to Zhuo Fan. But this scare shook his focus, and the flame was trembling. Luckily, he was a veteran alchemist and stabilized his state of mind in a blink, preventing his pill from being ruined again. Sighing relieved, Vicious Pill King wiped his sweat and turned to see Zhuo Fan, only to find the person in question sneezing in another direction and rubbing his nose like nothing happened. Noticing the old geezer's look, Zhuo Fan eyed him back and cursed. The hell you're looking at? Yours truly didn't disturb you. Stammering, Vicious Pill King was enraged, but no word came out. You don't need to talk to annoy me. Your presence is enough harassment as it is. Vicious Pill King suddenly felt dead tired. Not of the body, but in the mind. He had been on this earth for many years, but never was he as exhausted as he was now. Who could go through the refining process with one's nerves stretched tighter than a violin? He had to admit to one thing, though. Never in his life had there been anyone acting the same Zhuo Fan did. Noticing his master's embarrassment, Yan Fu was taken aback. Never was there a time when his ruthless master was pushed back again and again. Turning to the first spot, he saw Zhuo Fan with a cryptic smile, and his heart chilled for some unknown reason. Tao Danyang saw Yan Song sullen and couldn't help be chipper. Chu Qingcheng saw him getting toyed by Zhuo Fan, and her eyes shined with affection. The people on the terrace already laughed their hearts out. Yan Song had been a literal plague over the 7 houses, but now he was put in his place by a newbie. One couldn't help but relish the moment. One thing was clear, though. The brat wasn't ordinary. If any took his place, they would have long failed miserably. In the end, only Demon Zhuo Fan had ever beaten Vicious Pill King. They sighed. Yan Song was wicked beyond words, and only someone more wicked than him, a demon like Zhuo Fan, could settle this Vicious Pill King. Huangpu Qingyun and his men in the eastern stand watched the scared Vicious Pill King with trepidation. If this old bag of bones loses, the Bodhi root will leave my grasp, taking deep breaths. Vicious Pill King watched the almost finished pill and worked hard to calm his mind. He knew what everyone was thinking, which made this bout was just as important for him as it was to Zhuo Fan. If Zhuo Fan lost, his head would roll. If Vicious Pill King lost, not only his name would be dragged through the mud, the Regent estate would bestow him its endless wrath. Vicious Pill King's eyes squinted and boosted the flame in his hand. The roaming pill inside the flame also lit up in a strange light. Vicious Pill King's eyes flashed and his mouth perked up at a corner in hope. Almost there. Just a bit more and I'm done with this exhausting refining. This goddamn round is so exhausting. Bam! A large sound came out of the blue. Vicious Pill King jerked and his towering flame shuddered and exploded. Vicious Pill King didn't even notice his scorched beard and eyebrows as the almost done pill was now junk. Vicious Pill King went stiff and stared into space. He turned around to see where the sound came from. Zhuo Fan scratched his head embarrassed with a dashing smile. He, do forgive me. I just couldn't hold it and farted. Was it too loud? SSS tilde Vicious Pill Kings couldn't stop trembling. He watched the beaming Zhuo Fan with his black beard whipping in the wind, but was unable to make one word from the sheer anger he felt. Chapter 143, Damaged Vitality. Ha, damn. I admire this brat. Up on the terrace, Zai Tianyong slapped the table as he roared in laughter. No matter where you go in the Tianyu Empire, all you hear about Vicious Pill King is how powerful and influential he is. But when he is here, he's actually reduced to such a wretched state. Look at him. He is on the verge of crying, so angry he can't even speak. He's so miserable, I even pity him. This brat is inhuman. How can he be like this to his elders? Ha. Zai Tianyong cursed Zhuo Fan while also laughing. Long Jiu and Jian Suifeng's gazes met and smiled. But when they looked back at Zhuo Fan, their eyes were filled with admiration. Long Jai and Long Kui felt more and more complicated instead. They were of the same age, and even came from one of the best houses in Tianyu, but they only got to be supporting roles for the elders of their house. While Zhuo Fan, a servant from a third-rate clan, was fighting head-to-head with the Empire's most famous, and even came at an advantage at that. Why was the gap so large when they were of the same generation? Peony Overseer and Iris Overseer watched the thin figure in complete control over the whole situation in such awe. They couldn't even speak. The two tasted Vicious Pill King's cruelty and treachery on their own skin. Yet they knew. Not even the entire Drifting Flowers edifice was enough to defeat him. However, today, the old geezer was like a puppet played by this mysterious youth to exhaustion. His wretched figure, unable to even cry, was something the two women never even believed was possible. Was this the same cruel and sinister Vicious Pill King? Swallowing dryly, the overseers watched each other, but it was Iris Overseer in the end who walked to Long Jiu. Uncle Jiu, stop being so cryptic and tell us who is this fake Song Yu already? Whose clan's young master is he? Or is he an inner disciple from a sect? Caressing his beard, Long Jiu shook his head, his eyes at a loss. Clan? Ha, his clan is nothing more than a firefly. As for sects, I never heard of any being mentioned. In short, this brat is one huge enigma. Not even Uncle Jiu knows. Peony Overseer was startled as she rushed over. Then why do you have so much faith in him? Faith. Humph, as if. Zai Tianyong snorted. Out of everyone I trust, he is absolutely not among them. None of you know his true nature. 1 second he is buddy-buddy with you, and in the next, he casts you aside, changing tunes faster than you can turn a page. If you put your faith in him, you won't even know how or why you died. This made Zai Tianyong recall something, and his eyes were filled with dread. You cannot imagine a crueler and more sinister man in this world. I recall that condescending grin when he sold out Ninger, and it gives me chills even now. Their hearts shuddering, the overseers noticed Zai Tianyong being truthful. But if this man was such a monster, why were Long Jiu and the rest respecting him so? Zio Dandan was irked by Zai Tianyong's description of Zhuo Fan and barked. You keep saying my husband is your friend, but why do curse him behind his back and even call him a traitor? Me curse. Ha ha ha, that's the truth of it, and he won't deny it either. Zai Tianyang laughed. But if there's one thing I admire about him, it's his hypocrisy. Then why are you all still friends with him? Peony Overseer asked, puzzled. They all started laughing. How could we not? Iris Overseer was thoroughly confused. None of them clearly trusted him and even said he was worse than a human, but why were they so reliant on him? Like a true friend, leaving him in charge of everything. Wasn't this a contradiction? Seemingly seeing her doubt, Zai Tianyang smiled. Iris Overseer, trust and entrusting are different things. He is not a friend worthy of trust, but he is a brother to entrust in, and that is because of his strength. Zai Tianyang pointed at the wretched, vicious Pill King. Tell me, if it weren't for our untrustworthy friend, how would you have dealt with that old geezer? Shuddering, the overseers now understood what he meant. It wasn't that this mysterious youth was worthy of trust to place Drifting Flowers Edifice's fate in his hand. It was that there was no one else up for the job. Lounging in his stone chair, Zai Tianyang's look softened when he gazed at Zhuo Fan. Do you know why you have such faith in an unworthy friend? Because he is the only one worthy of it. Without him, I would have lost the one I love. I believe I cannot repay this favor for as long as I live. This is why I spoke without hesitation at the feast and put sword markwise abode in the face of danger for Drifting Flowers Edifice's sake. This shocked the two overseers greatly. It now came to light that sword markwise abode and veiled dragon pavilion did not help them because of Drifting Flowers Edifice, but because the brat asked them to. They started to laugh dejectedly. One of the 7 noble houses, Drifting Flowers Edifice, with a history of over a millennium, had lost in terms of reputation to a random kid. If grandmother knew this, she would be flipping out right about now. Achu Tilda on the first spot, Zhuo Fan sneezed for no rhyme or reason. But for real this time. Rubbing his nose, Zhuo Fan cursed inside, "Who the hell is talking behind my back?" He looked at vicious Pill King staring blankly. It's gotta be this old coot cursing me in his mind. Don't you worry now, I will have your life soon enough. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with killing intent. But this time, the old guy was innocent. Ever since his loss in the second round, out of anxiety, except for feeling anger, he didn't dare to even curse Zhuo Fan in his mind. All who entered the third round were famous grandmasters of alchemy. He may not be up to vicious Pill King's level, but he had refining skills to make up for it. After one failure, Yan Song could still catch up. But now he fell behind too much, and there was no hope for a comeback. He now started to truly panic, but the more restless his heart was, the less he could think of a way out. Zhuo Fan laughed coldly inside. Having foreseen this, in fact, the 2 failures happened all according to Zhuo Fan's plan, right when they were about to finish being refined. This also worked to make him waste the most of his time. Even if he didn't intervene in his third refining, the vicious Pill King still wouldn't make it. Plainly speaking, vicious Pill King lost the third round, but more importantly, he was played around like a fiddle by Zhuo Fan. Tao Danyang's eyes flashed in glee. She never would have thought Zhuo Fan capable of having vicious Pill King kicked out of the competition. Now, regardless of who of the 2 won, Bod Hai Root would stay with Drifting Flowers Edifice. Chu Qingcheng found Zhuo Fan more and more to her liking. To take Xiao Dandan's earlier words, this husband was far stronger than the last. Got it. Vicious Pill King facepalmed out of the blue. He took out 8 silver needles in haste and stuck them in his head. Silver needle acupoint? Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow and smiled. The old guy wanted to seal his hearing and avoid any disturbance. Why didn't you do it sooner then? Yours truly needn't interfere since you're through anyway, but vicious Pill King flashed a flame on his hand and threw ingredients in. 5th grade pill complete. And another shout came, marking the 9th finalist. The rest were also working hard. The slowest needed around 3 minutes, while the fastest ones are around half a minute. Humph, this old coot is done for. Zhuo Fan laughed coldly while the other alchemists were getting excited. This was their chance, perhaps the only one in their lives, to beat vicious Pill King. Suddenly, a blood arrow was spat into the flame and the fire towered 10 meters high, many times stronger than before. In a blink, All the ingredients were refined. Zhuo Fan squinted. This old coot is dead serious on entering the finals to use even his blood essence. Too bad. Not even this could make a pill in time. Then another blood arrow was spat, and Vicious Pill King rushed to make signs despite the blood around his mouth. In a blink, the blood turned into the shape of a pill, and the concoction resulted from refined ingredients rushed inside. A shout later, Vicious Pill King's flame grew bigger, and the lustrous blood pill came out while emitting dense energy. Vicious Pill King grabbed the pill and shouted, "Fifth grade pill complete! Fifth grade pill complete!" Only at almost the same time, another shout echoed. Audioverse eyed the two and came to Vicious Pill King, who finished first and nodded after inspecting the pill. Elder Yan's low fifth grade pill is complete. He enters the finals. He was pulling the last silver needle when he heard her. Vicious Pill King sighed and swayed. But this did not wipe the relief on his face. From his wan face, Zhuo Fan knew he damaged his vitality. He may have qualified, but now he could refine no more. Chapter 144, Beyond Bold. Since the 10 finalists have been decided, the rest will be eliminated. Not even looking at the pill of the alchemist who finished in close after Vicious Pill King, Audioverse shouted. This caused an uproar, one born from puzzlement as one protested, "Weren't there supposed to be 20? Why only 10? Snapping a cold gaze at the speaker, Audioverse flatly explained, "I never said there will be 20. It just so happened there were 20 top cauldrons prepared." Her words sent them pondering, making them realize their false preconceived notion. At the start of the meeting, the judge never once mentioned how many would enter the finals and just started the competition. But, as there were 20 top spots standing out from the rest, they simply took it for granted. Realizing their own mistakes, the alchemists sighed in regret, especially the second batch of 10. They falsely assumed there was plenty of time and didn't give their all, wasting their chances. None of them considered that this was set on purpose by the Drifting Flowers edifice. An alchemist who did not strive to reach the top was unworthy to qualify, unless, of course, he was like Zhuo Fan, with plenty of skills in their arsenal. After all, it was a universal practice to bend the rules and morals in any profession and let the strong ones in. Wait. The alchemist who finished after Vicious Pill King shouted his dissent. He was intimidated by Vicious Pill King, but soon calmed in his heart as he declared his malcontent. "Judge, my pill is a top 5th grade pill while Elder Yan's was a low 5th grade pill. We also finished close together. Reason dictates that the 10th spot ought to be mine." Quiet. It was Zhuo Fan who got ahead of Audioverse. His cold eyes stared pitilessly. "Are you deaf? This round was based on speed, not quality. This is what you get when you can't even understand what is required of you. What face can you expect when you bark like a dog? Forget about who was first or last. If this old guy finished at the same time as you, he'd still be the one to qualify since he shouted first." All the alchemists were startled. Vicious Pill King and Grandmaster Song are in a life and death battle. Grandmaster Song would no doubt be jumping for joy if he could kick the old goat out. Why is Grandmaster Song speaking up for his opponent? They were confused, and so too the people on the terrace. Even Vicious Pill King eyed Zhuo Fan with a stare. Tao Danyang watched worriedly from the side. Why is this brat defending him when he was working so hard to kick him out before? Chu Qingcheng was also clueless, her angelic eyes fixed on his figure. Under everyone's rapt attention, Zhuo Fan snorted and took on a smug attitude in his berating. "I know exactly what you're thinking. Indeed, yours truly wanted to kick this old guy out. But he used blood essence to refine pills twice, cutting away almost half of his life to finally win his spot. And let's not mention braving through my schemes. But even so, I will still win the Pill King round. In the meantime, I will not have this old coot fail from meaningless prattle. That would be a disgrace to me as an alchemist." Silence as the grave. Then, thunderous applause dominated the air, with worshipping eyes directed at Zhuo Fan. Now this is the air of a true scholar. Open, frank, and of outstanding bearing, even Vicious Pill King started to feel a thread of respect for Zhuo Fan. He inched his withered hands and slowly clapped. Tao Danyang sighed, but felt quite prideful. This brat is sinister and cruel when is needed and frank when the circumstances demand it. This is a true man, a husband worthy of that girl. Chu Qingcheng's heart exploded with love. Xiao Dandan had long been thrilled that she was trembling. It was impossible for her not to adore such a dauntless man. Zai Tianyang and the rest nodded in admiration. Zhuo Fan was despicable, true. Unscrupulous, also true, but was not nasty. Only evil, and his evil nature was embraced by his domineering character, making him an antihero. This man is a man of ambition, similar to myself. On the eastern stand, Huangpu Qingyun breathed out in lament. The others looked at him, then at each other in silence. Finally, it was Lin Zishan who spoke. "Second young master, you took a liking to the kid and want to employ him." "Absolutely not." He shook his hand. Huangpu Qingyun's eyes flashed with killing intent. A mountain is too small for two tigers. With his ambition, he will not deign to serve under another. He must be dealt with swiftly. Whether I get the Bod High route or not, he must meet his end today. Huangpu Qingyun clenched his fist, his manner of unprecedented seriousness. A premonition struck me just now. He must die here today, or Regent Estate will have an archenemy. The hearts of his men shuddered. Regent Estate was the strongest of the houses and wouldn't show fear even when matched against the other 6. Why is it that the second young master evaluates this third-rate clan kid so highly? No matter how great his talent and skills were, he hadn't the power to fight against the Regent Estate. What they didn't realize was that Regent Estate's men were most skilled in grasping the heart of the people. If Huangpu Qingyun came to such a clear-cut decision regarding the kid's fate, it spoke of the possible threat Zhuo Fan could grow into and endanger Regent Estate. The men turned to watch Zhuo Fan with deep gazes. Only Lin Zishan, however, was uncaring as he flattered. "Ha ha ha, second young master is overthinking." A third-rate clan brat, regardless if he knows some ancient refining skill or if he was even a 7th-grade alchemist, this is only limited to alchemy. He can't. Huangpu Qingyun's piercing stare snapped at him. Lin Zishan stopped with a shiver. "I will say it again. This kid must die today." Huangpu Qingyun's eyes flashed with absolute conviction. The others had never seen him so determined. They could only nod, as each's eyes flashed with their own resolution. In the arena, the discontent alchemist cupped his hand in shame. Grandmaster Song is indeed correct. I never had the right to enter the 10th spot. Please do forgive my careless words. Having seen Grandmaster Song's imposing manner, I feel ashamed of myself. The man gave a deep bow to Zhuo Fan and left with a lowered head. This earned more reverence from the crowd. The man was ranked 13th in the empire in alchemy, known to nitpick on anything and everything. Yet the same man submitted willingly. Grandmaster Song is of impeccable moral standing. Zhuo Fan would have cracked up if he heard them. Moral was the least fitting trait when it came to him. It was more accurate to call him of ruthless standing, beating others into submission with power rather than reason. Xiao bowed in appreciation to Zhuo Fan. She had first despised him, then was shocked by him, and now had come to respect him, with something else mixed within. Zhuo Fan had no experience in this field to pick up these subtle signals. However, Chu Qingcheng was one who always followed her heart. Thus, she noticed these signals immediately and could only shake her head. An outstanding husband is not always a good thing. Too many eyes will be on him. To all grandmasters that have entered the Pill King round, congratulations. You have a chance of getting Drifting Flowers Edifice's most precious treasure, the 9th-grade spirit item, Bod High Root. Xiao smiled. I ask that everyone move to their respective spots. The last 8 alchemists started to move in order. Their ability in alchemy was clear-cut as to who was strong and who was weak. Only vicious Pill King fell from the 2nd to the 10th spot under Zhuo Fan's relentless harassment. Hey, old guy, give up. Tao Danyang felt quite thrilled to have finally got ahead of that old coot for once. Snickering, vicious Pill King glared at the hag and snorted. What are you so excited about? It wasn't you who did it. Vicious Pill King looked at Zhuo Fan, now filled with a staunch desire to fight. He hadn't felt like this in decades. "Brat, I have been unequaled in alchemy all my life. But today, ha ha ha. I have traveled the continent unchecked for decades, and not once have I found one worthy of admiration. But today, ha ha ha." Laughing, Vicious Pill King slowly walked to his new spot, yet his voice was still clear. "Brat, we will have a true battle today and see who shall be the best alchemist in the Empire." Shock pervaded the crowd. The arrogant Vicious Pill King, who saw no one as his equal, not even Regent Estate's leader, just acknowledged someone. On the surface, he might seem like he cared about the Regent Estate. However, deep inside, he still couldn't care less about them. He was the first alchemist in the Empire and had arrogance to spare. However, this time he met his match. 3 times they duked, 3 times he failed. He never suffered such a wretched defeat in his life, yet now he was far from angry, but jealous instead. It was as if he was back in his prime, filled with the thirst for battle. Tao Danyang was startled, getting the feeling he was looking at the Vicious Pill King of old. She smiled and said to Zhuo Fan, "Kid, the old coot already took you as his opponent. This is his approval of you." "TCH, since when does yours truly need his approval?" Zhuo Fan's tone was filled with coldness. "Old coot, you lost close to half of your life in the last round. Keep this up in the next one and you will fall. My life is my own. Today I will win against you." Vicious Pill King shook his hand and spoke resolutely. Only raising an eyebrow, Zhuo Fan started re-evaluating the old coot. Vicious Pill King no longer had the cruel and sinister manner from before, but the bearing of a true grandmaster of alchemy. "Silavin, we reached the goal. Well, guess there is going to be 4 chapters a week till the end of the month. Chapter 145, Pill King. Master, are you all right? Be careful of your wounds." After changing his spot, Yan Fu rushed to Vicious Pill King and looked at him in worry. Vicious Pill King, however, didn't even acknowledge his presence. Bam! Vicious Pill King slapped his face out of the blue, sending him sprawling 3 meters away as he barked. "Humph! You dare finish before your master? Did you not see how close I was to not entering the finals?" "Forgive me, master, I was wrong. I would have never considered it possible for that punk to." Yan Fu crawled sullenly to Vicious Pill King, but the latter's words got stuck in his throat. Squinting, Vicious Pill King spoke icily. "What were you trying to say?" "That the punk played me to such a miserable state." "Never." Yan Fu lowered his head, sweating bullets. Shaking his head, Vicious Pill King said, "What never? Yes, I was indeed played like a fiddle. Be it in alchemy or schemes, I failed on both accounts. Is there anything wrong with saying it?" Even the brat admitted he could not kick me out. His plan failed. So what could I, in my sorry state, not dare to admit? Yan Fu was shocked. He looked up in fright as he muttered, "Master, why have you changed?" "I have not changed, only returned." Taking a deep breath, Vicious Pill King gazed afar with eager eyes. It was unclear if he was speaking to himself or his disciple. An alchemist's mind should be set only alchemy. Success and failure are commonplace. It does not warrant covering it up. Vicious Pill King looked at Yan Fu. "Disciple, do you know why I hit you?" "Because I dared to finish before Master and shamed you." Before Yan Fu could finish, Vicious Pill King shook his head and laughed. "Ha ha ha, over that small matter. I only blame you for taking a spot and almost making me lose the chance to fight a worthy opponent. I never had such an opportunity in all my life." Laughing again, Vicious Pill King ignored his disciple and went to the 10th spot. Yan Fu was startled and turned his head to look at his master. He felt his master was unlike his usual self. His master used to emphasize results above all else. Successful refining was rewarded, while failure, punishment. Under such strict guidance, he had managed to surpass Liu Yizhen's rank and become one of the top 5 alchemists in the Empire. Now, his master no longer cared about results, but to have a fair match with the kid. If the kid had dared threaten Vicious Pill King's place of being the first alchemist in the Empire from the start, he would have been long dealt with. A dead man, even with neat alchemy skill, wouldn't have been able to challenge him. Strange, is it because the brat helped my master out just now? Yan Fu's heart was filled with questions. He had no way of knowing it was simply a hero respecting another hero. When formidable individuals fought, they may employ devious schemes, a dog-eat-dog battle, but a win was absolute and victory brilliant. Zhuo Fan did not manage to kick out the vicious Pill King and openly admit his loss. It is fine if he failed this time. After all, there was still the next round, which Zhuo Fan intended to dominate. But from the gossip flying around about vicious Pill King, it would be impossible for Zhuo Fan. Naturally, Zhuo Fan did not take their words to heart. He knew that these people could be used, but never relied upon. After all, the sneaking and sinister way of a dowager had always been the weapons of the weak and the scorn of the strong. Vicious Pill King felt the same, and now had his spirit aroused. He wanted to pit against Zhuo Fan in this round and win clean and perfectly so that Zhuo Fan would have no room to deny it. The battle between these two heavyweights was on the field of alchemy. Yet, it was also a fight to the death. On the eastern stand, Huangpu Qingyun stared at Zhuo Fan, then at vicious Pill King. "Tell me, can Elder Yan win?" "Of course, second young master." Lin Zishan jumped right in with a giggle. Elder Yan lost the first 3 rounds, but from the 3rd round the brat used an ancient refining skill that is taxing on the body. His best is a 5th-grade pill, while Elder Yan is a true 7th-grade alchemist. It would make no sense if he lost. I see." Huangpu Qingyun nodded, but then smiled. "However, Elder Lin, thank you for reminding me. You said the same thing in the last round, staking your head on Elder Lin's victory, and how did it end?" Lin Zishan cursed in his heart as his smile froze. "When did I ever put my head for the likes of that old coot? Isn't it you who demanded it?" His only choice was to keep those words to himself and shake his head with a bright smile. Laughing, Huangpu Qingyun said, "Anyway, I do not expect anything from the old man. The loss in his first round can be said it was because of that brat's tricks, but he failed the second round from P." Huangpu Qingyun shook his head, but then cracked up when he recalled Yan Song's wretched look as if he swallowed a fly. "All right, let's take it as the kid is quite able." But the 3rd round, a sneeze and a fart threw him back to the 10th spot. Is this still because of the kid's amazing skills? "Second young master, Yan Song is usually a vicious and spiteful man, but to fail when it was most crucial makes him unworthy of bearing heavy responsibilities." The 5th elder stepped forward and started throwing stones at Yan Song. Huangpu Qingyun raised an eyebrow. "Elder Lin, what do you have to say?" Lin Zishan was hesitating. Second young master was clearly resentful over Yan Song's failures, but he had always stuck up for the old guy and their fates were tied. If he was a turncoat now, wouldn't the second young master never trust his words again? Lin Zishan gnashed his teeth. "Since I was wrong from the start, then I'll be so till the end. I hope this will be a chance for me and that old guy," he said. "Second young master, please relax. Elder Yan isn't the only one at fault because his opponent is too sinister. In this Pill King round, the requirement is definitely above the 5th grade and the kid won't win no matter how cunning he is. Elder Yan will be the one to take the first place." Huangpu Qingyun eyed him deeply, not because he found Elder Lin's words right, but that this opportunist had a loyal side. He couldn't help but secretly nod at that. Lin Zishan noticed his admiring gaze and sighed, feeling proud. "This time I made the right call." "Sigh, it's not easy sticking close to the ruling class." In the arena, Xiaoya smiled at the 10 grandmasters in their respective spots and started the finals. "In this Pill King round, everyone has free rein on what they make. Instead of speed, it will be the highest grade that will crown you Pill King in this 100-pill meeting." In an instant, some were worried while others were happy. Huangpu Qingyun's side laughed. It went, as Lin Zishan said, with the final round based on an alchemist's true ability. Tao Danyang frowned. Zhuo Fan was in the bone tempering stage and could only make a 5th-grade pill after giving his all. How was he going to defeat the 7th-grade alchemist vicious Pill King now? Yet, by his appearances, Zhuo Fan seemed unconcerned. When vicious Pill King looked at him, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. After losing 3 rounds in a row, he figured out that the kid couldn't always rely on schemes. The refining of a 7th-grade pill at the bone tempering stage may be pure fantasy, But, humph, this kid might actually pull it off. Zhuo Fan felt the old man's eyes and waved. He didn't think the one to believe him the most ended up being his greatest opponent. Then, for the purpose of fairness, Drifting Flowers Edifice will provide high-grade ingredients for grandmasters who are missing ingredients. Zioya clapped, and a lovely group of hundreds of disciples pushed cabinets in the arena. The cabinets contained ingredients from the lowest grade to the 7th, and even a few 8th-grade ingredients could be noticed. Swallowing dryly, everyone, especially the alchemists, were now greedily looking over the items. Like a pack of starved wolves meeting a fresh lamb. Like a pack of perverts meeting a naked and gorgeous lady? Damn, Drifting Flowers Edifice is filthy rich. The sheer amount of ingredients here was not something a third- and second-rate clans could hope to obtain. Not even a first-rate clan could get them easily. I invite the grandmasters to choose the ingredients you are lacking for your refining. A word of caution, however, do not get greedy. You need to refine with all the chosen ingredients otherwise. Zioya's smile penetrated their deepest thoughts. Coughing lightly, the people chuckled in embarrassment, then began choosing. In no time at all, they all finished, having returned to their spots. However, Zioya looked around and found one spot empty still. Looking at the cabinets, Zhuo Fan was there choosing, looting his booty. Only he didn't take his time going from one ingredient to another, but stuffed a whole cabinet in his ring and moved to the next. From the 1st grade to the 8th, he didn't miss one. The crowd was in total shock. Dude, can you not so openly rob the Drifting Flowers Edifice? Sylvan, my God. The comedy, my stomach. Ha Chapter 146, Shameless Looting. Grandmaster Song Yu, Zioya pursed her red lips, and despite knowing what he was doing, she couldn't outright say it. Before the 3 rounds, Zhuo Fan was nothing more than a nameless silk pants, now turned #1 famous alchemist. Some token of respect had to be present when addressing him. Even as the first in the empire, you still need to be ethical. You should not openly break the rules of 100-pill meeting. Zioya was watching him awkwardly. She could neither stand still nor let him do what he wanted. This was a pickle. Zhuo Fan's hands paused and raised an eyebrow. Didn't you say these are for us? So which is it? Grandmaster Song, I think you misunderstood me, she explained. These are only used as complementary ingredients to the ones you have. Yeah, but I am lacking everything? Zhuo Fan resumed looting the cabinets. The crowd was speechless. You can do that. The alchemists from before were also shocked silly, thinking they should have taken some more when they had the chance. Judge, if Grandmaster Song can do it, then there's no problem if I do it too. Liu Yizhen licked his lips, looking at Zhuo Fan and Zioya anxiously. If I don't hurry up, the kid will pick them all clean. He was a top alchemist, but he sorely lacked ingredients. Zioya glared. Grandmaster Liu, don't make trouble. You're saying you can use them all in this round? Liu Yizhen let an awkward smile, then shook his head on his way to his spot. With how many ingredients there were, who could refine them all? He couldn't mess with Drifting Flowers Edifice. Then again, getting a couple can't hurt, right? Liu Yizhen looked again at Zhuo Fan with admiration. He was plundering the cabinets like he was moving house. Just which clan or sect does he hail? There's no way a third-rate clan kid would dare perform highway robbery right under Drifting Flowers Edifice's nose. Grandmaster Song, you need to make sure you use all ingredients you are taking, or there will be serious consequences. Zioya had gotten angry and changed her tone. Zhuo Fan's hand slowed, then smiled inside. With how many there are here, how could they be refined in one go? This amount is enough for tens of thousands of pills. Then again, so what? Once he got crowned as the Pill King, he'd take the Bodhi route and haul ass out. The Drifting Flowers Edifice could then do nothing but eat his dust, so he might as well get as many treasures as he could. They'd be breaking all ties at the end, and it would be such a waste to leave these beauties lying here. Slowly turning his head, Zhuo Fan grinned. How do you know I won't be using them all? I'll do it in a jiffy, don't you worry your pretty little head about it. He then resumed his shameless picking. Zioya was close to crying. She never saw a more vile grandmaster in her life, refining tens of thousands of pills on the spot. As if this was daylight robbery. The crowd watched the darkest horse in this arena, who had displayed alchemy skills more outstanding than even vicious Pill King, now robbing the cabinets of ingredients. To think this grandmaster has balls to rob Drifting Flower's edifice? Yet, Drifting Flower's edifice did not even try removing him from the premises. After all, who told them to give the alchemists free rein? And what if someone insisted he could refine thousands upon thousands of pills? Although far-fetched, that's beside the point. You can only settle this after the competition. Zioya waited bitterly for Zhuo Fan to load up his ring. When he stopped, Zioya was overjoyed and smiled. "Grandmaster Song, are you ready? Then please return to your spot and begin refining. Everyone is waiting for you." Frowning, Zhuo Fan turned to Zioya and his ring flashed. "My storage ring is packed. Can you bring me another?" Staggering, Zioya was about to collapse. The audience's faces froze. "Grandmaster Song, you're too shameless." "No, Drifting Flower's edifice does not provide storage rings." Zioya roared. Glancing at her, Zhuo Fan snorted helplessly. "What 7 noble houses, so stingy?" Zioya was close to spurting blood. Thank God she choked on words and the blood stayed inside. She glared at Zhuo Fan with such hatred that she wished she could tear him limb from limb. "You took advantage of us, and still dares to call us stingy. Is there anyone in the world more shameless than you?" Looking at the cabinets, most of them were empty, leaving only the first and second grade ingredients behind. Zioya was this close to bursting into tears. These ingredients took Drifting Flower's edifice a whole year to gather. Some of them were close to 100 years old before being harvested. Yet all of them were swept clean by a damn punk. Drifting Flower's edifice aimed to show off their power by letting the participants choose their ingredients. But then, this fool came around and nabbed them all. "Just you wait, brat. If you don't bake 10,000 pills, I will tear you a new one." Zioya glared with all her power at Zhuo Fan to comfort her bleeding heart. Her slight, almost ephemeral respect she had for him before now burned in the flames of rage and hatred. This punk is a rogue. Zhuo Fan had better things to do than care about her opinion. He scratched his nose and went to his spot. What is fame when tangible stuff is more valuable? He. On the terrace, Zai Tianyang was piqued by his actions, then asked, "Elder Jiu, I heard you and the brat came to become allies. All his ingredients must be coming from Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Why is it that he looks so miserably poor? He was even moved by those first-grade ingredients. Humph, when talking about greedy people, even a needle on the ground can move them." Long Kui berated. Zai Tianyang raised an eyebrow in thought. Well, that's quite true. With this brat's character everywhere he goes, not even grass is left. Long Jiu muttered under his breath, but actually agreed with Long Kui's assessment. What little Kui said isn't without wisdom. This brat sure is greedy. Veiled Dragon Pavilion may be his ally, but we can't just give him our best ingredients. We can only provide 4th grade at most. But for some reason, the attendant in charge of giving him ingredients suddenly gave 5th grade ingredients too, and lots of them. We later questioned the old and loyal attendant, but he would rather take the blame for sneaking the ingredients out than to say anything. Ha, that brat sure has a way with people," Long Jiu chuckled. His eyes, however, were especially dignified. Zai Tianyang muttered, "Damn, I know this brat is vicious to everyone, enemy and friend alike, but he can even dig out Veiled Dragon Pavilion cornerstones. That's not quite right. The attendant is still fine, working for our house as we speak. Even he doesn't know what got into him at that time to help that brat out." Shuddering, Zai Tianyang and Jian Suifeng looked at each other as they sank in deep thought. They, who had a certain understanding of Zhuo Fan, now revised their opinion of him. We must not, by any means, act too friendly with him when we interact, or he'll dig out everything from our house. The overseers were too focused on what happened in the arena to pay attention to their discussion. With every empty cabinet, their hearts bled harder. As the son-in-law to Drifting Flower's edifices, he shows not the least restraint when taking our things. but he even goes as far as not leaving anything. Chu Qingcheng's angelic eyes now had a rare hint of killing intent. Rotten brat, isn't what's yours mine? What are you taking everything for? You'll soon be returning them anyway. Zhao took a few deep breaths to push her anger down. Boring her eyes into Zhuo Fan, she shouted at the 10 participants, "With everyone ready, the Pill King round shall begin." Yuan Kai flames were ignited one after the other. Zhuo Fan was unmoving, however. Zhao gnashed her teeth and spat. "Grandmaster Song, don't forget you have to refine all the ingredients." Snorting, Zhuo Fan had a smile of disdain. "You daft. I ain't that stupid. Wait for me to be crowned Pill King, take my prize, then skip town." "What will you do then?" Boom. Like a roar of a huge beast, the sound from a blood-colored flame shook everything as it reached the heavens. The instant it appeared, the alchemists close to it had their flames shriveled up. Squinting, Zhuo Fan laughed coldly inside. "Humph, that old coot finally plans to show his true skill." Chapter 147, Amazing Display. This. Zhao jumped in fright from the sudden strange flame and turned in its direction. Liu Yizhen smoothened his beard as he gave a chuckling apology to his fellow alchemists behind him. "Ha ha ha, terribly sorry. It is the finals and I must give it my all. Do forgive me if I offend anyone." No matter how polite he made it sound, his eyes couldn't hide the pride he felt. The alchemists swallowed dryly and eyed the towering flame and then, to their own lifeless Yuan Kai kindle, feeling more and more despondent. How were they supposed to compete when another just snuffed out their efforts? They watched him with hatred in their hearts, but also envy. Just where did this old guy get that flame from anyways? With that flame, his refining might reach the 6th grade. Zhao's eyes lit up and cried. Grandmaster Liu's flame must be from a 4th-level spiritual beast, the sky-blazing python's heart fire. I heard the sky-blazing python spends its time moving underground, and its core is influenced by the earth's fire. It is so hot it can melt anything. No ingredient on this land cannot be refined with it. Grandmaster Liu must have been holding on to it for the final round. Ha ha ha, you sure are knowledgeable, girl. No wonder you're the judge, but besides a flame, one must also make use of an intricate refining skill. I have taken out this flame to increase my rank. However, I dare not aim for the crown. Liu Yizhen shook his hand with modesty, but his pride was no different from one who thought of himself as the next Pill King. Hypocrite cursed the crowd in particular, the alchemists who only had Yuan Kai flames and were influenced by the mighty blaze. He had a reason to be smug, of course, with how strong his 4th-level spiritual beast flame was. It not only increased his refining, but also slowed down the others, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. With such a flame, if 2 people were of equal levels, one would have his refining boosted by 2 grades. His confidence was well placed. Even you, vicious Pill King. My flame will lower you from 7th grade to 6th. Everyone could make this educated guess just from looking at the faltering flames around him. Just when the crowd was focused on the battle between vicious Pill King and Zhuo Fan, it had now gotten even more confusing to whom the crown would place their bets on. Zhao sighed and watched Liu Yizhen in admiration. He was the true black horse of the 100-pill meeting. He hit it well. She couldn't help asking this, though. Grandmaster Liu, I heard that sky-blazing python is very rare and strong as a profound heaven expert. May I ask how you obtained its core's flame? Ha ha ha, that time was truly dangerous. About a year ago. Humph, you're so cocky with just a stinking snake flame. Just as Liu Yizhen was about to retell his grand and historical venture, of the endless trials of hardship he had to go through, a snort stopped him short. Then marked by a humming, a small bluish flame flickered into existence. Its appearance cut the size of all Yuan Kai flames in half. What was even more astounding was the fact that even Liu Yizhen's beast core flame shuddered as it turned lifeless, crying out in shock. Liu Yizhen turned to find Yan Fu holding a raging dark blue fire and sporting a condescending smile. This, Zhao cried. Is this a 5th-level spiritual beast flame from the fire swallow? Indeed. Yan Fu laughed coldly and mocked Liu Yizhen. I have bested you in the imperial capital, old Liu, and I will do it again today. Don't get carried away in thinking the Pill King title is yours. Ha ha ha, how laughable. You think you're the only one in this world with a special flame. Beet red. Liu Yizhen felt his anger boil but had no leeway to complain. He had to admit that a top alchemist was more than capable of getting himself a fourth-level spiritual beast flame. The least of all Yan Fu, who was Pill King Hall's core disciple? Sigh, I was too naive. In the end, who could compare with the 7 noble houses? Liu Yizhen gave a wistful sigh. Before he could rise completely, another one came to knock him down to his place. Now recalling the smug look from before, it only worked to color his face red. Young Master Yan, Fire Swallow is a 5th-level spiritual beast that even radiant stage experts have trouble defeating. How did you get its flame? Xiaoya's eyes were riveted on the flame. Grinning, Yan Fu swept his eyes over Tao Danyang and the rest of Drifting Flowers Edifice's female disciples and laughed. This flame was bestowed by Pill King Hall to me, the greatest of its disciples. As for Hao Humph, Pill King Hall needs only to want something, and it will soon have it. His words didn't reach the average disciple because of the competition's noise, but Chu Qingcheng and her overseers heard it clearly and glared at him. Even Tao Danyang's green face turned gloomy and terrifying, but he couldn't care less as he began introducing it in his arrogance. Alchemy is the balance of yin and yang. Old Liu's flame may perhaps be from a 4th-level spiritual beast, but the earth fire is too violent, unfit for refining pills. My flame, on the contrary, is fire, yet it holds some water. It is also water, yet it contains fire. Thus fire and water combine and yin and yang intertwine. It is the most fitting flame for alchemy, and only Pill King Hall's men know how to find such a flame, and so the only ones who can be Pill King is. Suddenly, a green flame appeared before him. The common Yuan Kai flames shrunk again, and Liu Yizhen with Yan Fu's spiritual beast flames were also cut down to size. Emerging like a beast king from deep in the mountains, the other flames prostrated before it. Yan Fu squinted and looked at Tao Danyang's green flame in shock. Why you? That? Humph, your fire swallow flame is best suited for alchemy? You will first have to ask this 6th-level spiritual beast flame of mine, the Moon Fire Falcon's flame. What? A 6th-level spiritual beast? This caused widespread shock. Not even a radiant stage expert would dare mess with such a being. Just how did Tao Danyang get hold of this marvel? Xiaoya grew happy inside. Tao Danyang was from Drifting Flowers Edifice after all and praised, Aunt Tao, how did you obtain the flame of a 6th-level spiritual beast? Humph, girl, why ask when you already know? You think my old body has the skill to go pull the life fire from the belly of a 6th-level spiritual beast? Tao Danyang cursed as she eyed Yan Fu, then the further away vicious Pill King, trying to shake Drifting Flowers Edifice's prestige. Then she shouted, "This is a fire is passed down in the Drifting Flowers Edifice to its best alchemist. Girl, remember, this is not a flame that can be sought. The Moon Fire Falcon flies 30 kilometers above and comes out at night to absorb the moon's yin while eating the spiritual herbs in the mountains. This makes its flame have the essence of the moon. It can increase the grade of a pill in refining. How can a mere fire swallow's flame compare to it?" Under the guise of teaching Xiaoya, Tao Danyang was in fact speaking loudly to jab at Yan Fu. Yan Fu gnashed his teeth but kept silent. A 5th-level beast flame was a cut short compared to a 6th-level beast flame. Not to mention, the Moon Fire Falcon ate many spiritual herbs in its life, making it far stronger than Fire Swallow. This ultimately made it unfit for comparison. Tao Danyang stuck her chin out in pride and mocked. Pill King title is only fit for Pill King Hall, is it? Humph, punk, be careful of making too big a boost and unable to back it up. Shuddering, Yan Fu glared at her as he barked. Old hag, don't get too happy. I am just a junior, not your match in alchemy. But don't forget, I'm not the best alchemist in Pill King Hall. My master, Vicious Pill King, is. Yan Fu turned to Vicious Pill King and shouted, "Master, open the eyes of these ignorant fools and let them see your true strength." The people turned their attention to vicious Pill King, waiting for the best alchemist in the empire to let out his best skill. Only the few Grandmaster alchemists who used Yuan Kai flames felt like crying looking at the puny flames in their hands. Grandmasters, you're all so rich you all have beast flames. But we are dirt poor, using the weakest flame made of Yuan Kai. Have some mercy and don't take out an even more amazing flame, or our Yuan Kai flames won't take it. We won't even be able to cook rice, let alone pills. Chapter 148, Heaven and Earth Spirit Flame. Master, Yan Fu's call echoed in everyone's ears, but vicious Pill King seemed oblivious. His eyes fixed on one place only. It happened even at Yan Fu's second call. Following his sight, what lay at the end was the first spot where Zhuo Fan stood with his arms crossed and eyes closed. In vicious Pill King's eyes, this opponent was the only one who could light his competitive spirit. Taking a deep breath, vicious Pill King shouted, "Kid, don't you have any other special skills in store for this final round?" Flashing his eyes open, Zhuo Fan shot him a look and snorted, "If yours truly has or not, what's it to you?" "Quite a lot, actually. I want to have a showdown with you, a fair competition. If you're still hiding your skills, then I shall be using the flame that had been with me for years to win. But if this is all you had to offer, I won't take advantage of your plight. Even keeping my flame hidden, I can still beat you just with a plain Yuan Kai flame." Such bold words. The people's hearts shivered, their faces gloomy. If vicious Pill King said this before, none would have anything to comment. Just who could beat the best alchemist in the empire? But now, after losing to Zhuo Fan 3 times, his words were akin to an empty boast. "Oh please, don't you recall how Grandmaster Song pissed, sneezed, and farted you out of the second spot? If not for wasting half of your shriveled life, you'd never even be in this round. It happened just a few minutes ago. Did you go senile, you old coot?" Not only Chu Qingcheng looked derisory at him, but the rest of the audience as well. But vicious Pill King only had eyes for Zhuo Fan. Anything else, even the despising glances directed to him, were of no consequence. Zhuo Fan squinted and snorted, "Humph, then let yours truly enlighten you. I indeed have hidden one skill. Don't you worry your old little head about it and go all out. The title of Pill King will be mine regardless." "Ha ha ha, all right. Then I shall rest easy. You are the first opponent in decades that can make me exert all my ability in alchemy. Please, after you." Raising an eyebrow, Zhuo Fan asked, "Why do you want me to go first? Shouldn't we both do it at the same time?" With an ambiguous smile, vicious Pill King showed a proud expression. "Youngster, I'm not bragging when I say that even with your great refining skill, you won't finish that pill once I let out this old flame of mine. In hope that you can exert your best, I will start after you finish. It wouldn't matter if I finish a bit later. This round is based on the grade after all." Zhuo Fan's mouth perked at one corner and almost laughed. The old coot has total confidence in his flame. But so did he in regards to his azure flame, his secret weapon. Just that it got him wondering which was stronger, his azure flame or the old coot's. There is no doubt. Mine is better. It was one of those treasures that the demonic emperor would covet. Smiling, he said, "Since Elder Yan is so sure, by all means, take out your flame and let us all widen our horizons, while also letting me know if I should just give up right now." "Yeah, master, just let them see your might," Yan Fu cheered. Laughing, vicious Pill King never felt more excited as of this moment. "If you want to see it so much, then here it is." With a cackling laughter, a white fire burned in vicious Pill King's thin hand. Then a wicked face appeared within the flame. That cackling laughter actually came from it. Its appearance snuffed out all the Yuan Kai flames around. Liu Yizhen, Yan Fu, and Tao Danyang's beast flames acted as if something dreadful appeared and shrank to half their size, as if prostrating before their king. Shock was an understatement, as even Zhuo Fan's eyelids trembled. Who knew this old guy was actually hiding something so valuable? This? Tao Danyang was scared out of her mind. Yan Fu raised his head in pride and laughed. "Do you see that? This is the flame master chanced upon a decade ago, the heaven and earth spirit flame, bone, soul, true fire, a heaven and earth spirit flame." SSS, tilde those words evoked gasps of sheer amazement from all around. The people watched the evil face in Vicious Pill King's hand, and their hearts sighed. Even the alchemical disinclined knew that the heaven and earth spirit flame was made from gathered spiritual energy of heaven and earth that over millions of years, and had gained spirituality. The flame was actually alive, a veritable king among flames. The 5th and 6th level beast flames were nothing compared to it. The flame was the body, while the wicked face was the spirit of the bone soul true fire. It not only could refine any kind of ingredient, but also amplify their effects and raise the grade of the pill. It was every alchemist's dream to have one. Vicious Pill King was the best alchemist in Tianyu for a reason after all. Now, no matter what secret refining skills Zhuo Fan used, it would be of no importance. Did you not see how the Yuan Kai flames got snuffed? They couldn't stand its power. Even those beast flames were shirking away. 3 things were of most importance to an alchemist: cultivation, refining skills, and flame. When the flame was wilted from the pressure of another, winning was impossible. Sighing, the people turned to Zhuo Fan, shaking their heads in pity. How sad! An extraordinary alchemist was so close to beating the best alchemist in Tianyu, but under the flame's suppression, failure is imminent. If he fails here, we will lose another genius. The heavens must be truly jealous of geniuses. The thought didn't even cross their mind if Zhuo Fan, with how young he was and his background, had a flame that could counter Vicious Pill King's heaven and earth spirit flame, since not even the 7 houses could pass along such flames. This old guy's luck had to be off the charts to stumble upon the bone soul true fire. Sensing everyone's fear and awe of it, the white flame's face cackled madly in excitement. The laughter was jarring to the ear and filled with boundless despise, just like a ruler who one andlorded over his enemies. He. Tao Danyang sighed and closed her eyes. If she knew the old man to have such a spirit item, she wouldn't have wasted her energy and just gave up. Then again, now that she recalled, the one who won 3 times against Vicious Pill King was none other than him. Tao Danyang turned to Zhuo Fan and shook her head. Not even the brat can get out of this one. Chu Qingcheng frowned in worry. She was looking at Zhuo in hope he had a way to turn it all around. But Zhuo Fan's face never wavered. He was always calm, as if he was in deep thought. The overseers were beside themselves in worry. Only Long Jiu's group was unfazed. According to Zhuo Fan's plan, winning wasn't a must. At worst, he'd just bolt. On the eastern stand, Huangpu Qingyun's group had long since started laughing. The old man actually had such a treasure hidden. Losing now is impossible. Ha ha ha. Huangpu Qingyun laughed. Vicious Pill King is definitely worthy of his title. The others nodded, with the happiest being Lin Zishan. At some point he tied his fate with Vicious Pill King over a reason not he was sure of. But now that Vicious Pill King was at an advantage, the second young master was excited and he was basking in the glory nearby. Elder Lin. Huangpu Qingyun smiled. Lin Zishan rushed next to him. Yes. The moment the kid loses, rush over and take his head. Understand. Startled, Lin Zishan said, Why me? Isn't Elder Yan supposed to do this? Squinting, Huangpu Qingyun snorted. If he were to move, King Cheng would be sure to block him. I do not wish to further alienate her from me. Your Merry Woods is focusing on speed, so taking the kid's head in an instant is easy. King Cheng would be enraged but would not dare to make everything worse over a dead man. Realizing what he meant, Lin Zishan gave a thumbs up. Nice, second young master is truly wise. The other men felt their stomachs churning as they secretly cursed him for being shameless. Huangpu Qingyun's smile seemed to say everything was dancing in his palm. But just then, the crowd froze in shock, seeing Vicious Pill King's flames swayed around Zhuo as he laughed. Ha ha ha, brat. Now you know why I told you to go first. Even if you have a beast flame, it won't do you any good with my bone soul true fire out. Didn't you want to get your hands on the Bodhi root? Zhuo Fan was still calm. Taking a deep breath, Vicious Pill King seemed to recall something and laughed. Yes, I indeed want it. But what I want more is to win against you fair and square. To see who among us shall be the best alchemist in Tianyu. Defeating you because of the flame's power is not something I will ever accept. Zhuo Fan looked long at him. He may be shameless and despicable, cunning and vicious, but when all is said and done, he is a tough Grandmaster alchemist. It's kind of a pity for him to be in the Pill King Hall. Chapter 149, The Monarchic Azure Flame. A wicked grin plastered on his face, Zhuo Fan seemed to have something special in store. Yan Fu's heart seized. He understood his master's intention and wanted to advise against it, but vicious Pill King shook his hand. Did the old fart turn senile? Huangpu Qingyun sensed the situation spiraling into an undesirable direction and clenched his fists. Lin Zishan wiped the cold sweat from his brows. His mind was on edge. Old coot, you're vile and wicked, so why the hell are you doing the exact opposite at a crucial time like this? Cut the righteous act. Both our lives are at stake here. Catching the Eastern Stand's people's reaction with a side glance, Zhuo Fan swiveled his eyes on vicious Pill King. Old man, I appreciate the thought, but there really is no need for that. It's best you go ahead and refine. Vicious Pill King stared at Zhuo Fan in astonishment. Zhuo Fan's words were backed by unfaltering confidence. He did not propose to do it together and see who was stronger, but directly urged Yan Song to go fist. Does he have an even stronger flame than Bone Soul Truefire? He fears that his flame will affect my own. Vicious Pill King's heart trembled, but he couldn't find it in himself to believe that the world could house a stronger flame than the heaven and earth spirit flame. Ha ha ha, youngster, don't brag. Taking your age and background into account, the most you can afford is a 4th-level beast flame. You think it's enough to stand toe-to-toe with mine? Vicious Pill King was probing Zhuo Fan, who only smiled. Such action only made Zhuo Fan look more mysterious that even the rest were at a loss for words. You're telling us that Grandmaster Song has a mystical flame that can stand against your Bone Soul Truefire. This would make the final round more exciting. 2 Grandmasters, 2 heaven and earth spirit flames, fighting toe-to-toe for the crown. In a blink, the crowd's nervous eyes landed on Zhuo Fan, eagerly awaiting his answer. Chu Qingcheng and the overseers were especially nervous. In terms of refining skills, Zhuo Fan was a cut above Yan Song. Coupled with a possible heaven and earth spirit flame, this could all work to compensate for his weak cultivation. Only Zai Tianyang felt disdained as he laughed. Don't go and believe his hosh-posh people. That brat is up to his neck in faking again. He is in a battle of minds with the old man. I've seen this trick too many times to count. Long Jiu and the rest nodded. With how deep and twisted the kid's plans went, it was very much plausible to be a tactic of his to unnerve Yan Song. Today's events proved it. Yan Song himself suffered at Zhuo Fan's schemes again and again, making him grow cautious. After some careful thought, he laughed. Kid, I am frank with you, but yet you still use such petty tricks to mess with my head. The same tactic won't work on me again. What makes you think I am? Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. Humph, by no means do you have a heaven and earth spirit flame, perhaps not even a beast flame. You are only pretending so as to disturb my mind. You used these cheap tricks in the previous 2 rounds already, and you want to do it again. Shaking his head, Zhuo Fan sighed. Vicious Pill King, you have such a low opinion of me. You take yours truly as nothing but a vicious and petty schemer whose plans only amount to lying about having a heaven and earth spirit flame to mess with your head. Is that what you think my plans amount to? I'm hurt. Pausing, Vicious Pill King realized it was indeed so. Zhuo Fan may have sneezed and farted, nothing but petty tricks, but it hit right when it hurt him the most. Each and every time his focus crumbled at the most crucial moment. If his mind was not as strong, he would have long devolved into chaos, unable to continue refining. Compared to the last 2 times, Zhuo Fan's words now were a bit disbelieving, but not enough to affect his mind. This only threw Vicious Pill King into even deeper confusion. In his eyes, Zhuo Fan had become an enigma, whose every gesture and random act were filled with intricate mysteries. Never had he encountered such a baffling opponent in his life. Damn it, who'd have thought picking a fight with this punk would end up becoming a torment? Vicious Pill King couldn't come to a conclusion even after some long and hard thinking. He just gnashed his teeth in the end and howled, "Brat, no matter what flame you have, take it out. I want to have a fair match with you, so stop jumping at every shadow." "It is because I have the same wish that I do not want to reveal it. I still insist on letting you go first." Zhuo Fan sneered. "If I do take it out, you might lose your desire to even compete. Starting together would end in your loss, no doubt about it." His words sounded even more cocksure than Vicious Pill King's from before. They were so outrageous that none of the people there believed him. A flame that can cow the best alchemist in the Empire to surrender just at the sight of it. Does it even exist? Not even Vicious Pill King was that outrageous before pulling out his white flame. "Dude, take a closer look. He holds the Lord of the Flames, a heaven and earth spirit flame. Even if you have the same kind of fire, it will only result in a tie. Even if by some off chance it is stronger, how much could it actually be compared to Yan Song's? You're saying your flame is so freakish that it can suppress a heaven and earth spirit flame just as the latter suppresses beast flames. Did the world even have such a thing?" Humph, he's clearly faking and bragging, yet none of his words sound believable. Zai Tianyang mocked. Vicious Pill King laughed. "Kid, you take me for a 3-year-old? The world does not have such a savage flame. If you can take it out, then I will directly kowtow 3. Suddenly, his voice was choked with the appearance of an azure flame above 2 of Zhuo Fan's fingers. It was as calm as candlelight, unimpressive in the slightest. But this plain azure flame descended on the world like a monarch. Its invisible pressure befell like a mountain. The cackling bone soul Truefire now seemed to have found its nemesis and scurried back into Vicious Pill King's body, never to come out again, not even at Vicious Pill King's incessant urgings. If a heaven and earth spirit flame was so decisive, then Liu Yizhen's, Yan Fu's, and Tao Danyang's beast flames were even worse. They had no spirituality, but they nonetheless trembled under the azure fire's pressure and died out. When the monarch of flames descended, no common flame dared to burn. All the fires died out in a blink, even the other alchemists. Only Zhuo Fan's frail azure flame let out a soft glow. The shock was incomprehensible. Even Vicious Pill King stared slack-jawed. What is this? The heaven and earth spirit flame ran? Vicious Pill King's body was swaying. He was the owner of Bone Soul Truefire and could feel it shivering in fear. What flame is that? Zhuo Fan looked at his azure flame with a smile. Who knows? It's been given to me anyway. His cheeks twitching, Vicious Pill King trembled. Why is it that I wasn't lucky enough to have someone give me such a strong flame? When he chanced upon the Bone Soul Truefire, he'd been so thrilled he couldn't sleep a wink for how much fortune smiled upon him. He could have died happy. But here now, in Zhuo Fan's presence, his bit of luck was lackluster, to say the least. "Now, do you still want to refine?" Zhuo Fan snickered, letting the azure flame sway in front of him. Vicious Pill King's eyes reddened from envy. How the hell could he still refine? His entire mind was set on that frail flame. He was almost consumed by the desire to just seize it. Zhuo Fan laughed, knowing perfectly well what Yan Song was thinking. "Now do you believe me? Well then, Vicious Pill King, let me ask you, who's the petty one?" Vicious Pill King felt like crying. Goddamn it. This punk is unfathomable. 3 rounds ago he spoke not a grain of truth, and now he said the most unbelievable things, yet it turns out to be the whole and unfurnished truth. Curses. His plots are too sinister for me to unravel. Despite being filled with regret, Vicious Pill King still reddened as he admitted, "Pardon me, Grandmaster Song. I have wrongly mistaken a gentleman for being petty." "Ha ha ha, lighten up. It's enough to know that I'm a perfect gentleman." Zhuo Fan laughed and not only made the old man redden harder from shame, but even flaunted. "Then, wanna go ahead and refine? Or maybe together? You joking? Refine with you? How, when any and all flames were snuffed because of yours?" I get why this punk said there was no competition if both refined together. Vicious Pill King sighed and admitted it despite the humiliation it brought. "Pardons, Grandmaster Song. I was overconfident. I shall go ahead and refine first." "All right. With my generous nature, I shall let you begin." Zhuo Fan smiled and took back his azure flame while crossing his arms. Even so, he couldn't help himself from muttering, "Stingy, how unreasonable." His voice may have been soft, but all heard him. Vicious Pill King staggered. He was truly pissed, but felt more aggrieved than anything else. I rarely want a fair fight, and what do I get? Humiliation. Being good is not all that cracked up to be. He was oblivious, though, that as he was feeling sorry for himself. Zhuo Fan nodded in his mind, and his mouth widened into a broad and satisfied smile. Chapter 150. Authority. Holy cow, he wasn't faking. The brat did have a card up his sleeve. On the terrace, Zai Tianyang stumbled. Then it hit him, right, he used the same azure flame against Yugiki too. I took it as some martial art at the time, but now I see that it's actually a heaven and earth treasure. It all made sense now, how he faced Hell Valley's profound ranked martial art and easily overcame it. The azure flame could easily handle a heaven and earth spirit flame, so it was only natural to be able to deal with Yugiki's wicked skill. Zai Tianyang found himself looking at Long Jiu. This brat has so much stuff on him that makes him a walking treasury. Are you sure he's only a third-rate clan kid? Why are you looking at me for? I'm as clueless as you are. Long Jiu snorted, then kept watching Zhuo Fan. Veiled Dragon Pavilion had looked again and again into Zhuo Fan's history, but they always came with the same answer. A servant that never left the Luo clan, yet the night of the Luo clan's demise marked his complete change. A mere servant took the four-membered Luo clan and pulled it through the crisis. Along the path of remarkable wisdom and deep schemes, he changed the fate of the Luo clan, turning it into a future opponent for the seven noble houses. Veiled Dragon Pavilion weren't fools, of course, especially Long Jiu. Their new hatred for Hell Valley was all because Zhuo Fan instigated it. Yet, even so, they were willing to take this burden for him. First, just as Zhuo Fan predicted, Veiled Dragon Pavilion was not about to show weakness before their archenemy, Hell Valley. With how deep their hatred was, adding one more debt was of little concern. Not to mention, in the great battle of Wingate City, making them carry the killing of those two elders was in fact a favor. Even when he was summoned by the Emperor, the Pavilion Lord was grinning from ear to ear. It had been years since Pavilion Lord was this excited. And secondly, Zhuo Fan's power shocked every one of them to the marrow. Even Veiled Dragon Pavilion's highly ranked men started discussing with Zhuo Fan when he was but a Kai condensation cultivator. None of them could have come with a more perfect plan than his. Sowing dissension, escaping, bidding his time to land the final blow. It all may have seemed simple tactics, but their execution would have been far from his. This was something easily understood by reading the two houses' millennia-long feud. Moreover, Zhuo Fan was very skilled. Not only he could set up a fifth-grade array, but he also had many long-lost ancient arrays. After so many miracles, Pavilion Lord's quick decision to cooperate with Zhuo Fan was met with no objection. And that was only because this kid's actions left everyone unable to unravel his true purpose. From the looks of it, Zhuo Fan's change seemed to have started from that fateful night. Before it, he was just an honest-to-God and shy servant. After it, he changed into the sinister and cunning steward that none in the seven houses could compare with. That night was the crux. But what did happen that night? Taking a deep breath, Long Jiu was filled with confusion trying to pick some hints by looking at the smug figure, only to sigh in the end. He may very well be the only one who knows the answer to this riddle, totally oblivious of Long Jiu Group's comments. The overseers had long been skipping in joy at seeing Vicious Pill King taken down a peg again, just like some 16-year-old girls, blushing to the ears. This was the finals after all. Pushing the old man back would help in increasing his chance of winning it. Xiao Dandan had never seen her senior aunt and master so happy in her life. She knew they were happy, and so was she, raising her pretty face in pride. As if to tell the world, "Here comes my man." As Chu Qingcheng saw that figure growing in authority, her heart grew with love, though still reserved enough not to be so frank about it as Xiao Dandan. But her eyes couldn't hide the warmth and feelings she had for him. On the eastern stand, Huangpu Qingyun's elegant visage was now twisted in rage. Even the most oblivious of his men could see he was best left alone if they valued their life. But did that mean he wouldn't come to you by himself? Elder Lin. Huangpu Qingyun squinted and snapped. Lin Zishan shivered and stood at attention, though his heart was on the verge of crying. Second young master orders. Didn't you promise me that the old fool will win? Well, where is his win? He quoted fairness and offered to let the punk refine first, only to be shamed further. What fairness? He wouldn't have brought more shame on himself if someone else did that to him. Second young master, Elder Yan isn't the only one at fault. Lin Zishan spoke over Huangpu Qingyun to curb his anger, or he would have been sent into the fray sooner than needed. At that time, that bastard vicious pill king would have been long gone, and he unable to deal with the kid alone. To safeguard his life, he had to speak up. He continued anxiously. Second young master, you saw it too. It's not Elder Yan who is powerless, but that punk is just too freakish. Lin Zishan stammered for a long time before coming with an apt description. The heaven and earth spirit flame is the Lord of the Flames. But who saw it coming that the brat would pull an even more freakish flame, rendering the Lord of the Flames inferior? None of us did. Huangpu Qingyun rose his hand at first, but soon put it down. He had calmed down somewhat after those words, though his calmness was one that inspired fear. He looked at Zhuo Fan. Indeed, this is not on Elder Yan, but all because that brat is too strong. This was the first time Huangpu Qingyun admitted Zhuo Fan's strength. His men trembled. Their second young master was a man of immense pride who never acknowledged anyone. Yet here he was praising someone for their strength and was also quite sincere at it. Perhaps Huangpu Qingyun's anger wasn't because of Yan Song's setback, but his unwillingness to admit someone could have the same authority as him. This was something a proud and domineering man like himself would never allow to happen. Therefore, they all looked at Zhuo Fan as if he was already dead, and sure enough, Huangpu Qingyun followed with, Elder Lin, there's no need to act anymore. I will kill that brat myself. Then what of Edifice Lord Chu? Huangpu Qingyun's eyes flashed with naked killing intent. I want to avoid fighting with King Cheng, but I can never find peace until I kill the kid myself. His men's hearts shivered as they nodded. Whoosh tilde vicious pill, King let out his white flame again, and Zioya rushed to stop him. Forgive me, Elder Yan, but because of your flame and the beast flames, the other alchemists can't refine. So, to give a fair judgment, I can only ask all of you to refine one at a time, from weak to strong. Humph, you want me to give way to them? Vicious pill King snored. Why should I? It won't matter even if my flame doesn't affect them. They don't rise to even one hair of mine. Giving way to them means wasting my time. Tao Danyang grew angry and glared at him. Yan Fu snickered at the side, finding it only natural. His master was the best in the empire, except the unknown kid that sprung up from who knew where. Who else could match his master? The alchemists, Liu Yizhen included, were livid, but facts were facts. They had no ways to refute vicious pill King and could only sigh. Zioya found herself in a tight spot. What was planned to be the finals between 10 people now became a clash of 2. Were the other 8 alchemists mere decorations to make them look good? What was the point of getting this far, then? Too bad vicious pill King was the best alchemist in the empire and was dead set on his decision. The judge could do nothing. In Zioya's moment of anxiety and stomping, a lazy voice echoed. Old man, since it's a competition, give them a chance. Why do you have to be so hard? This startled everyone, and turned to see Zhuo Fan still with his arms crossed and eyes closed, but smiling nonetheless. Frowning, vicious pill King muttered, then withdrew his flame. Those alchemists who had it rough with just their Yuan Kai flames were overjoyed, while the others looked at vicious pill King dumbfounded. Even Yan Fu looked at vicious pill King as if he wasn't his master. Since when did his prideful master secede just like that because someone said so? This is mortifying. But the fact was, one word from Zhuo Fan was enough to make the grand and arrogant vicious pill King renounce his pride. What's going on? Did the old man get a personality change? Up in the eastern stand, Hell Valley's fifth elder was filled with puzzlement like everyone else. What they didn't notice, however, was Huangpu Qingyun's even thicker killing intent. Perhaps he was the sole person here who understood authority. It was what made others submit completely. He wielded the same authority, an obvious fact from the people around him that listened to his orders without question. But this authority was bestowed by Regent Estate. As these men submitted to Regent Estate's power, he could only thus order them. More clearly stated, they spoke yes while their hearts were against it. Only Huangpu Qingyun understood that Zhuo Fan had become the man with the most authority here. And his authority was based on the true submission of everyone present. Vicious Pill King was the perfect example, seceding with just some words. It was all because from the very beginning he grasped everyone's hearts, letting them take one step at a time in growing their faith in him. This was the true way of the ruling class in seizing authority. At first, Huangpu Qingyun's killing intent at Zhuo Fan was rather hazy. He guessed it was because of a conflict of interest, but now he clearly wanted Zhuo Fan dead. After Lin Zishan spoke and Zhuo Fan showed a monarchic flame, he understood perfectly why Zhuo Fan had to die. He wasn't as narrow-minded as others thought him to be, that he couldn't stand someone more powerful than him. His decision to kill Zhuo Fan was because of the feeling he got from the latter. Every time Zhuo Fan did something, it was like an open challenge to his authority. How could a regent's authority be so easily challenged? A mountain wasn't big enough for two tigers. With two people knowing the way to grasp the hearts of the people, they would fight over authority, and only one would come out victorious. Zhuo Fan had long noticed the killing intent coming from the eastern stand. But he was unfazed as ever, even sporting a scornful grin.